Audiobook, Change Your Thinking, Change Your Life by Tracy. How to unlock your full potential for success and achievement. Introduction. There is nothing on earth that you cannot have once you have mentally accepted the fact that you can have it. By Robert Collier. The truth about you. You are a thoroughly good person. You deserve a wonderful life full of success, happiness, joy, and excitement. You are entitled to have happy relationships, excellent health, meaningful work, and financial independence. These are your birthright. This is what your life is meant to include. You are engineered for success and designed to have high levels of self-esteem, self-respect, and personal pride. You are extraordinary. There has never been anyone exactly like you in all the history of mankind on earth. You have absolutely amazing untapped talents and abilities that, when properly unleashed and applied, can bring you everything you could ever want in life. You are living at the greatest time in all of human history. You are surrounded by abundant opportunities that can take advantage of to realize your dreams. The only real limits on what you can do, be, or have are the limits you place on yourself by your own thinking. Your future is virtually unlimited. Get real. How did you react to the preceding 3 paragraphs? You probably had 2 responses. First, you liked what they said, and your fondest wish was for them to be true for you. But your second response was probably one of the skepticisms and disbelief. Even though you deeply desire to live a wonderfully healthy, happy, and prosperous life, when you read those words, your doubts and fears arose immediately to remind you of reasons why these dreams and goals may not be possible for you. Well, join the crowd. This is exactly how I felt many years ago. Even though I wanted to be a big success in life, I was unskilled, uneducated, and unemployed. I had no idea what I could do to improve my situation. I felt trapped between big ideas on the one hand and limited resources and opportunities on the other. Then I discovered a series of remarkable principles that have been responsible for all the great successes and achievements of the ages, and my life changed forever. After proving these laws and principles in my own life, I began speaking and training others to apply the same ideas. Since then, I have given more than 2,000 talks and seminars as long as 4 days in length, in 24 countries to a total of more than 2 million participants. Most of them were also skeptical when they first heard these ideas of optimism and possibility, until they learned what you were going to learn in the pages ahead. It changed their lives as well as it will change yours. The great principle. Perhaps the most important mental and spiritual principle ever discovered is that you become what you think about most of the time. Your outer world is very much a mirror of my image of your inner world. What is going on outside of you is a reflection of what is going on inside of you. You can tell the inner condition of a person by looking at the outer conditions of his or her life, and it cannot be otherwise. Thoughts are things. Your mind is extraordinarily powerful. Your thoughts control and determine almost everything that happens to you. They can raise or lower your heart rate, improve or interfere with your digestion, change the chemical composition of your blood, and help you to sleep or keep you awake at the night. Your thoughts can make you happy or sad, sometimes in an instant. They can make you alert and unaware, distracted and depressed. They can make you popular or unpopular, confident or insecure, positive or negative. Your thoughts can make you feel powerful or powerless, a victim or a victor, a hero or a coward. In your material life, your thoughts can make you a success or thoughts. Your thoughts can make you a success or a failure, prosperous or poverty-stricken, respected or ignored. Your thoughts and the actions that they trigger determine your whole life. And the best news of all is that they are completely under your own control. Thoughts, feelings, and desires. You are a complex bundle of thoughts, feelings, attitudes, desires, images, fears, hopes, doubts, opinions, and ambitions. Each of them constantly changing, sometimes from one second to the other second. Each of these elements of your personality affects the others, sometimes in unpredictable ways. Your entire life is the result of the intertwining and interconnecting of these factors. Your thoughts trigger images and pictures and the emotions that go with them. These images and emotions trigger attitudes and actions. Your actions then have consequences and results that determine what happens to you. If you think about success and confidence, you will feel strong and competent. You will perform better at whatever you attempt. If you think about making mistakes or being embarrassed, you will perform poorly, no matter how good you really are. Pictures and images from your imagination or from the external influences produce ideas, emotions, and attitudes that correspond to them. Then they trigger actions that bring about certain results and outcomes. The thought of a person or a situation can cause you to instantly feel happy or sad, elated or angry, loving or lonely. Attitudes, actions, and emotions. Your attitudes, positive or negative, constructive or destructive, lead to corresponding images, emotions, and actions that affect your life and relationships. Your attitudes, in turn, are based on your previous experiences and your basic premises about how things are supposed to be. Your actions trigger the emotions and attitudes that go with them. By the law of reversibility, you can actually act your way into feeling in a manner consistent with the action. By acting as if you were already happy, positive, and confident, you soon begin to feel that way on the inside. And your actions are under your direct control, whereas your emotions are not. In and of themselves, the outer aspects of your life are neutral. It is only the meaning that you give to them that determines your attitudes, opinions, emotions, and reactions to them. If you change your thinking about any part of your life, you will change how you feel and behave in that area. And since you only can decide what to think, you have the ability to take complete control over your life. Question your beliefs. The law of belief says, whatever you believe with conviction becomes your reality. You always act in a manner consistent with your deepest and most intensely held beliefs, whether they are true or not. And all your beliefs are learned. At one time, you did not have them. Your beliefs largely determine your reality. You do not believe what you see. You rather see what you already believe. You can have life-enhancing beliefs that make you happy and optimistic, or you can have negative beliefs about yourself and your potential that act as roadblocks to the realization of everything that is truly possible for you. The most harmful beliefs you can have are your self-limiting beliefs. These are beliefs about yourself and your potential that hold you back. Most of them are not true. Most of them are the result of your information you have accepted without question, often from early being limited in areas such as achieving wonderful health and happiness and earning a lot of money that will become your truth. As the author of Richard Bach in his book Illusions wrote, argue for your limitations, and short enough, they're yours. You are a living magnet. The law of attraction says that you are a living magnet and that you invariably attract into your life the people, ideas, opportunities, and circumstances in harmony with your dominant thoughts. When you think positive, optimistic, loving, and successful thoughts, you create a force filled of magnetism and that attracts, like iron filings to a magnet, the very things you are thinking about. This law explains why it is that you don't have to be concerned where your going is going to come from. If you keep your mind clearly focused on what you want and refrain from thinking about what you don't want, you will attract everything you need to achieve your goals exactly when you are ready. Change your thinking and you change your life. The only real measure. Bertrand Russell, the English philosopher, once said, the very best proof that something can be done is that others have already done it. In the New Testament, Jesus taught the way to measure the truth of any principle. By their fruits you shall know them. In other words, the only question you need to ask about any idea is, does it work? Does it bring about the results that you desire? Milton Friedman, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, said, the only true measure of a theory or idea is your ability to make accurate predictions about the future based on it. The good news is that ideas and principles you are about to learn have to be tested and proven in the lives and experience of millions of people. In themselves, like any principles of nature, they are neutral. Nature plays no favorites. Nature treats everyone alike. Whatever seed you plant on the ground, nature will grow. Whatever thought seeds you plant in your mind, nature will grow as well. It is entirely up to you. Choose your thoughts. Successful people are those who think more effectively than unsuccessful people. They approach their lives, relationships, goals, problems, and experiences differently from others. They sow better seeds, and as a result, they reap better lives. If you learn to think and act like the successful, happy, healthy, and prosperous people, you will soon enjoy the kind of lives they do. When you change your thinking, you change your life. Nature understands no jesting. She's always true, always serious, always severe. She's always right, and the errors and faults are always those of man. The man incapable of appreciating her, she despises. And only to the opt, the pure and the true, does she resign herself and reveal her secrets. By John Wolfgang von Goethe. Chapter 1. Change your thinking. There is a law in psychology that if you form a picture in your mind of what you like to be and keep and hold that picture there long enough, you will soon become exactly as you have been thinking. By William James. Once upon a time, there was a woman about 30 years old, married with 2 children. Like many people, she had grown up in a home where she was constantly criticized and often treated unfairly by her parents. As a result, she developed deep feelings of inferiority and low self-esteem. She was negative and fearful and had no confidence at all. She was shy and self-effacing and did not consider herself to be particularly valuable or worthwhile. She felt that she was not really talented at anything. One day, as she was driving to the store, another car went through a red light and smashed into her. When she awoke, she was in the hospital with a mild concussion and complete memory loss. She could still speak, but she had no recollection of any part of her past life. She was a total amnesiac. At first, the doctors thought it would be temporary, but weeks passed and no trace of her memory returned. Her husband and children visited her daily, but she did not know them. This was such an unusual case that other doctors and specialists came to visit her as well, to test her and ask her questions about her condition. Starting over, eventually she went home, her memory a complete blank, determined to understand what's happened to her. She began reading medical textbooks and studying in the specialized area of amnesia and memory loss. She met and spoke with specialists in this field. Eventually, she wrote a paper on her condition. Not long after, she was invited to address a medical convention to deliver her paper, answer questions about her amnesia, and share her experiences and ideas on neurological functioning. During this period, something amazing happened. She became a new version completely. All the attention in the hospital and afterward made her feel valuable, important, and truly loved by her family. The attention and acclaim she received from her members of the medical profession brought her self-esteem and self-respect even higher. She became a genuinely positive, confident, outgoing woman. Highly articulate, well-informed, and very much in demand as a speaker and authority in the medical profession. All memory of her negative childhood had been wiped out. Her feelings of inferiority were wiped out as well. She became a new person. She changed her thinking and changed her life. The blank slate. The Scottish philosopher David Hume was the first to propose the idea of the tabula rasa or blank slate. This theory says that each person comes into the world with no thoughts or ideas at all, and everything that a person thinks and feels is learned from infancy onward. It is as though the child's mind is a blank slate that every passing person experience leaves a mark on. The adult becomes the sum total of everything he or she learns, feels, and experiences growing up. What the adult does and becomes her later is the result of this early conditioning. As Aristotle wrote, whatever is impressed is expressed. Perhaps the greatest breakthrough in the field of human potential in the 20th century was the discovery of the self-concept. This is the idea that each person develops a bundle of beliefs regarding oneself, starting at birth. Your self-concept then becomes the master program of your subconscious computer, determining everything you think, say, feel, and do. For this reason, all change in your outer life begins with a change in your self-concept, with a change in the way you think and feel about yourself in your world. The child is born with no self-concept at all. Every idea, opinion, feeling, attitude, or value you have as an adult, you learn from childhood. Everything you are today is the result of an idea or impression you took in and accepted as true. When you believe something to be true, it becomes true for you. Whatever the fact may be, you are not what you think you are, but what you think you are. First impressions are lasting. If you are raised by parents who continually told you what a good person you were, who loved you, encouraged you, supported you, believed in you no matter what you did or didn't do, you would grow up with belief that you were a good person and a valuable person. By the age of 3, this belief would lock in and become a fundamental part of the way you view yourself in relation to your world. Thereafter, no matter what happens to you, you would hold this to belief. You would hold to this belief. It would become your reality. If you were raised by parents who did not know how powerful their words and behaviors could be in shaping your personality, they could very easily have used destructive criticism, disapproval, and physical or emotional punishment to discipline or control you. When a child is continually criticized at an early age, he soon concludes that there is something wrong with him. He doesn't understand why it is that he is being criticized or punished, but he assumes that his parents know the truth about him and that he deserves it. He begins to feel that he is not valuable or lovable. He is not worth it very much. He must therefore be worthless. Almost all personality problems in adolescence and adulthood are rooted in what psychologists refer to as love withheld. The child needs love like roses need rain. When children feel unloved, they feel unsafe and insecure. They think, I am not good enough. They begin to engage in compensatory behaviors to make up for this inner anxiety. This sense of love deprivation is manifested in misbehavior, personality problem, bursts of anger, depression, hopelessness, lack of ambition, and problems with people and relationships. You are born unafraid. The child is born with no fears except those of failing, falling, and loud noises. All other fears have to be taught to the child as he or she grows up. The two major fears we all develop are the fear of failure or loss and the fear of criticism or rejection. We begin to learn the fear of failure if we are continually criticized and punished when we try something new or different. We are shouted at and told, no, get away from there, stop that, put that down. Physical punishment and the withholding of love, possibilities that scare us and make us feel insecure, often accompany those showers and criticisms. We soon begin to believe that we are too small, too weak, incompetent, inadequate, and incapable of doing anything new or different. We express this feeling with the words, I can't, I can't, I can't. Whenever we think about doing something new or challenging, we automatically respond to feelings of fear, trembling, and churning stomach. We react exactly as if we are afraid of getting a spanking. We say, I can't over and over. The fear of failure is the primary reason for failure in adult life. As the result of destructive criticism in childhood, we hold ourselves back as adults. We sell ourselves short. We quit before we even try the first time. Instead of using our amazing minds to figure out how to get what we want, we use our reasoning ability to create reasons why we can't and why things we want are not possible for us. The need to be loved. The second major fear that holds us back, undermines our confidence, and destroys our desire for a happy life is the fear of rejection. In its expression, criticism. This emotion is learned in early childhood as a result of our parents expressing disapproval of us whenever we do whatever we do something they don't like or don't do something that they expect. As a result of our displeasing them, they become angry and withdraw the love and approval we need so much as children. The fear of being unloved and alone is so traumatic for a child that she soon conforms her behavior to whatever she thinks her parents will approve of. She loses her spontaneity and uniqueness. She begins to think, I have to. She concludes, I have to do whatever my mommy and daddy want me to do, or they won't love me and I'll be all alone. Conditional love. As an adult, a child raised with what is called conditional love as opposed to unconditional love, the greatest gift one person can give to another, becomes hypersensitive to the opinion of others. In its extreme form, he cannot do anything if there is the slightest chance that someone else may not approve. He projects his childhood relationship with his parents onto the important people in his adult life: spouse, boss, relatives, friends, and authority figures, and tries desperately to earn their approval, or at least not lose it. The fears of failure and rejection caused by destructive criticism in early childhood are the root causes of most of our unhappiness and anxiety as adults. We feel I can't or I have to continually. The worst feeling is when we feel I can't but I have to, or I have to but I can't. We want to do something, but we are afraid of failure or loss, or if we are not afraid of loss, we are afraid of disapproval. We want to do something to improve our lives at work or at home, but we are afraid that we may fail or that someone else may criticize us, or both. For most people, their fears govern their lives. Everything they do is organized around avoiding failure or criticism. They think continually about playing it safe rather than striving for their goals. They seek security rather than opportunity. Double your rate of failure. The author Arthur Gordon once approached Thomas Watson, the founder of IBM, and asked him how he could succeed faster as a writer. Thomas Watson, one of the giants of American business, replied with these profound words: "If you want to be successful faster, you must double your rate of failure. Success lies on the far side of failure." The fact is that the more you have already failed, the more likely it is you are on the verge of great success. Your failures have prepared you to succeed. This is why a streak of good luck seems to follow a streak of bad luck. When in doubt, double your rate of failure. The more things you try, the more likely you are to triumph. You overcome your fears not only by doing the things you fear until the fear has no more control over you. Your mental hard drive. Everything you know about yourself, all your beliefs, are recorded on the hard drive of your personality and your self-esteem. Your self-esteem precedes and predicts your levels of performance and effectiveness in everything you do. Because of the law of correspondence, you always behave on the outside in a manner consistent with your self-concept on the inside. All improvement in your life, therefore, begins with an improvement in your self-concept. You have an overall self-concept that is made up of all of your beliefs about yourself and your abilities. This bundle of beliefs includes all the experiences, decisions, successes, failures, ideas, information, emotions, and opinions of your life up to now. This general self-concept determines how and what you think and feel about yourself, and measures how well you are doing in general. You are many self-concepts. You have a series of many self-concepts as well. These many self-concepts combine to make up your overall self-concept. You have a self-concept for every area of your life that you consider important. This many self-concept determines how you think, feel, and perform in that area. For example, you have a self-esteem for how healthy and fit you are, and how much you eat or exercise. You have a self-concept for how likable and popular you are with others, especially with members of the opposite sex. You have a self-concept for what kind of a spouse or parent you are, or for how good a friend you are to your friends, or how smart you are, or how well you will learn. You have a self-concept for every sport you play, for every activity you engage in, including how well you drive your car. You have a self-concept for how well you do in your work, for how well you do each part of your life. You have a self-concept for how much money you make and how well you save and invest it. This is a critical area. The fact is that you can never earn much more or less than your self-concept level of income. If you want to make more money, you have to change your beliefs about yourself relative to income and money. This is an important part of this book. Change your beliefs. In every case, if you want to change your performance and your results in any area of your life, you have to change your self-concept or beliefs about yourself for that area. Fortunately, your beliefs are largely subjective. They are not always based on facts. Instead, they are based largely on information you have taken in and accepted as true, sometimes with very little evidence or proof. The very worst beliefs you can have are self-limiting beliefs of any kind. These are beliefs about yourself that cause you to feel somehow limited or deficient in any particular area. These beliefs are seldom true, but if you accept them as valid estimates of your ability, they become true for you, exactly as they were correct. The starting point of unlocking your potential and accomplishing more than ever have before is for you to challenge your self-limiting beliefs. You begin this process of freeing yourself from self-limiting beliefs by imagining that whatever they are completely untrue. Imagine for the moment that you have no limitations on your abilities at all. Imagine that you could be, do, or have anything you really wanted in life. Imagine that your potential is unlimited in any way. For example, imagine that you could be earning twice as much as you are earning today. Imagine that you could be living in a bigger house, driving a better car, enjoying a more expensive lifestyle. Imagine that you have the ability to be one of the top people in your field. Imagine that you're one of the most popular, powerful, and persuasive personalities in your social and business world. Imagine that you are calm, confident, and unafraid of anything. Imagine that you could sit and achieve any goal you put your mind to. This is how you begin changing your thinking and changing your life. The starting point of limiting your fears and releasing your potential is to reprogram your mental hard drive with new positive, constructive, and courageous beliefs about yourself and your future. Throughout this book, you will learn how to do this. Three parts of your self-concept. Your self-concept has three parts, like a pie divided into three wedges. Each is linked with each of the others. All three elements together make up your personality. They largely determine what you think, feel, and do in everything that happens to you. Your self-ideal is the first part of your personality and your self-concept. Your self-ideal is made up of all of your hopes, dreams, visions, and ideals. Your self-ideal admire in yourself and others. Your self-ideal is the person you would most like to become if you could be a perfect person in every way. These ideals guide and shape your behavior. Great men and women, leaders and people of character are very clear about their values, visions, and ideals. They know who they are and what they believe in. They set higher standards for themselves and they don't compromise those standards. They are men and women that others can look up to and depend on. They are definite and distinct in their interactions with others. In everything they do, they strive to live up to their ideals. The way you see yourself. The second part of your self-concept is your self-image. This is the way you see yourself and think about yourself. It is often called your inner mirror. It is where you look internally to see how you should behave in a particular situation. Because of the power of your self-image, you always perform on the outside consistent with the picture you have of yourself on the inside. The discovery of the self-image pioneered by Maxwell Maltz is a major breakthrough in understanding human performance and effectiveness. By visualizing and imagining yourself performing at your best in an upcoming situation, you send a message to your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind accepts this message as a command and then coordinates your thoughts, words, and actions so that they fit a pattern consistent with the picture you created. All improvement in your life begins with an improvement in your mental pictures. Your internal images influence your emotions, your behaviors, your attitudes, and even the way other people respond to you. The development of a positive self-image is a vital part of changing your thinking and changing your life. How you feel about yourself. The third part of your self-concept is your self-esteem. This is the emotional component of your personality, and this is the most important factor in determining how you think, feel, and behave. Your level of self-esteem largely determines how much of what happens to you in life. Your self-esteem is best defined as how much you like yourself. The more you like yourself, the better you perform at anything you attempt. And by the law of reversibility, the better you perform, the better you like yourself. Your self-esteem is the reactor core of your personality. It is the energy source that determines your levels of confidence and enthusiasm. The more you like yourself, the higher will be the standards you will set for yourself. The more you like yourself, the bigger the goals you will set for yourself, and the longer you will persist in achieving them. People with high self-esteem are virtually unstoppable. Your level of self-esteem determines the quality of your relationships with others. The more you like and respect yourself, the more you like and respect others, and the better they feel toward you. In your business life and career, your personal level of self-esteem will be the critical factor that determines whether or not people will buy from you, hire you, enter into business dealings with you, and even lend you money. The better your self-esteem, the better you will be as a spouse and parent. High self-esteem parents raise high self-esteem children. These children develop high levels of self-confidence and associates with other high self-esteem children. High self-esteem homes are characterized by love, character, and happiness for everyone who lives there. The determinant of self-esteem. Your level of self-esteem is largely determined by how closely your self-image, your current performance, and your behavior matches your self-ideal, your picture of how you would perform if you were at your very best. You are always comparing your actual performance with your ideal performance at an unconscious level. Whenever you feel that you are living up to your very best, you feel terrific about yourself. Your self-esteem soars. You feel happy and you fulfilled. Whenever you do or say something that is not in keeping with your ideals or the best of which you feel you are capable, your self-esteem goes down. Whenever there is a wide separation between the person you are in the moment and the ideal person you want very much to be in the future, you feel badly about yourself. This is why you get angry with yourself whenever you feel at something or have behaved badly in a situation with other people. Your self-ideal continually reminds you of how much better a person you can be. The core of personality. Psychologists agree today that your self-esteem lies at the core of your self-concept and your personality. Every improvement in any part of your personality or performance boosts your self-esteem and causes you to like and respect yourself even more. The more you like yourself, the better will be your self-image and subsequent performance, and the faster you will move toward becoming more like your self-ideal. The best news of all is that there is an inverse relationship between your level of self-esteem and your fears of failure and rejection. The more you like yourself, the less you fear failure. The more you like yourself, the less concerned you are with the opinions of others, and the less you fear criticism. The more you like yourself, the more you make your decisions based on your own goals and standards, and the less you care what others think or say. Control your inner dialogue. Just as you become what you think about, you also become what you say to yourself. The most powerful words you can repeat to yourself, especially if you're feeling tense or uneasy about an upcoming event, are the words, I like myself. I like myself, I like myself. Whenever you say, I like myself, your fears diminish and your courage increases. The words, I like myself, are so powerful and positive that they are immediately accepted by your subconscious mind as a command. They instantly affect your thoughts and feelings and attitudes. Your body language immediately improves and you stand straighter. Your face becomes more positive and cheerful. Your tone of voice becomes stronger and more confident. You feel better about yourself, and as a result, you treat everyone around you in a warmer and friendlier way. You begin the process of changing your thinking and changing your life by going to work on your self-concept. You start by developing a clear, positive, exciting, and inspiring self-ideal consistent with the very best person you can imagine yourself becoming. You develop a positive self-image by imagining yourself performing at very best in everything you do. Finally, and accepting yourself unconditionally as a valuable and worthwhile person. Examine your basic premises. Most of your thoughts and responses to the events and people of your life are determined by your basic premises. These are the ideas, beliefs, or opinions and conclusions you have come to as a result of inputs and experiences starting in childhood. They constitute not only on your self-concept but also your philosophy of life. The more adamant and convinced you are of your basic premises, the more they protect and control everything you do, say, and feel. If you believe yourself to be an excellent person, loaded with talent, ability, friendly and popular, healthy, energetic, curious and creative, and destined to have a wonderful life, these basic premises will lead you to set goals, work hard, develop yourself, treat others well, bounce back from adversity, and ultimately succeed. Nothing will be able to stop you in the long run. It is not what happens to you in life that is important. It is only how you react to what happens. It doesn't matter where you are coming from either. All that really matters is where you are going. And where you are going is limited only by your own imagination. And since your imagination is unlimited, your future is unlimited as well. These are the basic premises and beliefs you need to fulfill your potential. Dissolving the myths. Unfortunately, there are several myths that we accept as we grow up that can sabotage our hopes for success, joy, and fulfillment later in life. Let's look at these self-limiting beliefs one at a time. The first and worst is summarized in the feeling, I am not good enough. This is the basic premises that causes feelings of inferiority and inadequacy. We assume that people are better than we are just because at the moment they are doing better than we are. We feel that they must be worth more than us, therefore we must be worth less than them. This feeling of worthlessness sits deep in the psyche and causes us to sell ourselves short. We settle for less than we are truly capable of, rather than to fail at a new goal we don't set in the first place. The correct basic premise for you to develop or belief for you to have is that not only you are good enough, but you have the ability to be excellent in any area that is important to you. You have unlimited potential to be, do, and have more than you have ever achieved up to now. As William Shakespeare said in The Tempest, what's past is prologue. Whatever you have accomplished in the past is only a hint of what you can do in the future. Talk to yourself positively. The most powerful words in your vocabulary are the words that you say to yourself and believe. Your self-talk, your inner dialogue, determines 95% of your emotions. When you talk to yourself, your subconscious mind accepts these words as commands. It then adjusts your behavior, your self-image, and your body language to fit a pattern consistent with these words. From now on, talk to yourself only in terms of what you want to be and do. Refuse to say anything about yourself that you do not sincerely desire to be true. Repeat the powerful, positive words, I can do it, over and over. Prior to any event of importance, repeat the words, I like myself. Say, I'm the best, I'm the best, I'm the best. Again and again like you really mean it. Then stand up straight and strong. Put a confident smile on your face and do the very best of which you are capable of. Soon it will become a habit. You deserve the best. As the result of previous destructive criticism, people accept another myth or self-limiting belief. It is that they don't really believe that they deserve to be successful. This deep inner feeling of undeservingness is quite common among those of who started off with very little in life, or who came from families that had little money when we were growing up. It can also be caused by people who told us at a young age that to be poor is virtuous, but to be rich is sinful. If you have grown up feeling undeserving of good things for any reason, you do achieve success in your field. You may experience what is called the imposter syndrome. You will feel that you are an imposter in your success and that you are going to be found out. No matter how successful you become as the result of your hard work, you will have a nagging fear that it will be all taken away from you. If you feel like an imposter, you will often feel guilty of achieving greater success than others. To escape these feelings of guilt, many people engage in self-sabotage. They eat too much, drink too much, take dope, ignore their families, engage in unpredictable behaviors, and often throw their money away in extravagant living and unwise investments. They feel deep down inside that they don't deserve their success. As a result, they often drive it away. Dedicate yourself to serving others. The truth is that you deserve everything you can rightfully earn by doing an excellent job or producing or distributing products or services that improve people's lives and work. In a market society such as ours, all transactions are voluntary. People buy something only if they feel that they are going to be better off as a result. You can therefore be successful in the long run only by providing people with the things they want to improve their lives and work. The more and better you serve other people, the more both deserve and earn. The word deserve comes from the two Latin words, de, which means from, and servere, which means to serve. Therefore, the word deserve means from service. The people who do the best in our society, with few exceptions, are those who are serving other people better than someone else. Your whole focus in your career should be on serving other people better. Then you will deserve every dollar you earn. Abraham Lincoln once said, "The very best way to help the poor is not to become one of them." In our society, the more financially successful you are, the more taxes you are likely to pay. These taxes help pay for the schools, hospitals, roads, welfare, Medicare, military expenditures, and all the important things that our society offers. You can be proud to be financially successful. By making a lot of money, you make a significant contribution to lots of people. You do well for yourself by doing well for others. Repeat the words, "I deserve every penny I earn as a result of serving others with products and services they need to improve their lives. I am proud of my success." You are an excellent person. You are a thoroughly good person. You are honest, decent, truthful, and hardworking. You treat other people with courtesy, respect, and warmth. You are dedicated to your family, friends, and your company. You are strong, confident, and responsible. You are knowledgeable, intelligent, and experienced. You are important not only to the people closest to you, but also to your community. You were born for a special reason, and you have a great destiny to fulfill. You are an excellent person in every way. The preceding paragraph is a statement of your real personality and character. It may not be true for you 100% of the time, but it is a good general description of who you really are inside and where you are going with your life. When you unconditionally accept that you are a truly valuable and worthwhile person, you will express it in everything you say and do. Over time, it will become true for you. Your ideal will become your reality. Repeat to yourself, "I like myself and I love my life. I am a thoroughly good person in every way, and I always do my very best at anything I attempt." The mental software store. Imagine that you was a store that sold mental programming. You could purchase any self-concept, belief, or attitude that you wanted and install it in your brain. And that is the person you would be from then on. If such a store existed and you could buy any sort of beliefs, what would you choose? Here is a suggestion. Look around you and find out what the happiest and most successful people in your world have developed as their core beliefs, and then get the same set of beliefs for yourself. Load them onto your mental hard drive and start running the same programs they're running. Fortunately, based on hundreds of interviews with successful people, we know exactly how they are programmed and what beliefs they have developed from an early age. The most important core belief you can adopt for yourself is this: I am a thoroughly good person and I am going to be a success in life. Everything that happens to me, good or bad, is simply a part of the process of achieving the great success and happiness that is inevitable for me. If you absolutely believe that you were guaranteed to be happy and successful, in that every setback or obstacle was sent to you to teach you important lessons that you needed to know to achieve your goals, you would be completely unstoppable. You would be positive and optimistic most of the time. You would set big goals for yourself and bounce back quickly from any temporary defeat. Your belief would eventually become your reality. By changing your thinking, you would change your life. Throughout the pages that follow, I will share with you a series of time-tested and proven methods and techniques that you can use to take complete control every area of your life. I will show you how to think so positively and effectively that you will feel yourself capable of accomplishing anything. You will learn how to program and reprogram your self-concept so that your inner world is consistent with the person you want to be and the life you want to experience on the outside. You will learn how to become unstoppable. Action exercise. Define your ideals clearly. If you could be an excellent person in every way, what qualities would you have? How would you behave? 2. You become what you think about most of the time. Identify one or more areas of your life where your thinking is having a major influence on your emotions, attitudes, or actions. In what area of your activity do you perform at your best? How do you visualize yourself in that area? How could you extend this act of visualization to other areas? 4. What kind of people do you most admire and respect? Why? How could you change your behavior so that it is more consistent with that of the best people you know? 5. In what areas of your life do you like yourself the most? What sorts of activities give the highest levels of self-esteem and personal value? How could you do even more of these things? 6. You are a thoroughly good person. From this day forth, see yourself as the very best you can be and refuse to accept any limitations on your possibilities. 7. Change your self-concept by continually thinking, talking, and acting as if you are already the person you would like to be, enjoying the life that you want and deserve. Chapter 2, Change Your Life. If you paint in your mind a picture of bright and happy expectations, you put yourself into a condition conducive to your goals, by Norman Vincent Peale. The way you think and feel about yourself, including your beliefs and expectations about what is possible for you, determines everything you do and everything that happens to you. When you change the quality of your thinking, you change the quality of your life, and sometimes instantly. You have complete control over only one thing in the universe, your thinking. You can decide what you're going to think in any given situation. Your thoughts and the way you interpret any event trigger your feelings, positive or negative. Your thoughts and feelings lead you to your actions and determine the results you get. It all starts with your thoughts. Positive thinking. Positive thoughts are life-enhancing. They empower you and make you feel stronger and more confident. Positive thinking is not just a motivational idea. It has measurable, constructive effects on your personality, your health, your levels of energy, and your creativity. The more positive and optimistic you are, the happier you will be in every area of your life. Negative thoughts bring about the opposite. They disempower you and make you feel weaker and less confident. Whenever you think or say something negative, you give your power away. You feel angry and defensive. You feel frustrated and unhappy. Over time, negative thinking can make you physically ill, even poison your relationships. Positive thinking leads to mental health and peak performance. Negative thinking leads to mental illness and decreased effectiveness. Your goal, therefore, if you want to live a wonderful life, is to cultivate positive emotions and get rid of negative emotions. The elimination of negative emotions is the most important single step you can take towards health, happiness, and personal well-being. Each time you take complete control over your thoughts and feelings and discipline yourself to keep them positive, the quality of both your inner and outer lives improves. In the absence of negative emotions, your mind automatically fills with positive emotions that generate feelings of happiness and fulfillment. You can choose your thoughts. The law of substitution says, your mind can hold only one thought at a time, positive or negative. You can substitute a positive thought for a negative thought whenever you choose. You can apply this law by deliberately thinking about something positive whenever you want to cancel out a thought or a feeling that makes you angry or unhappy. The law of habit says any thought or action that you repeat over and over will eventually become a new habit. When you repeatedly react and respond in a positive way, you take full control over your conscious mind. Soon it becomes automatic and easy to think and act in that manner. By using willpower and repetition, you develop new habits of thinking and acting. By applying this law, you can become a completely positive person and change your life. Start of your negative emotions. Your negative emotions have all been learned, beginning in childhood, and what has been learned can be unlearned. Sometimes, quite quickly, you can learn any habit or skill you consider to be either desirable or necessary. Especially, you can learn positive, constructive ways of thinking about people, money, health, and other factors to cancel out negative ideas that limit your potential and interfere with your success. Many negative ideas or attitudes are based on false premises. Sometimes a negative idea about a subject or a negative attitude towards a person can be completely reversed with a single piece of new information. You could suddenly learn that an idea had you about yourself or another person was not true. As a result, you could change your thinking in an instant. Be open to this possibility. Negative emotions exist only because we give them life and then keep them alive. We feed them by continually thinking and talking about things that make us angry or unhappy. Fortunately, you can change this situation by applying the law of emotion. This law states a stronger emotion will dominate and override a weaker emotion. Whichever emotion you concentrate on grows and becomes stronger. What this means is that whatever emotion you dwell upon grows and eventually dominates your thinking in that area. If you withdraw your mental energy from a person or situation that makes you sad or angry by refusing to think about it, the emotion connected with that situation eventually dies away. Like a fire with no fuel, it goes out. You have experienced this many times already. For example, as we grow up, we have relationships with the opposite sex. Most of them do not work out over time. When they end, we are often emotionally distressed and hurt. We are often sad, angry, depressed, preoccupied, and unhappy. These feelings last for a certain period. Then we recover. We meet someone else, gradually forget about the unhappy ending of the early relationship. Months or years later, we look back or even meet the other person, and we cannot imagine how emotionally involved we were with him or her. Because we did not feed them. The feelings have died away completely. This is an example of the loss of substitution and emotion in action in your own life. The sources of negative emotions. There are 4 basic causes of negative emotions, according to Russian philosopher Peter Opensky in his book In Search of the Miraculous. These are 1. Justification, 2. Identification, 3. Inward considering, 4. Blame. The greatest leap forward in changing your thinking and changing your life will take place when you systematically eliminate all 4 of these causes of negative emotions from your life. Stop justifying. Justification is what you do when you realize or create a reason for your anger and unhappiness. You tell yourself and whoever else will listen how badly you are treated and how dreadfully the other person behaved. You continually rehash the situation in your mind. You repeat all the reasons you have for being upset. Each time you think of the person or situation, you become angry. You feel entitled to your anger as if you have paid a high price for it, especially since in your estimation, you are such a good person and virtuous person. The way you short-circuit the natural tendency toward justification and rationalization is by refusing to engage in it. Instead, you stop justifying. You use your marvelous mind to think of reasons to justify your negative emotions. Remember, your negative emotions do you no good. They are totally destructive. They do not affect the other person or change the situation. They simply undermine your happiness and self-confidence, making you weaker and less effective in other areas of your life. Instead of justifying your anger and unhappiness, you should use your intelligence and imagination to excuse the other person or to let go of the unhappy situation. For example, if someone cuts you off in traffic, instead of becoming angry, you say, "Well, I'd better be more careful next time. I guess he is having a bad day, or he must be late for an important appointment." Make excuses for others. Since your mind can hold only one thought at a time, the instant you start excusing the other person, you withdraw the energy and fuel that the negative emotions of anger and resentment require to get going and stay burning. You reassert your mental control. You keep yourself calm and positive. In a little while, the situation passes and you forget all about it. By substituting a positive thought for a negative thought, you get rid of the negative emotions, whatever it is. If you have a major life problem, such as a divorce, a lost job, or a failed investment, the same rule holds true. Stop telling yourself and anyone who will listen why you are entitled to be angry or unhappy. Instead, make excuses for the other person each time your fire of negative emotion goes out. You can then turn your attention to something positive. One of the most important rules for success and happiness is don't be upset or worry about something that you can't do anything about. Don't criticize anyone for something that the person cannot change. A famous law says, if there is no solution, there is no problem. Two time periods. There are two time periods in life, the past and the future. The present is only a brief, fleeting moment. You can choose to focus your attention on what has happened, which cannot be changed, or on the future, which is possible, or which you have some control. Many people spend most of their emotional energies being upset and angry about events that occurred in the past. Unfortunately, this energy is completely wasted. Nothing good can come of constantly complaining about the past. Even worse, the negative emotions kept alive by reliving past events rob you of the joy and excitement that you could experience by thinking about future possibilities. Let it go. A psychiatrist with more than 25 years experience working with unhappy people wrote that the two most common words he heard in his practice were the words "if only." It seemed that most unhappy people are held back by some event that occurred in the past that they cannot let go of. They are still resentful, angry, or depressed over something that some did or did not do or say. They are angry with one or positive parent, with one or both parents, a sibling or previous relationship or marriage, a boss or a business relationship, a failed investment or financial mistake. The fact is that your life will be a continuous series of problems, difficulties, setbacks, and temporary failures. These unexpected and unwanted reversals and disappointments are a normal, natural, and unavoidable fact of growing up. To change your thinking and change your life, you must make a decision to get over them and to get on with your life, no matter what happened. Until you do, you remain a slave to the past, which cannot be changed in any case. Make a decision today that from now on you are going to eliminate all the only ifs from your life. Reinterpret events differently. The author and speaker Wayne Dyer says, "It is never too late to have a happy childhood." He means that at any time you can reinterpret the unhappy events of your early life in a positive way. You can practice the law of substitution and look into these negative experiences for something good and think about that instead. You can focus on how your unhappy experience have made you a better, wiser person. You can actually be grateful to people who have hurt you in the past because they've made you so much stronger in the present. In any case, it could not have happened otherwise. Your parents had no experience with raising children. In addition, they were a product of the way they were raised. Like all humans, they came to parenting with their problems and weaknesses, just as you have today. Nonetheless, they did the best they could with what they had. They were the people they were, and they could not have raised you any differently than they did. It is silly to continue to be unhappy about things that did or did not do that they were incapable of doing otherwise. Let it go and get on with your life. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it personally. The second major cause of negative emotions, according to Ospensky, is identification or attachment. This occurs when you take something personally or become attached to a person or thing. You see the unhappy outcome, an event or circumstance, as a personal affront or attack on you or on something you believe in or hold dearly. You become emotionally involved in a situation and identify so strongly with it that it affects your emotions and your reason in a negative way. The great spiritual teachers such as Buddha and Jesus have emphasized the importance of separating yourself emotionally from the situation and identification in order to regain your calmness and the composure. Psychologist and philosopher William James of Harvard wrote, "The first step in healing with inner difficulties is to be willing to be cured, to have it so." He encouraged people to say, "What cannot be cured must be endured." In other words, practice detachment from any person or situation that makes you feel angry or upset. Withdraw the emotional energy from it so that you can regain your calmness and composure. This approach does not suggest that you passively accept anything that happens to you. Instead, it encourages you to use your willpower to keep your mind and emotions under control. You discipline yourself to stand back mentally and deal with problem intelligently. You can use your mind to see the situation objectively and make better decisions to resolve it. Nothing and no one can have any control over you unless there is something you still want from them. They must have something that they can still give you or withhold from you. As soon as you detach emotionally from a person or object and no longer want anything from them, you are free. This ability to practice detachment is a power you can develop through practice. It can make you the master of a situation that might otherwise cause you to become upset and angry. One of the kindest things you can do is to help others is to encourage them to stand back from a problem situation and be objective about it. Encourage them to view the difficulty as if it was happening to someone else. Ask them what advice they would give to another person who was facing this same problem. By detaching from the emotionally charged situation, you and others will be much more capable of dealing with it effectively. The opinions of others. The third major cause of negative emotions, according to Ouspensky, is inward considering. This occurs when you become overly concerned with the way people are treating you. If you perceive that someone is not giving you the respect that you feel you deserve, you can feel insulted and angry, and you want to strike back. If people are rude or indifferent to you, you can experience their behavior as an attack on your personality or character. This interpretation of their attitude or behavior can make you angry or depressed. Psychologists say that everything we do is to increase our self-esteem and sense of control value, or to protect it from being diminished by other people or circumstances. If your self-esteem is not as high as it could be, you will be sensitive to the actions and reactions of other people toward you. You will take everything personally, exactly as if what they said or did was consciously and deliberately directed at you. However, this is seldom the case. The fact is that most people are preoccupied with themselves and their own problems. As much as 90% of the time, people are wrapped up in their own thoughts about themselves. They devote the other 1% of emotional energy they have available to everyone else in the world, including you. The person who cuts you off in traffic is so involved with his own thoughts, he is not even aware of your existence. It would be silly to become angry or upset over his thoughtless action. Set your own sails. There is a rule that I have learned from experience. Never do or refrain from something because you are concerned about what people might think about you. The fact is that nobody is even thinking about you at all. Of course, I'm not talking about criminal or antisocial behaviors. But it is amazing how many people make decisions to get into or do not get into relationships, businesses, new endeavors, adventures, and other things for that someone else might not approve. They stay in marriages they hate, they work at jobs they dislike, or they turn down business opportunities for fear that anyone might criticize them. The truth is that no one cares more about your key life decisions than you do. Plan accordingly. In Abraham Maslow's studies of self-actualizing people, those 1 or 2% of men and women who are fully mature, fully functioning adults, he found a particular quality that all had in common. They were completely honest with themselves. They were objective and clear about their own strengths and weaknesses. They did not hope or pretend that they were other than they were. This self-acceptance was a foundation stone of their self-esteem and self-respect. Because they knew who they were and who they were not, they did not feel that they had to continually earn the approval of others. They took the opinions of others into consideration, but then they made their own decisions. They were not overly influenced by the possible approval or disapproval of other people. You should do the same. You are the one who cares the most and who is most affected in any case. In fact, the people whose respect is most important to you largely determine how good you feel about yourself, both at home and at work. The respect of others has an inordinate influence on your self-esteem because it is so closely linked to your self-ideal and your self-image. Exceptional men and women look up to and seek the respect of men and women of character and accomplishment. They strive at an unconscious level to behave and to live up to their ideals of how an excellent person would behave. One of the most important decisions you make as you go through life is to decide for yourself the specific people whose respect is of the greatest value to you. Once you're clear about who you respect and why you respect them, you can then organize your life in such a way that you continually earn that respect whether they know of your actions or not. Set high standards. In the famous book In His Steps by Charles Sheldon, Christian Library, 1984, an entire town agrees prior to every act or decision to ask the question, what would Jesus do? And then to behave accordingly. The eventual outcome for the town people was that the problems they had divided them were soon solved and the town became happy and prosperous. They created an ideal for themselves and then built their lives around living up to. In a study of successful men and women, most of whom had started from humble beginnings, researchers found that these people had almost all been avid readers of biographies and autobiographies when they were young. As they read the life stories of famous men and women, they imagined themselves having the same qualities and characters of the people that they were studying. When they became adults themselves, those qualities and virtues had become part of their thinking and guided their choices and decisions in their life. Modeling has been used as a powerful way to develop personality and character throughout history. Young people have been encouraged to study school heroes and heroines and emulate them as much as possible. In the military, the heroic acts of soldiers and sailors from the past are taught as part of curriculum, encouraging your soldiers and sailors to think and act like them when the situation demands it. The people you most admire and look up to have an unadulterated influence on how you think and feel about yourself and the kind of decisions you make. Who are your role models? Choose your role models with care. There is nothing wrong with being thoughtful and concerned about the feelings and reactions of others toward you in your choices. When you select admirable people to look up to, you develop an inner guide that leads you to conduct yourself in an excellent way yourself. What is silly and self-defeating, however, is for you to allow yourself to be inordinately influenced by the fleeting opinions of people whose regard and respect is of no concern or value to you. If you have been raised with destructive criticism, you can easily slip into the trap of organizing your life around trying to gain the approval or escape the disapproval or people you don't even know or care about. Here is the way to avoid this form of negative emotion. Decide for yourself the men and women you most admire and the qualities they have that you most like to emulate. From now on, when you have to make a decision, think about someone you admire and ask, what would he or she do in this situation? When you ask this question, you actually connect at an unconscious level with a higher power that will then give you guidance and insight. You will experience a deeper inner knowing of exactly the right thing to do or say. You will make the right decision and achieve the desired result. This is a technique used by many successful men and women. Give it a try and see what happens. The worst negative influence of all. The fourth major cause of negative emotions, according to Ospensky, in the trigger of anger, resentment, envy, jealousy, frustration of any kind is blame. It is blame especially that generates anger, the worst of all the negative emotions. Anger is more destructive than any other force in human world. Uncontrolled anger destroys health, relationships, families, businesses, and societies, and is the chief generator of wars, revolutions, and social conflict. The primary cause of anger can be traced back to destructive criticism in early childhood. Whenever a person is criticized, he reacts exactly as if he is being attacked, with defensiveness and resentment. Since any behavior that you repeat over and over becomes a habit, many people develop the habit of responding with anger to every problem, disappointment, or frustration they experience. Eventually, they reach the point where they are always angry about something. To become angry, a person must be able to blame someone for something that has happened or has not happened that they don't like or approve of. Many people are so preoccupied with blaming others for their problems that they lose contact with reality. They see the entire world through a lens of blame and its sister's emotion, guilt. Whenever there is a problem, personal or public, the angry person automatically concludes that someone must be to blame. The individual then spends his time and emotion apportioning blame among various parties. This obsession with blame and anger leading to resentment and envy can often consume the person who experiences it. No one is guilty. Here's a common example. Two people in love got married. Both of them had the best of intentions and the highest of expectations for the future, or they wouldn't get married in the first place. Unfortunately, people in situations change over time. The couple finds that they are no longer happy together and decide to divorce. But then the problems really begin. Instead of agreeing like adults, they have reached a point where they are incompatible and no longer want to live together. Blame must be apportioned. Someone must be guilty. The guilty party must be punished. Lawyers and judges now have to get involved. Detectives and accountants are hired to dig up dirt on each party. The situation gets worse and worse until it finally ends in anger, bitterness, accusation, and even hatred. The best of solutions when a marriage or relationship does not work out is to accept that the fact is an unfortunate reality. Make reasonable provisions for each party and then for each person to get on with his or her life. Many couples are doing this today through mediation rather than going through the bitterness of a traditional divorce. The results turn out to be better for everyone involved. It is a psychological fact that some people must feel that they are right in whatever they do. But as soon as one person starts to blame the other even worse and demand the other person to admit being guilty, the emotional and legal battles begin. The saddest part of these legal battles is that they usually end where they started, with no one having gained very much. Accept responsibility. The best way to eliminate anger of all kinds is to accept responsibility. The acceptance of responsibility immediately short-circuits the emotion of anger. All the energy that anger requires for its existence is cut off. As soon as you say I am responsible, your anger stops. Because of the law of substitution and the fact that your mind can hold only one thought at a time, you cannot accept responsibility for your situation and be angry at the same time. The idea of blame, on which the emotion of anger is based, is cancelled out by the decision to accept responsibility. Positive versus negative worldviews. There are two basic ways of looking at your world. You can have a positive and benevolent worldview or a negative and malevolent worldview. By taking responsibility for yourself and what happens to you, you become positive in the world in the benevolent terms. You become more optimistic toward yourself and your possibilities. You become a happier and more effective person. In contrast, when you take a negative or malevolent worldview, you see problems and injustice everywhere. You see oppression and evil. You see guilty people around you. You see limitations and unfairness rather than opportunity and hope. Worst of all, you spend your time apportioning blame to various people and institutions for all the problems you see. Differences and results. For example, in this country, some people are better off than others. This has been true of all societies throughout human history. This can be for various reasons. It may be the result of different people having different talents, ambitions, and desires. It may be the result of some people working harder, having a better start at life, being born with greater intelligence, or simply being at the right place at the right time to catch a favorable trend in the economy. In any case, people who are well off are not to blame for the fact that the other people are not well off. People who are healthy are not to blame for the fact that the other people are sick. People who are successful and happy are not to blame for those who are unsuccessful and unhappy. People who are building a good life for themselves and their families are not at fault because other people are not. Success doesn't cause failure. Correlation is not causation. Because both situations occur simultaneously, and this does not seem that one caused the other. An honest acceptance of this simple fact would solve many arguments and disagreements at the philosophical and political levels. The power of forgiveness. The root cause of negative emotions, the main factor that predicts a person to blaming and to anger and resentment, fear and doubt, envy and jealousy, is the inability to forgive someone we feel has hurt us in some way. As we develop as children, we go through a phase where justice is very important to us. We fixate on the concept of fairness. We are upset by any situation in our lives that does not seem to be fair and equitable to anyone, especially if it concerns ourselves. Whenever we feel that we or anyone else has been unfairly treated for any reason, we take it as a personal attack. Our fragile self-esteem is threatened. We react with anger and resentment. This is a normal developmental phase of growth that we go through as we move toward adulthood. However, some people fixate at this stage and never grow beyond it. If we are not taught the importance of letting go of our grievances as children, we will come into adulthood with a guinea sack of unforgiven experiences. If we are not careful, we will then build our lives around our anger toward people who we feel are to blame for something that did or we disapprove of. Many psychotherapists and psychiatrists spend their entire careers helping people confront and deal with these unhappy past and current experiences. The most powerful and liberating decision you can make is to forgive everyone who has ever hurt you in any way. Only by freeing the other person in your mind, by forgiving him or her, can you be free yourself. This is why most religions stress the importance of forgiveness as the first step toward peace of mind and earthly bliss. Just imagine how it would feel if you had no anger toward anyone at all in the whole world. Imagine being a completely positive, optimistic, and cheerful person with high levels of self-esteem and enthusiasm and unlimited self-confidence. Imagine being a warm, friendly, loving person filled with feelings of calmness and inner peace. All this is possible for you when you practice forgiveness. In contrast, the refusal or failure to forgive lies at the base of negativity, anger, stress, anxiety, mental and physical illness, and most unhappiness. The refusal to forgive keeps you trapped. Forgiveness sets you free, and it is always a choice you make. It has nothing to do with the other person or situation. It takes two. Some people hold themselves back from forgiving with a false basic premise. They think that by forgiving they are condoning the behavior of the person that they are mad at. They think that if they forgive the other person, they are doing that person a favor. They even think that they are letting the other person go free, which they are determined not to do. The fact is that it takes you two to make a decision. The fact is that it takes you two to make a prison, the prisoner and the jailer. Both are in the jail. When you let the other person go free, you liberate yourself. You don't have to condemn the behavior or like the person who hurt you. You just have to forgive him or her so that you can get on with the rest of your life. Forgiveness is therefore a totally selfish act. It really has nothing to do with the other person at all. It has only to do with your own mental integrity and peace of mind. The comedian Buddy Hackett once said, "I never hold grudges. While you're holding grudges, they're out dancing." When you remain angry with another person, you give away your emotional control to that person each time you think of him or her. You allow him or her to control your emotions at long distance. By not forgiving, you allow that person to run your emotional life exactly as if he or she were right there with you and the situation was occurring all over again. The path to forgiveness. The way you forgive is simple. Each time you think of the other person, you use the law of substitution and say, "God bless him or her. I forgive him or her for everything, and I wish him or her well." It is not possible to bless and forgive another person and simultaneously be angry or upset. The positive thought cancels out the negative thought. You can speed up the process of personal liberation by accepting responsibility for your share of what happened. Very few negative events that lead to anger and resentment occur in vacuum. Almost invariably, you did something to contribute to the situation. You therefore need to have the maturity to take your share of the responsibility. You can say then, "I'm responsible. I shouldn't have gotten into the situation in the first place or stayed in so long. I should not have done what I did. I forgive him or her completely and let it go." It may be difficult for you to forgive at first. These words will be hard for you. Many people have built their entire adult lives around their grievances. They are afraid that they will have nothing else to talk about if they stop complaining about their parents or their bad marriages. But don't worry. When you forgive others and let them go, you soon begin to feel lighter and happier as the thoughts of anger and resentment fade away. Your mind will fill with positive thoughts. You will have more energy and enthusiasm. You will feel stronger and more confident. Your whole future will open up before you like a summer sunrise. Don't worry about what your friends think or say when you decide to forgive people who have hurt you. They're probably tired of hearing your complaints about the unfortunate events of your past. In fact, when you start forgiving, you will often find that the only common bone between you and certain people is your gripe sessions. When you decide to forgive others, you may no longer find them very interesting to talk to. The people you must forgive. There are 4 groups people you need to forgive if you are serious about changing your thinking and changing your life. The first is your parents, living or dead. You must absolutely forgive them for every mistake they ever made in bringing you up. Give them for every mistake they ever made bringing you up. At the very least, you should be grateful to them for giving you life. They got you here. If you're happy to be alive, you can forgive them for everything else. Never complain about them again. Many of my seminar participants have phoned or visited their parents and told them that they forgive them for everything. Often this simple act of courage and character has had a profound effect on their relationship with their mother or father. From that day onward, they have become good friends, which lasted the rest of their lives together. In contrast, by not forgiving your parents, you remain forever a child. You block your own chance to grow up and become a fully functioning adult. You continue to see yourself as a victim. Even worse, you keep your negative feelings of inferiority and anger alive. If your parents die without you having forgiven them, it can bother you for the rest of your life. Close personal relationships. The second group you must forgive is the people from your close relationships that didn't work out. Marriage and other intimate relationships can be so intense and so threatening to your feelings of self-esteem and self-worth that you can be angry and unforgiving toward those people for years. But you are at least partially responsible. Have the personal strength and integrity to say, I'm responsible, and then forgive him or her for everything, and I wish him or her well. Each time you repeat these, the negative emotion attached to the memory will diminish. Soon it will be gone forever. The letter. Many of my graduates have found the letter is the key to putting a bad relationship behind them forever. This is a powerful technique that can free you from feelings of anger and resentment almost instantly. Here is how it works. To sit down and write the other person a letter of forgiveness. It consists of 3 parts. First, you say, I forgive you for everything you ever did that hurt me. Second, you write out a description or list of every single thing you are still angry about. Some people write several pages in this part. Third, you end the letter with the words, I wish you well. You then take the letter to the mailbox and drop it in it. At that moment, you will feel a huge sense of relief and you will be free at last. By the way, don't worry about how the other person might react. That is not your concern. Your goal is to free yourself, to regain your peace of mind, and to get on with the wonderful life that lies ahead of you. Clean your slate. The third group you must forgive is everyone else in your life who has ever hurt you in any way. Let them go. Forgive every boss, business partner, friend, crook, or betrayer who has ever caused you grief of any kind. Clean the slate. Wipe each of their names and images off by saying, I forgive him or her for everything, and I wish him or her well. Repeat these statements time you think of the person or situation until the negative feelings are gone. Set yourself free. The fourth and final person you have to forgive is yourself. You must absolutely forgive yourself for every silly, senseless, wicked, brainless, thoughtless, or cruel thing you have ever done or said. Stop carrying these past mistakes around with you. That was then and this is now. Think of it this way. When you did those things in the past that you still feel badly about, you were not the person you are today. At that time, you were a different person, younger and less experienced. You were not your true self. You are an immature version of the person you have become with experience. Stop beating yourself up for something that occurred in the past that you cannot change. In psychotherapy, when a person feels burdened with a deep sense of guilt or shame as a result of childhood trauma, the cathartic moment comes when he or she suddenly realizes, it's not my fault. Sometimes you did things or things were done to you when you were too young or experienced to know what was going on or to change the situation. It was not your fault. You did the best you could. You're okay. Forgive yourself and let yourself off the hook. Just say, I forgive myself for every mistake I ever made. I am a thoroughly good person and I'm going to have a wonderful future. Whenever you think of that event or situation, just repeat, I forgive myself completely. In that, get on with your life. Focus on the further rather than the past. Focus on the future rather than the past. Look at where you are going rather than where you have been. Finally, if you did something that hurt someone and you still feel badly about it, you can go to that person or write and apologize. Tell the person you are sorry for what you did or said. Whatever his or her reaction, positive or negative, it doesn't matter. The very act of repentance, of expressing regret, will set you free. A final warning. Most people are open to the idea of forgiveness. It is among the core beliefs of most religions and is taught in psychology and metaphysics. You're probably comfortable with the idea of forgiving most of the people in your life who have hurt you in some way. But there is a great danger. The danger is that your refusal to forgive just one major grievance can be enough to sabotage your entire life. Your insistence on holding on to just one person or situation by not forgiving can put the brakes on all your forward progress. There are countless men and women who ruin their lives because of their anger and resentment toward a single person. They can't let it go, and so they never get free. Don't let this happen to you. You must have the courage and character to forgive everyone, without exception. There should be no one in your life with whom you are still angry. Your mind should be calm and clear. You should be able to say, I do not have a negative or unforgiving thought toward anyone in this world. I forgive everyone freely. Take control over your emotions. The starting point of eliminating negative emotions is for you to take full control over your thoughts and actions and to discipline yourself not to express negative emotions when they arise, as they surely will. You may not be able to stop the initial negative reaction to a disappointment or frustrated expectation, but you can refuse to express it, either to yourself or to another. You can cancel it instantly by saying, I'm responsible. There are some who say that it is healthy to express the negative emotions of anger, hurt, fear, or doubt. But the fact is that whatever you dwell upon and talk about grows in your reality. A small negative experience is like a spark that can be fanned into a blaze by thinking and talking about it. Instead, snuff it out with the instant arises by saying, I'm responsible. Then look for reasons why you might be responsible. You will always find them. The true gods arrive. An English poet once wrote, when the false gods go, the true gods arrive. When you stop thinking about, talking about, and rehearsing about negative events and the emotions they trigger, the true gods of positive emotions will fill your mind and heart. When you let go of the thoughts, opinions, prejudices, and attitudes that make you unhappy, you will begin to experience the thoughts and emotions that make you feel good about yourself and your life. Nature is on your side. Nature wants you to be happy, healthy, prosperous, and fulfilled. Your destiny is to experience joy, harmony, love, and the greatest of all human blessings is peace of mind. And just as a gyroscope knocked off balance returns to an upright position, your life and emotions return to joy as soon as you stop doing and saying the things that move you away from a sense of inner peace. Decide this very day to give up your negative emotions. Resolve from this moment forward to become a positive, optimistic, and happy, enthusiastic person in every part of your life. Change your thinking about yourself and your responsibilities, and you change your life. Action exercises. 1. Resolve today that you are going to be a completely happy person. Now ask, what is it in my life that makes me unhappy or causes me stress? Whatever your answer, decide to deal with it and eliminate it. Recall an experience from your childhood that you are still angry about. Now reinterpret that experience positively and view it as a valuable learning experience. 3. In what areas of your life are you angry or resentful because you are still blaming someone for something he did or didn't do? Whatever it is, accept responsibility and get on with your life. 4. Who is there in your past that you have not forgiven? What previous experiences cause you the most anger still today? Whatever or whoever or whatever it is, resolve to forgive and let it go. 5. Don't take things personally anymore. From now on, when people do not respect you or treat you as you wish to be treated, rise above it and go about your business. 6. Make a decision today to forgive everyone in your past toward whom you still feel any negative emotion. Let them go and let yourself go at the same time. 7. Forgive yourself for every mistake you have ever made. If it is appropriate, go and ask for forgiveness of the other person. Set yourself free. Chapter 3. Dream big dreams. Dream lofty dreams, and as you dream, so shall you become. Your vision is the promise of you shall at last unveil, by John Ruskin. Your mind can be your best friend or your worst enemy. Your thoughts alone have the power to make you healthy or sick, rich or poor, popular or unpopular. Your mind is like a powerful force that can be turned in any direction to bring about wonderful results or wreak havoc and destruction. Your main goal in your life must be to harness your amazing powers and direct them intelligently and systematically toward achieving everything you really want. A journey through Italy. Let me tell you a story. Some years ago, I took my family to Italy on vacation. We toured several of the great art museums of Rome and Florence. In Florence, there is a special museum that was built to house the statue of David created by Michelangelo several hundred years ago. This is perhaps the most beautiful piece of sculpture in the world. The actual physical experience of being in the same room with it is something that none of us has ever forgotten. The true story of the creation of the David is very interesting and contains a lesson for all of us. Michelangelo was commissioned by the Medicis to create a statue for the main square in Florence. The Medicis were the wealthiest and most powerful family of Italy at the time. A commission for a statue from the Medicis was not only a great honor, it was also a task that could not be refused. For 2 years, Michelangelo searched for a block of stone out of which he could create the kind of masterpiece the Medicis were looking for. Finally, on a side street of Florence, partially overgrown with weeds and covered with dirt, he found a huge slab of marble laying on wooden trestles. It had been hauled down from the mountains years before and had never been used. Michelangelo had walked past the street many times, but this time he stopped and looked more closely. As he walked back and forth studying the block of marble, he actually envisioned the statue of David in sight in its entirety. Great success requires long hard work. The sculptor quickly arranged to have workmen hold the block of marble to his statue some distance away. He then began the long, hard job of hammering and chiseling. It took him 2 solid years of work to create the rough outline of the statue. He then put his hammers and chisels aside and spent 2 more years polishing and sanding before the statue was complete. Michelangelo was already a famous sculptor, and the news that he was working on a new major commission for the Medici spread all over Italy. When the day came for its first public viewing, thousands of people came from all over Italy and gathered in the main square. When it was unveiled, the crowd stood, gaping in awe. It was breathtakingly beautiful. People cheered. Women fainted. The audience was amazed at the incredible beauty of the enormous statue. Michelangelo was immediately recognized as the greatest sculptor of his age. Afterwards, when Michelangelo was asked how he was able to create such a masterpiece, he replied by saying that he saw the David complete and perfect in the marble. All he did was to remove everything that was not in the David. You are a masterpiece. There are many parallels between yourself and the David. You are very much like a great masterpiece enclosed in marble as well. But the marble that envelopes you and most other people is the marble of small, limited thinking and excessive worry about the possibilities of loss or failure, rather than an excited anticipation of the rewards of success and achievement. To realize your full potential, your greatest need is to break out of your limited thinking by dreaming big dreams and imagining unlimited possibilities. You need to remove all the negative beliefs that hold you back from becoming all you are capable of becoming. But remember, even after the David had been released from the marble, it took Michelangelo 2 solid years of sanding and polishing to turn into a masterpiece. In the same way, you also have to work on yourself, sanding and polishing, learning and practicing for days, weeks, months, and even years to develop and bring out all the talents and abilities that lie deep inside of you. You can become unstoppable. The central purpose of this book is to help you change your thinking in a way such that you can become absolutely unstoppable in achieving any goal you can set for yourself. Your goal is to develop yourself to the point psychologically where you become like an irresistible force of nature. You will be like the tide coming in or like a powerful storm that sweeps across the land. Your aim is to become so confident, courageous, strong, and resolute that you can set any goal for yourself with the firm knowledge that you can learn what you need to learn and do what you need to do, eventually achieve it. You will become so persistent and determined that nothing and no one can slow you down or alter your course, and you will become truly unstoppable. Dream big dreams. You begin the process of becoming unstoppable by dreaming big dreams. Since everything you create in your world begins with thought, the bigger the dreams you dream, the bigger the goals you will achieve. All successful men and women are dreamers. All peak performers are what are called blue sky thinkers. They continually allow their minds to float freely when they think about what is possible for them. They look at the unlimited blue sky above them as the only limit to everything and anything that they could possibly be or have or do. Successful people continually practice back from the future thinking. They project into the future several years and imagine what their lives would look like if they had achieved all of their great goals. They look back to the present from the mental vantage point of the future, looking from the top of a high mountain down to where they are actually standing in the valley, in the present. Then they look at the path they would have to get where they want to be in the future. By the law of correspondence, whatever you can clearly see on the inside, you will eventually experience on the outside. You should therefore visualize your goals with as much clarity and vividness as possible. Visualize your goals intensely and create within yourself the same feeling that you would have if you had already achieved your goals. Visualize your goals frequently. Replay a picture of your goals as if you had already realized it on the screen of your mind as many times a day as you possibly can. Visualize your goals for as long as you possibly can, preferably just before falling asleep each night. Repeat these exercises of visualization, vividness, intensity, frequency, and duration until your goals become absolutely clear, living, breathing, exciting, and clear pictures in your mind. The more skilled you become at moving from the dream through the goal to the visualization, the more motivated and determined you will be. The more clarity you develop, the more courage and confidence you will have, and the more unstoppable you will become. Create your ideal future vision. The most important part of dreaming big dreams is for you to define your ideal future vision. It is for you to think about what you want to be before you begin to think about what is possible for you. You dream big dreams by looking into the future and imagining that you have no limitations on holding you back from achieving anything you set your mind on. Detach yourself from your current situation and allow yourself to dream. Pretend for the moment that you have all the time and money you need. Imagine that you have all the connections and contacts and all the resources and opportunities, all the education and knowledge, all the skills and experience that you require to be, have, or do anything that you could dream of. Imagine your ideal lifestyle. Imagine your ideal job or income. Imagine where you would like to live and how you would like to spend each day, each week, each month. Imagine your ideal family life. Imagine your ideal state of health. Design your perfect life in every respect. Make your own dream list. Here is an exercise for you. Take out a piece of paper and at the top write the words dream list. Underline these words and then write down everything that you can think of that could ever possibly want if you had no limitations whatsoever. Most people are held by their self-limiting beliefs. The way you burst these mental chains is with a dream list. The very fact that you can write down something that you could love to have somebody means that you could probably have within you right now the ability to achieve it. Let your mind float freely as you write. There will be lots of time to organize and evaluate your dreams later. What would you dare to dream? Here is a great question. What one great thing would you dare to dream if you knew you could not fail? If you were absolutely guaranteed of success in the achievement of any goal, big or small, long-term or short-term, what would it be? If a billionaire took a liking to you and offered to write you a check to cover any goal that you could clearly define, what one goal would you choose? If you could have any job, what would it be? If you could work for any kind of company, what kind of company would you select? Where would it be and what would it be doing? If your family life and your relationships could be perfect in every respect, what would they look like? Answer these questions clearly. Write them down. Start working on your future. You begin the creation of your ideal future by making up your dream list. You write down everything that you would want to be, do, and have exactly as if you had no limitations at all. You make up your list as if you're absolutely guaranteed of success. Then you can begin refining your list step by step to develop a detailed blueprint for your life. Henry David Thoreau once wrote, "Have you built your castles in the air? Good, that's where they should be built. Now go to work and build foundations under them. Once you have broken free from your limiting thinking like a balloon casting loose its moorings and rising high into the sky, you can begin to turn your dreams and fantasies into concrete practical goals with specific plans of action." Your ability to set goals and to make plans for their accomplishment is the master skill of success. With this master skill, there are no limits on what you can accomplish. Putting your goals on paper is the next step in the process. How to achieve any goal. There is a 7-step method for goal setting and achievement that you can use over and over in any situation to accomplish anything you'd ever want for yourself. These 7 steps constitute a powerful, proven formula that you can use to change your life immediately. Step 1. Decide exactly what you want. A real goal is a clear, specific, measurable, and time-bounded. A non-goal, a wish, or a hope is fuzzy and unclear. It is a fantasy that floats in the air. People with clear, specific goals who know exactly what they want are very different from people who are going through life, hoping for the best. Your ability to decide exactly what is it you want in each area of your life is one of the most important responsibilities of adult life. People often approach me at my seminars and ask what their goals should be. I reply that only they can decide. It is amazing how many of them tell me how hard it is to set goals, and I agree with them. It is hard, but it is also essential. With clear goals, you can do almost anything. Without them, you can do virtually nothing. One of the major reasons that people fail in life is because they waste so much of their time doing things of low value or no value at all. And the reason they waste so much time is because they have no real idea of what they really want. Once you have clear goals, your ability to manage your time improves automatically. Use your time well. Here is a way to decide whether something is good use of your time. Just ask, does this move me toward the achievement of one of my goals? If this activity helps you to achieve a goal you have set for yourself, it is a good use of time. If it doesn't, it is a poor use of time. When you get into the habit of only doing those things that move you toward your goals, your life will take off. Your results will improve. You will soon find yourself busy every hour of every day doing things that are helping you in some way. You will have no time left to spend on activities that aren't helping you to achieve one of your goals. When you set clear goals for yourself and you know exactly what you want, and you will become increasingly impatient with the activities that are not helping you in some way. You will watch less television. You will listen to less audio. You will read the newspaper quickly, if at all. You will become far more selective with your friends in your social activities. You will spend time only with people you enjoy, people you can learn and benefit from. But as the old saying goes, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Step 2. Write down your goals. When you write your goals down on paper, there is something quite incredible that happens between the brain and the hand. When you take a paper and a pen and write down your goals, you activate the laws of expectation, attraction, and correspondence simultaneously. You intensify your belief and deepen your conviction that your goals are possible for you. The very act of writing down your goals gives you a sense of control and personal power. Written goals increases your resolve and determination to whatever is necessary to achieve them. The speed at which you will begin to achieve your goals after you have written them down is nothing short of miraculous. The very act of writing out your goals increases the likelihood of your achieving them by as much as 10 times, 100 to 1000%. Many thousands of my graduates have written or come back to me tell about the amazing things that had happened in their lives that started immediately after they began putting their goals in writing. Step 3. Be willing to pay the price. Determine the price you're going to have to pay to achieve your goal. Make a list of everything that you're going to have to do if you want to make your goal a reality. Are you going to have to start each day's work a little earlier, work a little harder, and stay a little later? Write it down. Are you going to have to upgrade your knowledge and skills? Take additional courses? Again, write it down. Are you going to have to change jobs, change industries, or change careers in order to achieve everything that is possible for you? Write it down. The law of cause and effect is the iron law of the universe. For everything that you want, there is a price that must be paid. This price must be paid in full and in advance. The law of sowing and reaping is not the law of reaping and sowing. You have to put in before you get out. You have to give before you receive. You have to pay the price before you enjoy the reward. Your willingness to do whatever you need to do, pay whatever price is required, go whatever distance is necessary, and make whatever sacrifice is demanded as the measure of how badly you really want your goal. Many people sabotage their own success by deciding that they want a particular goal, and although they are willing to pay a high price for it, and they are not quite willing to pay the full price that the goal demands. This is like wanting to win in a poker game but not being willing to match the final bet made by the other player. You end up losing the whole hand, just as by failing to make a total commitment, people end up losing the entire game. Step 4. Make a detailed plan. Make a plan in writing. Remember, the ability to develop written goals and create plans for their achievement is the master skill of success. A plan begins with your making a list of all the things that you can think of that you're going to have to do to achieve your goal. Once you have made your list, you can add new items as they occur to you. You then organize your list in terms of priority and sequence. Whatever are the most important things on the list that you will have to achieve your goal? What are the things that you will have to What are the things that you will have to do before you do something else? What items on your list are dependent on your completing other items first? A plan of action gives you a track to run on. It increases your level of belief, intensifies your desire for the goal. You gradually become convinced that your goal is actually possible and achievable for you. You begin to see possibilities that you may not even have been aware of in the absence of a written plan. Step 5. Take action on your plan. Take action of some kind in the direction of your goals. Once you have a set goal, written it down, determine the price that you are going to have to pay, and made a plan, you must take some action immediately. Even if you only make one phone call or collect one piece of information, be sure to do something. In the Bible it says, faith without deeds is dead. There is something powerful in your willingness to take a specific action and faith in the direction of your goal with no guarantee of success. Your action itself seems to trigger all kinds of other powers and forces in the universe. You activate the law of attraction to help you. When you take action, you demonstrate to yourself and to others for that matter that you are really serious about your goal. Until you have taken a specific, irrevocable action of some kind, you have merely engaged in an enjoyable exercise like daydreaming. You have to put your key into the ignition, but you haven't turned it on. Step 6. Do something every day. Do something every day that moves you toward your most important goal. This is a vital success principle that generates energy and enthusiasm. For you to maintain your courage and confidence and self-motivation, you must be doing something every single day that gives you a feeling of forward motion and progress. Your job is to build yourself up to the point where you genuinely feel unstoppable And the only way that you do is by refusing to stop, by doing something really and daily. Step 7. Never give up. Resolve in advance that you will never quit once you have started toward your goal, no matter how many setbacks or obstacles you experience. Make the decision that you will keep on picking yourself up and persisting until you eventually succeed. By deciding in advance that you will persist, no matter what the difficulty, you give yourself a psychological edge. When the difficulties do arise, you will be mentally prepared to plow through them rather than quitting. When your willingness and ability to persist are what will eventually guarantee your success. Secrets of self-made millionaires. If money is your goal, remember that most of the people who are wealthy today started out with no money at all, or even deeply in debt. Almost everyone who is on the top today was once at the bottom. Almost everyone who is at the front of the line of life was once at the back of the line. Almost everyone who is wealthy today was once poor. Most of the 5 million millionaires in the United States are self-made. That is, they started out with nothing and worked their way up. Our world today has more than 300 self-made billionaires and multi-million billionaires as well. Many of these are people who started with little or nothing, and by changing their thinking, they unleashed their own inner potentials to achieve extraordinary financial results. And almost anything that anyone else has done within reason, you can do as well. What are your goals? The power of commitment. One of my favorite quotations from the mountain climber Charles Murray. Until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back, always ineffectiveness. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is an elementary truth, the ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. That the moment of that one definitely commits oneself, then providence on moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision rising in one's favor, all manner of unforeseen incidences and meetings and immaterial assistance that no man could have dreamed would have come his way. He finished off his statement with these words from Geeth. Are you in earnest? Seek this every minute. Whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power and magic in it. Only engage and the mind grows heated. Begin and then the task will be completed. Action exercises. 1. What one great goal would you set for yourself if you were absolutely guaranteed success? 2. Make out a dream list. Write down everything you would like to have in your life someday, exactly as if you had no limitations. 3. Imagine your perfect lifestyle. If you are financially independent and you could live anyway and anywhere you wanted, what would you change? 4. Make a list of 10 goals you would like to accomplish in the next year. From that list, select the one goal that would have the greatest positive impact on your life if you could achieve it right now. 5. Write your most important goal on a separate piece of paper. Make it measurable and set a deadline for its accomplishment. Make a written plan to achieve this one goal. Write out a list of everything you can think of that you will have to do to accomplish it. Make a written plan to achieve this one goal. Write out a list of everything you can think of that you will have to accomplish it. Take action on your plan immediately. Once you have started, discipline yourself to do something every day that moves you toward that goal. Never miss a day until you have achieved it. Chapter 4. Decide to become rich. Thought is the original source of all wealth, all success, and all material gain. All great discoveries and inventions and all of achievement, by Claude Bristol. We have passed from a world based on material limitations into a world that is determined by mental concepts. We have moved from the age of things into the psychozoic age, the age of the mind. Wealth and opportunities are contained more in the person you are, in the way you think, than in the assets you have acquired in life so far. Your future lies more in your ability to apply your mind and intelligence to your work and your life than it does in your current job or situation. Because health, wealth, and happiness are essential mental, there are very few limits on how much of them you can acquire for yourself. In this chapter and in subsequent chapters, You will learn many of the simple, practical, proven methods, techniques, and strategies used by high-achieving men and women in every field to accomplish far more than they or the people around them ever dreamed possible. You will learn how to break the bones of limited, conventional thinking, expanding your desires and ambitions so dramatically that you will be able to accomplish any goal that you could ever set for yourself. Three major forces. There are three major forces reverberating through our world today, transforming everything they touch and creating unlimited opportunities for the creative minority. These three forces are the incredible growth in information, technology, and competition. Information and knowledge explosion. The information revolution, combined with the speed of computerized information processing, the internet, and wireless communication, is enabling knowledge in every field to double every 2 or 3 years. Fully 90% of all thinkers, inventors, engineers, scientists, writers, entrepreneurs, creators of all kinds who ever exist are living and working today. The results of their efforts are becoming almost instantaneously available to each other, thereby doubling and tripling their outputs. Technological advances. The explosion in technology and high-speed computers is literally breathtaking. Today you can email a message around the world to dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of people simultaneously in a matter of seconds or at a cost of pennies. The World Wide Web gives you access to tens of millions of other internet users, as well as to the accumulated knowledge stored in more than 50,000 libraries and research institutes. Instantaneous transmission of data enables the money markets to move $1 trillion per day, sometimes in the seconds, making it possible for countries to control their currencies, much less their economies. In the 21st century, you will own a laptop computer with a microchip that can process 1 billion commands per second. It will have a long life battery and a built-in cellular telephone connected to cells and satellites that enable you to communicate instantaneously with almost anyone, almost everywhere in the world. You will have your own personal telephone number that will enable anyone in the world, anywhere, to telephone wherever you are and whether or not they even know what your country you are in. And this telephone technology will probably fit on your wrist like a large digital watch does today. Thriving competition. The third major factor driving our lives is competition. Every business organization wants to generate sales and make profits locally, nationally, and internationally. If possible, to survive and thrive, each person in business must be continually seeking faster, better, newer, cheaper, easier ways to deliver value to their customers. Every advance in knowledge and technology creates opportunities that fleet-rooted competitors can grab and run with to create new products and services to leapfrog each other in their markets. All three forces, information, technology, competition, are multiplying times each day to create the greatest rate of change in human history. And if anything, the rate of change is going to increase in the years ahead. Change creates opportunities. Fully 80% of the products and services that you will be using 5 years from now will be brand new or completely transformed from today. Probably 80% of jobs being done in 5 years will be new jobs or jobs that have been completely transformed by the onrush of information, technology, and competition. And the good news is that every single change that takes place opens up more opportunities and possibilities for you to achieve your goals and make greater progress faster than ever before. The forces of change impact everything you do. The rate of change is accelerating week by week and month by month. The speed and variety of change is something over which you have no control and about which you have no choice. The only decision you have to make is whether you are going to be a master of change or a victim of change. Are you going to be a creator of circumstances or a creature of circumstances? Are you going to ride the wave and stay ahead of the curve of change, or are you going to be bowled over it by and left in its wake? It will be one or the other, but the impact of change will be forced upon you, whatever you do. Learn from the experts. If you want to learn how to cook, you study cooking. If you want to be a lawyer, you study law. If you want to be an engineer or an architect, you study engineering or architecture. If you want to be financially successful, you study others who have become financially successful before you. You find out what they did and you do the same things over and over until you get the same results. Making money is skill. Riding a bicycle or operating a computer because it is a skill. It is therefore learnable by anyone who wants to acquire wealth. If in the past you have accepted the false idea that you cannot make or keep all the money you want, it is now time for you to get rid of that idea. It's a false belief. It's time for you to decide to become financially independent. The great law. The Greek philosopher Aristotle first articulated the foundation principle of Western philosophy in about 350 BC. It became known as the Aristotelian principle of causality. Today we call it the law of cause and effect. This law says that for every effect in your life, there are specific causes. It says that everything happens for a reason. Success is not an accident. Failure is not an accident either. What happens to you is not determined by luck or by coincidence. It is a result of unchanging law. My journey from unemployment and poverty to success and financial independence started when I began to study the most successful people in our society. My idea was simple. I find out what they had done to accomplish so much, and then I would do the same things. Why reinvent the wheel? What I discovered changed my life. It will change yours as well. Millions of millionaires. When I began my reading and research in 1960s, there were 700,000 millionaires in the United States, mostly self-made, having started with nothing. By 1980, according to the IRS, there were 18 lakh families or individuals with a net worth of more than $1 million. Today, there are more than 5 million millionaires, an increase of 277% in 22 years. And most of them are self-made as well. These are men and women who started with little or nothing, often broke or deeply in debt, and who gradually accumulated enough money to become financially independent. Self-made millionaires come from every walk of life, with every level of education and skill, and with every difficulty and obstacles and handicap and challenge to overcome that you could ever dream of. Some are young, some are old, some are new immigrants who arrived in America unable to speak English, and some are from families that have been in America for generations. Some have excellent education from the finest universities, some have high school dropouts. Some have superb physical health, and others are in wheelchairs, hard of hearing, blind, or have other physical limitations. The most important thing to remember is that no matter what difficulties you have, no matter what problems you feel are holding you back, someone else, and probably thousands of the people, have had far greater obstacles to overcome than you could ever possibly dream of. And they have gone on to become successful nonetheless, and what others have done, or you can do as well. Exhaustive research. Dr. Thomas Stanley of the University of Georgia spent more than 30 years studying self-made millionaires. He interviewed thousands of them and compiled his findings into a variety of books, research studies, and reports, including 2 best-selling books, The Millionaire Next Door and The Millionaire Mind. His research shows that every single kind of person from every walk of life has been able to start from nothing and pass the magic $1 million mark by doing certain things in certain ways over and over again. Start where you are. When I began studying self-made millionaires, I was living in a rented apartment with rented furniture, and I had a used car that was not paid for, and I was deeply in debt. I was between jobs and living off credit cards. The first thing I found was that self-made millionaires did things differently from average people, and I was tired of being average. I therefore decided to stop doing what I was doing, which wasn't working, and to start doing what they were doing. My life has never been the same since this decision. It wasn't easy to change my thinking about money and my financial future, but eventually these efforts began to pay off. Like a large ocean liner changing direction 1 degree at a time, my habits began to change. Within 5 years, I was out of debt and making good money. In another 5 years, I passed the $1 million mark. When I look back, I see that it was no miracle. I really did was to learn what other successful people had done before me and then do the same things until I got the same results. Get rid of the myths. There are a great many youths about self-made millionaires. If you want to become a self-made millionaire yourself, you must dispel these myths from your own mind. Remember, as the humorous Joe Billings once said, it is not what a human knows that hurts him. It is what he knows that isn't true. Many people have fixed ideas or beliefs about themselves and money that they are holding them back. These ideas may be completely untrue, but they will cut off your chance of success nonetheless. You must get over them. To achieve something you have never achieved before, you have to think in ways that you have never thought before. One myth is that you have to have a great education to become rich. Another myth is that you have to start off with a lot of money. Some people are convinced that financial success depends on getting a lucky break of some kind, like picking a hot stock in the stock market. None of these myths are true. In fact, a survey of members of the Forbes 400, the 400 richest men and women in the United States, found that high school dropouts in the group who made it to the list were worth an average of $300 million more than university graduates on the list. The land of opportunity. The most successful immigrant group per capita in the United States in terms of starting and building successful business are Russians. Why is this so? It is because Russians have come from a system where it has been so extraordinarily difficult to succeed that when they arrive in America, believing that America is the land of opportunity, they find it that it is much easier to succeed than they have ever experienced. As a result, Russians start business after business and achieve success that the average American continually claims are no longer possible. Because they absolutely believe that it is possible for them. They make their dreams come true. Their beliefs become their realities. The reality principle. The past president of General Electric Company, Jack Welch, was considered to be one of the best business executives in the world. He said that the most important single quality of leadership is what he calls the reality principle. The reality principle says that you must deal with the world as it is and not as you wish it would be. You must strive to be completely honest with yourself in your situation. You must refuse to engage in self-delusion in the hope that things will work out whether or not you do anything about them. Especially when it comes to building wealth, you must be totally honest with yourself. You cannot afford to play games with your own mind if you truly want to be wealthy. You cannot wish and hope and pray that somehow you are going to win the lottery or strike it rich as a result of luck or some remarkable external circumstances. You create your own luck. Often people ask me about the role of luck in success. They are convinced that luck is a critical factor in achieving anything worthwhile. They feel that some people are just lucky and some are not. They talk about luck as if it were a matter of fate or destiny, largely inexplicable. They insist that a person gets to the top of his field largely as a result of getting lucky breaks, which they of course did not get. I have studied the concept of luck for many years. My conclusion is that luck is a word that people use to explain away things that turn out much better than could have been expected. If a person achieves great financial success at a young age, people say that he was just lucky. Some people use luck to describe something remarkably good that happens that is out of the ordinary. But it is not luck at all. The fact is that all so-called lucky outcomes are really the result of probabilities. There is no such thing as luck. The law of probability says there is a probability for everything that happens. These probabilities can often be determined with considerable accuracy. The entire insurance and underwriting industry is based on probabilities, which are expressed in actuarial tables. Becoming a millionaire. There is a probability that you will become a millionaire in the course of your working lifetime. Today in America, one family in 20 has a net worth of more than $1 million. This means that your likelihood of acquiring $1 million is in 20 or 5%. However, this also means that your likelihood of not acquiring $1 million should that be your goal is 95%. These are not good odds. Your job must be to improve the odds in your favor. Your aim should be to dramatically increase the probabilities of achieving financial independence by doing more and more of those things that will help you to achieve your goal. This principle applies to anything you want to accomplish. The more different things you do that are likely to help you achieve your goal, the more likely it is you will do the right thing at the right time. If you set clear written goals, make detailed plans, and continually upgrade skills to increase your income, increase the probabilities that you will earn a good living. The more different things you do that are likely to help you to achieve your goal, the more likely it is you will do the right things at the right time. If you study money and investments, save and put 10% to 20% of your income every month, keep tight control over expenses, and think long-term about your financial life, you will eventually become a millionaire. It is not a matter of luck. It is just a matter of probabilities. Probabilities are everything. Imagine you are an experienced dark Imagine you are an inexperienced dart thrower, slightly inebriated in a darkened room, standing some distance from the dartboard. Even under these conditions, if you throw enough darts in the direction of the dartboard, you would eventually hit it. And if you continue to throw darts almost in spite of yourself, would become more accurate. As a result, by the law of probabilities, you would eventually hit a bullseye. This metaphor explains why people who start off with high levels of despair and determination ultimately succeed. They just keep trying, and by the law of probabilities, they finally win. It is not luck. They create their own luck by what they do or what they fail to do. Now imagine the conditions are different. Imagine that you are a skilled dart thrower and that you practice every day to get better. In addition, you are fully rested, clean-headed, and completely prepared. The lights in the room are bright and you stand at a reasonable distance from the dartboard. Under these conditions, all of which are under your control, the time it would take you to hit a bullseye would be greatly reduced. And of course, when you do hit a bullseye, everyone would tell you how lucky you were, but you made your own luck. Throughout your life, you must be constantly thinking about all the things that you can do in every area to increase the probabilities that you will be successful in achieving your goals. You should leave nothing to chance. You should refuse to wish or hope or trust to luck. You must take control of your situation. You are responsible. You are responsible. You will achieve financial success after you accept that everything that you ever become is completely up to you. You are responsible. No one is going to do it for you. Keep repeating, if it is to be, it's up to me. Fortunately, in America, there are more opportunities for wealth creation and personal success than ever have existed previously in all of human history. The United States is the only country on earth that is commonly referred to overseas as the land of dreams. In 2003, it was rated as the most entrepreneurial country in the world. This means that it is easier to start and build a successful business in the United States than it is anywhere else on earth. As information and technology continue to expand and multiply times each other, competition continues to intensify. More and more opportunities are opening up every day for the creative minority who are willing to take advantage of them. Your job is to find these opportunities, and if you don't find them, create them for yourself. The common denominator. One of the discoveries in the research on self-made millionaires is the finding that most of them start off with little or no money. Most of them start off by saving their money carefully for a long time until they have enough to start a small enterprise or business. Some of the biggest companies in America were started on a kitchen table or in a garage, like the Hewlett-Packard Company or Apple Computer. Some of the newest millionaires in America come from the field of multi-level marketing. Working from home, they paid $50 for a sample kit and went out to work. They sold something, made a profit, reinvested their profits, grew larger, and eventually achieved financial independence. Dr. Thomas Stanley's interview with self-made millionaires, he discovered their common denominator of success. The most important quality that self-made millionaires used to explain their success was the habit of hard work. Self-made millionaires work much harder than the average person. They start earlier, work harder, stay later. According to many studies and interviews, self-made millionaires work on average of 59 hours per week. Some work considerably more, especially at the beginning. Wasting time at work. The average employed person puts in about 40 hours per week on the job, but only about 23 hours of that is officially working time. Fully 50% of time spent at work is wasted in idle socializing with coworkers, personal telephone calls, and personal business. Average employees start a little later, take long coffee breaks and lunch hours, and leave a little earlier. Even managers privately report that they spend full half of the time they are at work doing things that they have absolutely nothing whatever to do with the job. Only about 5% of the people working today work full-time on their jobs from the time they begin each day until the time they finish. These people are the ones on the fast track in their careers. They are moving upward and onward, getting paid more and being promoted faster. They are the movers and shakers in every business, and everyone knows who they are. Low-value activities. The saddest part of the research into employee work habits is not just the people waste a lot of time at work. It is that in the other 50% of the time when people are actually working on company tasks and responsibilities, they tend to work on low value, low priority tasks. As the result, they contribute a little of value to their companies. Low productivity leads to lower wages and fewer opportunities. Every year, hundreds of thousands of people are laid off from large and small corporations, often from white-collar, mid-management jobs. Why is this? The answer is simple. The companies have finally learned that they are paying high salaries to people who are producing very little of value. No company can survive very long under these conditions, and these companies are determined to survive. So the redundant staff has to go. You can do it. If you're serious about becoming financially independent, or even better, becoming self-made millionaires over the course of your career, here are two facts. First, it is definitely possible. Hundreds of thousands of men and women become financially independent each year after having started from nothing. Whatever others have done, years after having started from nothing, whatever others have done, within reason you can do as well. The very fact that someone else has achieved a particular financial goal is proof that it's possible for you. The only question is, how badly do you want it? Second, the reality principle says that if you want to be successful in any area, you have to find out what other successful people have done to succeed in that area, and then do the same things over and over until you get the same results. As long as you don't try to fool yourself and look for shortcuts, you are virtually assured of eventually achieving and even exceeding your goals. The 40 plus formula. Begin today to apply the 40 plus formula to your work and your career. This formula says that you work 40 hours per week and the United States for survival. If you work only 40 hours per week, if you work only the number of hours that are required of you, then all you will ever do is survive. You will tread water financially. You will make enough to pay your bills and perhaps a little more besides, but you will never get ahead and you will never be successful. According to the 40 plus formula, every hour that you put in over 40 hours on your job or on yourself is an investment in your future success. You can tell where you're going to be 5 years from now by simply looking at how many hours per week you put in on your job. Every hour over 40 that you invest in getting more results for your employer and your customers adds up and contributes to your long-term success. Give yourself an edge. If you work 45 to 50 hours per week, you give yourself an edge over your coworkers. If you work 55 to 60 hours per week, your long-term success is virtually guaranteed. You put yourself on the side of angels. Many self-made millionaires work 70 to 80 hours per week to get established in their careers. There are no shortcuts to lasting success. I have studied successful men and women in America for more than 25 years. I have never found a single successful person who got there working only 45 hours or 5 days per week. The idea of the 5-day week, which was promoted by the labor unions as a great advance in the life of the working person, has been the cause of more financial underachievement and failure than perhaps any other single myth. The fact is that, especially at the beginning of their careers, all really successful people work much harder than the average person. They work 10 to 12 hours per day, 6 days per week. They work at this rate for many months and years before they reach the point where they can slow down. The average self-made millionaire has taken 22 years to get from being broke to having a net worth of more than $1 million. It is not easy and it's not quick, but it is definitely possible if you want it badly enough. Work all the time you work. A key part of success at work is to use your time well, to focus on results, and to avoid the time waste and social activities of the poor performers. In correlation with this is the need for you to work all the time you work. This is a remarkable idea for many people. Often employees think about work as if it is an extension of school. When they were growing up, they came to think of school as a place where you go to socialize. You take the required courses, but the most important part is spending time with your friends between classes. School becomes a forum of play. Many people think when they take their first job, that is also a place where you go to spend time with your friends. This is why fully half of the working day is spent socializing in an idle conversation on the telephone with friends and family. Work is seen as a giant sandbox where you continue to play as you did in school. You do a little work when the boss is watching, get a paycheck, and then go home. But this is not for you. If you are determined to succeed greatly and be paid the very most, you must work all you work. When you go to work, you must put your head down and work wholeheartedly. Socializing with coworkers. Many people believe the myth that you have to spend a lot of time getting along with your coworkers. They say, work is supposed to be fun, and this is true up to a point. Of course, it is important for you to be a positive and agreeable person to work with, but you can accomplish this in a few minutes of pleasant interaction each day. You don't have to spend endless hours chatting about sports, television shows, and family activities. Your job is to work all the time you work. When you work, you work. You do not pick up your dry cleaning or drop off your laundry during working hours. You do not socialize with your friends or chat on the phone with your family. You do not take long coffee breaks and extended lunch hours. You work all the time you work. You commit yourself to getting the very most done that you possibly can in the time that you have available to you. Get back to work. Your goal is to earn the reputation around your company as being the hardest working person in the organization. If someone wants to shoot the breeze with you, explain to him or her that you would be pleased to chat after work. But right now you have to get back to work. Keep repeating to yourself, back to work, back to work, back to work. People who achieve great financial success either in their own businesses or working for other organizations are people who very early develop a reputation for hard work. This is a saying in business. Everyone knows everything. There are no secrets. Everyone knows who works the hardest in every organization and who doesn't. There is no quality that will bring you to the attention of people who can help you faster than you're developing a reputation for being one of the hardest working people in your company. Start earlier, stay later. Napoleon Hill, the author of Think and Grow Rich, once told the story of a young man who started at the bottom of a large organization and eventually moved up into the top ranks of executives, passing all the people who had started with him at the same level. His strategy was simple. He noticed that his boss came in a little earlier than the rest of the staff, stayed up to finish his work, and left a little later than the others. This young man therefore resolved to arrive 15 minutes before his boss and to leave 15 minutes after his boss left. He put his resolution into action the next day. This is another hallmark of high achievers. They don't procrastinate when they have a good idea. They take action immediately. The young man began coming in 15 minutes before his boss and going straight to work, continuing all day. When his boss left, he would still be at his desk, working away. Be patient and persistent. The boss said nothing for several weeks. Finally, after work, one evening, his boss came over to his desk and asked him why he always seemed to be there, even though all his co-workers had left. The young man said it was because he was really determined to be successful in this company. He knew he couldn't be successful until he was willing to work harder than anyone else. The boss smiled and nodded and went away on his way. After that day, the boss asked him to do something that was not part of his job description. He did it quickly and well, delivered it to his boss, and went back to his desk. Soon after, he was given another assignment, which he also completed quickly. Within a year, the young man had been given several additional responsibilities, each one of which he accepted and fulfilled immediately. In his second year, he was promoted to a higher position. He studied, upgraded his skills, and continued to work hard. Within a couple of years, he had surpassed all of his rivals. He had earned the respect and esteem of the other managers. They soon promoted him so that he was one of them rather than one of the staff. His career took off. He eventually became a vice president of the company. This is a simple strategy that works for anyone who is willing to do more than expected of him or her. It works for almost anyone, anywhere, over and over again, year after year. Look for ways to add value. If your goal is to become wealthy, you have to know how wealth is created. The answer is contained in 2 words: add value. All wealth comes from adding value in some way. All wealth comes from serving and satisfying your customers better than they could be served and satisfied by someone else. Wealth is the result of adding value to them in a way that no one else can match. In your job, you should be looking for ways every day and every week to add value and to become more valuable than you were before. Throughout your career, your main focus must be to constantly seek out ways that you can add value to your boss, to your coworkers, to your customers, to your suppliers, to everyone else and anyone upon whom you rely for success. This should become your motto: add value, add value, add value. The new paradigm of work. One of the major resolutions and thought that has taken place in the world of work in the past few years is the idea that you must justify your position and new every day. It used to be that a person would work hard for a few years until he had achieved a certain level in his job. He could then coast along at that level for many years, if not for the rest of his career. His attitude was, well, I've paid my dues. I earned my position. I did a great job. Now I'm entitled to this job indefinitely. But this is no longer good enough. Today, everybody wants to know, what have you accomplished lately? In the fast-moving, highly competitive business world of today, your boss wants to know what you have done to add value recently. You have already been paid for what you did last year, last month, and even last week. Now you must earn and justify your paycheck anew. This is a race on and you are in it, whether you know it or not. Two sources of value. There are two major sources of value in the world of work today. The first is time and the second is knowledge. Today, time is the currency of modern business. Everyone must be focused on reducing the amount of time that it takes to get the same results. Customers will pay dearly for anyone who can reduce the time needed to get them the products and services they want. People will pay more for someone who can satisfy their needs faster than someone else. This is why most of their major improvements in modern management are those that they reduce the amount of time that it takes to get the job done. The most important measure of time is speed. The most important qualities that you can develop with regard to time is a sense of urgency. This is the habit of moving fast when opportunity presents itself to you. Develop a bias for action. Fast tempo is essential to all success. All successful people not only work hard, but they work fast. Do it now. Procrastination is not only the thief of time, it is a thief of life. To outperform your competition, both inside and outside your organization, you must develop the habit of moving quickly when something needs to be done. You must develop a reputation for speed and dependability. Study after study shows that those individuals with best reputations for speed and dependability are the most valued in any organization. They are very quickly promoted onto the fast track in their careers. The wonderful advantage of developing the habit of moving fast is that the faster you move, the better you get. This is because the faster you move, the more experience you get. The faster you move, the more you learn and the more competent you become. The faster you move, the more energy and enthusiasm you have. People who move fast as a way of life soon develop a totally different temperament and personality than people who move slowly or take a casual attitude toward their work. Work in real time. Whenever possible, do your work in real time as soon as it comes up. Do it now. It is amazing how much time you can waste by picking up a task, looking at it or starting at it, and then putting it down and coming back to it again and again. As a general rule, small tasks should be done immediately as soon as they appear. This habit of taking action quickly will enable you to get through an enormous amount of work in a day. It will earn you a reputation for being the kind of person to give jobs to whom someone needs them done quickly. Success comes from good habits. Fully 95% of everything you do throughout your day is based on habits. Successful people are those who are developed in the habits of success. Successful people form good habits and ensure that those habits govern their behaviors. Unsuccessful people allow bad habits to form, and these bad habits then lead to frustration and failure. My friend Ed Foreman says, good habits are hard to form but easy to live with. Bad habits, on the other hand, are easy to form but hard to live with. A habit is defined as a conditioned response to stimuli. It is an automatic way of responding or reacting in a particular situation. You develop a habit by repeating a specific act or way of thinking and reacting. Once it becomes a habit, it becomes easier to do that way than to do it some other way. What kind of habits do you have? Successful people are simply those who developed successful habits. They have trained themselves, like athletes, to do certain things in a certain way over and over again until they do them automatically without even thinking about them. You may have heard the old saying, sow a thought and you reap an action. Sow an action and you reap a habit. Sow a habit and you reap a character. Sow a character and you reap a destiny. A key success habit. One of the habits of success is that of early rising. Successful people get up a little bit earlier, read and prepare, plan and organize their day on paper in advance. and get going before the average person has ever started. Thomas Jefferson said, "The sun has never caught me in my bed." A woman in one of my seminars some years ago told me that she discovered the magic of early rising. She had found that by going to bed early, she could get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. She could then do the equivalent of a full day's work by 7 or 8 o'clock, before the average person even gets started. In no time at all, she was producing and earning double the amount of her coworkers. She was continually promoted and paid more money because she was getting far more done than anyone else. Successful people make a habit of getting up early, usually by 6 or 6:30 in the morning, sometimes earlier, and then get going immediately. This gives them a great jump on their job. The average person, on the other hand, takes a full hour to get up and get going in the morning. Then they drag themselves off to work, thinking about lunchtime and what they're going to do in the evening. When your alarm clock goes off, get up immediately and get going right away. Start moving. Develop the habit of rising early and start right to work on your most important task. This habit can do as much to ensure your success as any other habit you develop. Practice every minute count. Get into work before anyone else gets there, and when you do arrive, begin working immediately. Don't waste time reading the newspaper, drinking coffee, or socializing with coworkers. Develop a reputation for being the kind of person who is always working on the high priority tasks. Work all the time you work. Discipline yourself to keep yourself focused on the most valuable use of your time. Don't allow other people to put you off your game. When you have coffee breaks or lunch, then have them when they best suit you, not when they best suit the clock. Double your productivity. Here's a powerful 3-step formula you can use to double your productivity and perhaps even double your income over the next 12 months. It is simple and powerful, and it works for anyone who uses it. First, make a decision to come into work an hour earlier. This does not take very much effort and it allows you to beat the traffic. Have your work planned out for the day so that when you get into work, you can then put your head down and go full blast. You will be amazed at how much you can get done before anyone else comes in. Research proves that you can do 3 hours of work in 1 hour of uninterrupted time. Second, work through lunch, using the hour when your coworkers are all off together eating to get ahead of your work. Resist the tendency to take an hour off at lunchtime or to go for lunch with whoever is standing there. Third, work 1 hour later. After everyone has left, this third uninterrupted hour will enable you to wrap up your work from the day and plan the next day in detail. Also, by working later, you will miss the rush hour traffic. By starting 1 hour earlier, working through with the usual lunch hour and staying 1 hour later, you will double your productive working time each day. When you combine this with working all the time you work and focusing on high-value tasks, you will more than double the amount of work you get done. You will quickly become one of the most valuable people in your organization. Schedule your first appointment early. If you are in sales, schedule your first appointment as early as possible. Many of the most important people you could want to see get into the office at 7 and 7:30 in the morning. Arrange to meet them at that time. A salesman friend of mine who is at the top of his field found that the key to getting appointments with key decision makers was to call their offices at 7 or 7:30 in the morning or 6:30 or 7 in the evening. He discovered that at these times all the staff either weren't in yet or had gone home. The only people working were the key people. They would answer the phone personally and he would get an opportunity to talk to them and arrange to see them later. Create your own opportunities. Develop the habit of moving fast. Successful people in every field have a sense of urgency. Only a small percentage of the population moves quickly when opportunity or responsibility presents itself. You must be a member of this small percentage. When I was younger, I used to think that when my opportunity came along, I would take advantage of it at that time. I soon learned that your opportunity never does just come along. Russell Conwell made this point in his famous story, Acres of Diamonds, Berkeley, 1986. In summary, it says that in most cases, your greatest opportunities lie under your own feet. They're right wherever you are. They lie within your current talents, skills, ability. They lie within your own background or career. Your acres of diamonds are very close at hand, and that is where you should begin your research. Take action right where you are. Theodore Roosevelt once said, "Do what you can with what you have right where you are." This is the key to success. Do what you can with what you have right where you are. Focus on the present moment and on your current situation. Don't wait for the things to be just right. It is you who will make things just right. By throwing your whole heart into what you are doing every time, you will open up doors of opportunity that are now not visible for you. Look around you at this very moment and ask yourself, what could I do to add value to the most important people in my life? Work. What could you do to make things faster, easier, or better for the people who are depending on you? Be proactive rather than reactive. Be the kind of person who reaches out and grabs opportunities, and if you don't have any opportunities, create them personally through your own efforts. Make yourself indispensable. A secretary in Boca Raton, Florida, told me an interesting story about one of my seminars. She had listened to one of my audio programs on her personal achievement. As a result, she had set a goal to increase her income by 50% over the coming year from her current income of $1,500 per month. She told me that she didn't really think it was possible to earn that much more because she was part of a large secretarial pool where salaries were fixed. Everyone made almost exactly the same. Nonetheless, she decided to look for ways to add value to her boss. She noticed that he spent a lot of time replying to routine correspondence. One day she took all of his regular mail and wrote up replies to them. She then took the finished letters to him to edit and sign. He was delighted with her work and encouraged her to do more of it. Soon she was handling 90% of his routine correspondence. She then began to take additional courses to upgrade her skill in word processing, page making, report preparation, bit by bit. She began to take his smaller tasks and handle them herself. Each time she took over a smaller task, she freed her boss to work on more important tasks, and he noticed. Sowing and reaping. After about 3 months before boss called her in and closed the door, he said that he really appreciated the work that she was doing for him, and he wanted to increase her pay. He asked her not to tell anyone else so that it didn't create any waves around the office. He then raised her salary from $1,500 to $1,750 per month. She thanked him and continued looking for ways to help him in his job. 3 months later, he increased her pay again. 3 months later, he increased her salary once more. By the end of the year, she was earning $2,225 per month, a 50% increase, while the other secretaries around her still earning an average of $1,500. She said it was absolutely amazing what happened when she began to focus all of her energies on adding value to her boss and her company, and this same strategy can work for you. Serve people better. Every job is an opportunity for you to solve problems and to satisfy the needs of other people. Since the problems and needs that people have are unlimited, your opportunities to create value are unlimited as well. Every fortune begins with an idea to serve people better in some way. Almost all entrepreneurs who start and build successful companies have worked for other organizations where they continually looked for ways to increase their value to the company. The primary source of value, the keys to wealth building, are time and knowledge. Your job is to continually increase your knowledge so that the value of what you do becomes greater and greater. Over 400 years ago, Francis Bacon said that knowledge is power. But this is only partially true. Only when knowledge is applied to some good purpose and it is power then. Your job is to gather the knowledge that you need so that you can do your job fast and well. There is a saying in Texas that goes, "It is not the size of the dog in the fight. It is the size of the fight in the dog." What is most important is not the hours you put in, but the value of work you put into hours. Your success is determined by your ability to contribute value to your current job, either as an employee or as an employer. a company worker, or a company owner that determines your income and your financial future. Produce more value. In its simple terms, successful people are more productive than unsuccessful people. Successful people have better habits. They dream bigger dreams. They work from written goals. They do what they love to do, and they concentrate on getting better and better at it. They use their natural abilities to the fullest. They're continually generating ideas to solve problems and to achieve company goals. They focus on using every minute of their time to get maximum results. Above all, they're constantly looking around them for opportunities to add value to everything they do. They have a sense of urgency and a bias for action. They work all the time. They develop and maintain a sense of forward momentum. As a result, they soon become unstoppable. Action exercises. 1. Identify the most valuable things you do at work. How could you organize your time so that you could do more of them? 2. Resolve today to develop the habit of punctuality. Go on Lombardy time. Start arriving 15 minutes earlier for appointments. 3. Organize your day so that you come in and get started 1 hour earlier than your coworkers, walk through lunchtime, and stay 1 hour later. Work all the time you work. Don't waste a minute. If someone tries to distract you, say you don't have to get back to work, and then do it. 5. Look under your own feet for personal acres of diamonds, opportunities to add more value to right where you are. What could they be? 6. Resolve today to become financially independent. Become a student of money, wealth accumulation, and wealth creation. Becoming rich is a skill that you can learn. Begin today to implement the 40+ formula in your daily work life. Work on your jobs. Work on your job or work on yourself to get better at what you do. 50 to 60 hours each week. Put yourself on the side of that angels. Chapter 5. Take charge of your life. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Let us move forward with strong and active faith. By Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The great truth. You can learn anything you need to learn to accomplish any goal you can set for yourself. This principle offers a way for you to take complete control over your future. When I was young and struggling, failing and frustrated, this principle came along to change my life. Generally speaking, no one is smarter than you and no one is better than you. Just because someone is doing better than you doesn't mean that he's better than you. It usually means that he has just learned how to succeed in his particular field before you have. And whatever someone else has done, you can probably do it as well. There are few limits. There is not an easy rule, but it is definitely simple. You too can learn anything you need to learn to accomplish any goal you can set for yourself. Once I learned this idea, I was unafraid to change jobs, even industries. I learned how to sell advertising, investments, automobiles, and office supplies. I worked in real estate sales and leasing, and then real estate development. Then I engaged in importation and distribution, then banking, printing, consulting, and eventually speaking, writing, recording, and corporate training. Learn what you need. Every time I entered into a field, I went out and learned everything I possibly could about that field, and then applied it as fast as I could. At first, I checked out the books from the local library. Then I bought my own books and built my own library. I listened to every audio cassette and I could buy on the subject and attended every seminar. When I was 31, I studied and prepared myself and then took the entrance exams to get into a major university. I invested several thousand hours of study to get a business degree. I learned the intricacies of micro and macroeconomic theory, statistics, probability theory, management science, and accounting. I studied marketing, management, administration, and strategic planning. I became devoted to the concept of learning. The great mystery. I thought I had come late to the party, that everyone knew that learning was the key to the future. I was amazed and perplexed to find when I looked around me that very few people were doing what I was doing. Most people, by their own admission, were living lives of quiet desperation, in Theo's words. They were working at jobs they didn't like, earning salaries far below their potential, staying in relationships they didn't enjoy, living lives that gave them no satisfaction. I tried to tell them the way out was up. I told anyone who would listen that they could learn anything they needed to learn to achieve any goal they could set for themselves. There were no limits, but few people seemed to be listening. Reasons for everything. We live in an orderly universe. Everything happens for a reason. When I found out that the people around me didn't seem to be interested in changing their situations, I began looking for the reasons underlying their behaviors, and I found them. Psychologists and scholars have spent many years researching the psychology of success and the psychology of failure. And most of the study conclude that there were two major mental blocks that hold people back. The first is what Dr. Martin Seligman of the University of Pennsylvania, in his book Learned Optimism, calls learned helplessness. According to his research, this attitude afflicts fully 80% of the population to some degree, and for many people it is their major obstacle to success and fulfillment. Feeling trapped. As the result of childhood experiences, especially destructive criticism and early failure experiences, people eventually reach the point where they feel helpless to change or take action in different areas of their lives. The majority of men and women feel overwhelmed by the things that seem to happen to them and the many things going on around them. They feel that there is nothing they can do to influence events or improve their lives. The most obvious proof that an individual is experiencing learned helplessness is the repeated use of the words "I can't." People feel that they can't lose weight, can't get a better job, can't improve or change their relationships, can't increase their incomes, can't upgrade their knowledge and skills, can't do many other things that they really want to do. They have tried unsuccessfully so many times in the past that they have come to conclude automatically that there is very little they can do to change the future. They become passive and accepting of the situation. Their lives consist of getting up in the morning, going to work, socializing a bit, coming home, eating dinner, watching a television for 4 to 5 hours, and then going off to bed. The trap of complacency, the second mental condition that holds people back, is called the comfort zone. Human beings are creatures of habit. They begin an activity of any kind and they soon become comfortable with it. They then become extremely reluctant to change what they are doing or change the situation they are in, even if they are not particularly happy or satisfied with it. They become somewhat content and complacent. Eventually they become afraid to change. For any reason, they get into a rut, and they stay in their rut. The deeper it grows until they finally give up all hope of ever changing or improving their lives. Learned helplessness in combination with comfort zone creates a person who feels untrapped and helpless, weak and powerless, and unable to take control or to make any real difference in his life. The individual in this mental state then strives for security rather than opportunity, and often feels like a victim of circumstances over which he has no control. No real limits, but the reality is that there are no real limits on what you can accomplish with your life. Within reason, whatever someone else has done, you can do as well. The very fact that you can set a clear goal for yourself means that you probably have the ability to achieve it. Nature does not give you a burning desire for something without also equipping you with the talents and abilities you need to require it. If you think back over your life, you will recall that almost everything that you ever really wanted long enough and hard enough, you finally achieved. You are not helpless and you are not stuck in a rut. Your true potential is limited only by your own imagination and determination. Our biggest enemies, the two factors that contribute most to the feeling of helplessness in the comfort zone, are fear and ignorance. Fear and always has been your greatest enemy. Fear and self-doubt do more to hold you back from dreaming big dreams and accomplishing great things than any other factors. It seems that the less you know about a subject, the more fearful you are of trying something new or different in that area. Your ignorance makes you reluctant to reach out for something better than what you are doing today. Fear and ignorance reinforces each other, growing until they induce you in a form of mental paralysis that leads inevitably to underachievement and failure. Here is a wonderful discovery. Aggressively learning about any subject builds your confidence and diminishes your fear in that area. As your knowledge or skill increases, you soon reach the point where you're ready to take action and make changes. But if you're completely ignorant in a particular area, you have not read or learned anything about a subject, it will seem too difficult and may even appear overwhelming to you. Your lack of knowledge will make you afraid to take the actions necessary to improve your life in that area. Neutralizing your fears. The antidotes to fear and ignorance are desire and knowledge. The only real limitation on what you can accomplish is the level of intensity of your desire. If you really want something badly enough, there are almost no limits on what you can achieve. And the more you learn about any subject, the greater will be your desire to accomplish something in that area. As your knowledge grows, you will become more confident in taking the necessary steps to make your goals a reality. As you increase your levels of desire and knowledge, you decrease the self-limiting effects of fear and ignorance. Their compassions, learned helplessness, and the comfort zone. With desire and knowledge, you eventually replace fear and ignorance with courage and confidence. The more you learn about anything that is important to you, the more courage you will have to attempt to achieve it. And the more confident you will be that you can eventually succeed. As Henry Ford once said, if you believe you can do a thing or believe you cannot, in either case, you're probably right. You are responsible. My first big breakthrough in life came when I discovered that I could learn anything I needed to learn to achieve any goal I could set for myself. My second breakthrough was when I realized that I was completely responsible for myself and everything that happened to me. No one was going to do anything for me. If I wanted something, it was completely up to me to do whatever was necessary to get it. If I had a problem or limitation, it was up to me to solve it or overcome it. I was on my own way. The acceptance of personal responsibility for your life is the giant step from childhood to maturity. Prior to that decision, people criticize, complain, and blame others for their problems. After that decision, they see themselves as the primary creative forces in their own lives. Before you take total responsibility for your life, you see yourself as a victim. Afterward, you see yourself as a victor. All causation is mental. My third breakthrough came when I learned that all causation is mental. Everything you create in your material world begins with a thought of some kind. If you want to change something on the outside, you have to begin by changing it on the first on the inside. You have to change your thinking if you want to change your life. This is the greatest discovery of all. You create your world with the continuous stream of thoughts, feelings, and images passing through your own mind. You control and determine your future by the thoughts you think in the present. Nothing around has any meaning except for the meaning you give it by the thoughts and emotions you attach to it. As Shakespeare wrote in Hamlet, there is nothing good or bad, but thinking makes it so. The law of belief. Remember, whatever you believe with feeling becomes your reality. The greater the intensity of your belief, the more emotion you combine with it, the greater of the impact it has on your behavior and on everything that happens to you. If you absolutely believe that you are destined to be a great success, you hold to this belief no matter what happens. Then there is nothing in the world that can stop you from becoming that great success. If you absolutely believe that you are a good person with tremendous abilities, that you are going to do remarkable things with your life, that belief will express itself through all of your actions and it will eventually become your reality. The biggest responsibility you have to yourself is to change your beliefs on the inside so that are consistent with the realities you wish to enjoy on the outside. You can always tell what your beliefs really are by looking at what you do. You always express your true values in your actions. You always act on the outside consistent with who you really are and what you really believe on the inside. One of the best ways to determine your true beliefs is to think about how you behave when you're angry, upset, or under pressure of any kind. This is when they come out. As Tracy wrote, circumstances do not make the man, they only reveal him to himself and to others. By using the law of reversibility, you can develop within yourself the values, beliefs, and qualities you admire by acting as if you already had them. By using the law of reversibility, you can develop within yourself the values, beliefs, and qualities you most admire by acting as if you already had them. Whenever they are called for by the circumstances of your life, to develop courage, force yourself to act courageously, even if you are afraid. To develop integrity, speak and act with complete honesty, even if you feel like shading the truth or cutting corners. Soon your beliefs will mirror your acts, and your acts will mirror your beliefs. The law of expectations. The law of expectations says that whatever you expect with confidence becomes your own self-fulfilling prophecy. You are continually telling your own fortune when you talk about how you think things are going to turn out in a particular area. Your expectations then determine your attitude, and your attitude causes people to behave toward you in a way that reflects what you are thinking inside. If you expect to be successful, you will eventually be successful. If you expect to be happy and popular, you will be happy and popular. If you expect to be healthy and prosperous, admired, respected by the people around you, that is what will happen. You can tell your true expectations by listening to the words you use to describe an upcoming event. Always think and talk positively about the future. Start every morning by saying, I believe something wonderful is going to happen to me today. Then throughout the day, expect the best. Be open and alert to the possibility that each thing happens, positive or negative, contains something good. You will be amazed at the effect this approach to life has on your attitude, on the way you are treated by the people around you. Positive self-expectancy. Successful, happy people continually maintain an attitude of positive self-expectancy. They expect to be successful in advance, and they are seldom disappointed. They expect to make more sales than they lose. They expect to learn something valuable from every experience. They expect to eventually achieve their goals, and they expect to eventually achieve their goals, and they remain open to the possibility that those goals may be achieved in a way that they didn't expect. The very best way to predict the future is to create it, and you create your future by the way you approach everything that happens to you today, either positively or negatively. If you approach each situation confidently, expecting to learn from it or gain from it, you will continue to grow and progress and move toward your goals. You will also be happier, more optimistic person than other people who will want to be around and to help. The law of attraction. The law of attraction is considered by many people to be the most important law of all in explaining both success and failure. This law says that you are a living magnet and that you inevitably attract the people and circumstances into your life that harmonize with your dominant thoughts, especially those thoughts that you emotionalize strongly. By this law or natural force, the more you think about something you want, the more excited you will become about achieving it. The more excited or convinced you become, the more will attract that goal into your life, like a magnet attracts iron filings. Your thoughts will create a force field of energy that will attract the people, circumstances, ideas, opportunities, and resources that you need to achieve your goals. When you change your thinking about yourself and your possibilities, you will attract into your life the forces necessary to turn those big thoughts and ideas into real-life experiences. The law of correspondence. This law says that your outer world corresponds to your inner world. That what you experience on the outside is a reflection of your inner world. Whatever you see when you look around you, you see something in yourself. Whenever you go, there you are. Your outer world of wealth, work, relationships, and health will mirror back to you the pictures and images that are going on inside you. Nothing can permanently stay in your life unless it corresponds with something within you. To have happier relationships, you must become a more loving person, not in thought alone, but genuinely in your heart. As you become a more loving person on the inside, your outer world of relationships will change, and sometimes immediately. To become more financially prosperous on the outside, you must become more prosperous on the inside. To be healthier and fitter in your body, you must think like a healthy and fit person in your mind. In 1905, Dr. William James of Harvard said, "The greatest revolution of my generation is the discovery that individuals, by changing their inner attitudes of mind, can change the outer aspects of their lives." Take charge of your life. There is only one thing over which you have complete control, and that is the content of your mind. Only you can decide what you are going to think and how you are going to think about it. This power, this control is all you need to create a wonderful life for yourself. Your ability to steer your thoughts toward a destination of your own choosing is sufficient to enable you to overcome all obstacles and make up for all limitations on your road to success. The laws of belief, expectations, attraction, correspondence used consciously and deliberately are the keys to your accidents used consciously and deliberately are the keys to your accomplishing wonderful things with your life. When you begin to change thinking about your goals and possibilities, your beliefs and actions will change. You will find yourself doing more and more of the things you need to make your dreams come true. You will continually expect good things to happen to you, and you will seldom be disappointed. You will begin attracting all kinds of wonderful people and opportunities into your life. Your whole world will begin to correspond on the outside with the wonderful goals and pictures that you are creating on the inside. Successful and happy people have a generally positive mental attitude. Prosperous and wealthy people have a prosperous and wealthy mindset. Kind, patient, gentle, loving people who enjoy happy and fulfilling relationships with their families, friends, have kind, patient, loving ways of thinking. When you develop the same mindset that other successful people have, you will soon enjoy the same results and experiences that they do. Start where you are. You may think that you lack the education, opportunities, or resources that other successful people seem to have. Don't worry. The fact is that most people start off with few advantages. The story of most successful people is the story of people who started with nothing and did something worthwhile with their lives. I used to feel sorry for myself because I entered in my 20s with no money and a limited education. Then I learned that most successful people start off with little or no money. If they do get a good education, most of it turns out to be largely useless in the real world once they get out of school. Then I felt sorry for myself because I had no natural talents to help me and I couldn't find a good job. I soon learned that most people start off in the same boat. Most people try and fail at a lot of things before they find the right situation for their talents and abilities. The fact is that everything you ever achieve, you're going to have to do yourself. No one is going to do it for you. But if you keep learning and growing, trying lots of things, you will eventually get the breaks. Everyone does. Just remember that opportunities are like a fumble in football game. If you don't really pick up the ball and run with it, it just lies there and no one has effect on the score. When you get your chance, take action on it immediately. It's a wonderful world. We're living in a wonderful world today, probably the best period in all of human history. You're surrounded by more opportunities and possibilities to achieve your dreams than have ever existed before. There are no limits to what you can accomplish except for the limits that you put on yourself with your own thinking. The feeling of learned helplessness and the lure of the comfort zone are the two major mental obstacles to changing your thinking, dreaming big dreams, and setting big goals for yourself. The way to overcome fear and ignorance is with desire and knowledge. The two qualities that flow out of intense desire and increased knowledge are the courage and the confidence you need to do whatever is necessary to achieve anything you really want. You translate your dreams into concrete realities by turning them into goals. You decide exactly what you want, write it down, set a deadline, and determine the efforts you are going to have to make to achieve it. Make written plans for action to achieve your goal and then to do something every day to move toward it. Resolve in advance that you will never ever give up. Make progress, not excuses. Mark Twain once said, "There are 1,000 excuses for failure, but never a good reason." When I stopped making excuses, I started making progress. When I stopped blaming other people and feeling sorry for myself, I began thinking about specific actions I could take to improve my situation. When I began to set goals and make plans for their accomplishment, I felt in control of my life and my future. When I began learning what I needed to know to achieve my goals, I felt more confident and competent in other parts of my life as well. And as I began achieving my goals one by one, just as you will achieve yours, my thinking changed completely. Changing your life. Success is an inside job. It is a state of mind. It begins within you and is soon reflected in the world around you. When you change your thinking for the better, you become a better person. By dreaming big dreams and envisioning an exciting future, you become a leader. By writing down your goals and making plans to accomplish them, you take full control of your life. And by practicing the idea taught in this book, you can do and will become more unstoppable. Action exercises. Resolve today to accept 100% responsibility for everything you are or will be. Instead of making excuses, decide to make progress. 2. Identify one area where you use the words I can't, when you think of the need to change or do something different. Now imagine that your limitations in that area are all in your mind. 3. In what parts of your life have you become comfortable so much that you resist change even if it would be an improvement? What could you do to get out of this comfort zone? 4. Identify one area where you fear and doubt are holding you back from doing something that you want to do. Imagine that you were absolutely guaranteed success in that area. What would you do differently? 5. What are your favorite excuses for not making the decisions or taking the actions you need to do if you want to achieve all your goals? What if your excuses were not true? 6. Desire and knowledge are the antidotes to fear and doubt. What could you do immediately to increase your knowledge in an area where you want to take action? 7. Identify one key area of your life that you have created with your own thinking. How could you change your thinking in that area to be more successful? Chapter 6. Commit to excellence. The quality of a person's life will be determined by the depth of their commitment to excellence, no matter what their chosen field. By Vincent Lombardi. The starting point of great accomplishment is for you to break loose from the mental bonds that hold you back. Dreaming big dreams and setting big goals provide the starting point of thinking, seeing, and feeling yourself to be capable of achieving far more than you have ever before. How you think and feel about yourself is largely determined by how effective you feel you are in the important things you do, especially in your work or career. It is not possible for you to feel happy and confident as a person if you are not competent and capable in the areas of your life that are central to your personal identity. One of the most powerful ways for you to change your thinking about yourself is for you to commit to excellence. It is to make the decision right now to be the best, to join the top person in your field no matter how long it takes. The very act of thinking of yourself as potentially excellent at what you do actually changes your mindset and improves your personality. It makes you happier and raises your self-esteem. You like and respect yourself more just by deciding to be the best. The market pays superior rewards only for superior performance. It pays average rewards for average performance and below average rewards unemployment and bankruptcy for below average performance. Today the race is on in every area. Your competitors are more capable and determined than they have ever been before and will grow even more so next year and the year after for the rest of your career. You have to run faster just to stay in the same place. The good old days. At one time, you had to be excellent to rise to the top of your field or market. Today, however, excellence is taken for granted. Today, you have to be excellent just to get into the market in the first place. Then you have to constantly improve, getting better and better, week by week and month by month, if you want to keep up with competition. In every field, the top 20% of companies make 80% of the profits in that business or industry. The top 20% of salespeople make 80% of the sales and 80% of the income. The top 20% every field enjoy most of the great rewards of money, pride, satisfaction, and reputation that go along with being the best at what they do. Your job is to join them as quickly as possible. The control valve of performance. Perhaps the most important quality of high-achieving men and women is that of ambition. They see themselves, think about themselves, and conduct themselves every day as though they were among the elite in their fields. They set high goals for themselves and continually work to exceed those goals. For them, quotas are minimums, not maximums. They look upon the accomplishments of everyone else as challenges to themselves to be even better, and so must you. The core of your personality is your level of self-esteem. Your self-esteem is a measure of how much you value yourself and how much you think of yourself as an important and worthwhile person. Your self-esteem is the power source of your personality. It determines your levels of energy, enthusiasm, motivation, inspiration, and drive. The more you like and respect yourself, the better you do at everything you attempt. And the better you do, the more you like and respect yourself. Self-esteem and personal excellence reinforce each other. The better you do. Self-esteem and self-efficacy are flip sides of the same coin of personality. You can genuinely like and respect yourself only when you know deep and hard that you are really good at what you do. A sense of personal mastery is absolutely essential to the healthy human personality. Every single thing that you do in an excellent fashion boosts your self-esteem and makes you feel better about yourself. It makes you feel even more confident of performing at even higher levels. Achieving your full potential requires high levels of courage and confidence. Great success requires a continual willingness to move out of your comfort zone and to break the bonds of learned helplessness that hold most people back. The higher your self-esteem, the more powerful, positive, and determined you will become. The more you like yourself, the more willing you will be to take chances, to step out in faith, to persist longer than anyone else. The better you become in your chosen field, the stronger and more confident you will become in every other part of your life as well. The absolute prerequisite. The fact is that it is impossible for you to be truly happy or successful until you know in your heart that you are very, very good at what you do. For this reason alone, you must resolve to overcome any obstacle, pay any price, and go any distance to achieve this level of excellence. You must set a goal to be among the top 10% of performance in your field and then do whatever it takes to get there. Fortunately, getting up to the top is easier than you think. The great majority of people seldom think about personal excellence. And if the thought crosses their minds, they quickly dismiss it and go back to average performance. Most of the people around you are content to do their jobs for better or for worse, and then go out with their friends or go home and watch television. However, when you begin to make those extra efforts that enable you to excel, you will find that like a runner going into a sprint, you soon move ahead of the pack of the average performers. Develop the winning edge. One of the most important of all success principles is the winning edge concept. This concept explains success and failure and has been demonstrated over and over. This principle says, small differences in ability can lead to enormous differences in results. It seems that the top people in every field are usually just a little bit better than the average in the critical things that they do. But consistency and being a little bit better in your key skill areas eventually adds up to an enormous difference in results. In fact, all you need is to be about 3% better in each of the key result areas of your job to develop the winning edge. This edge enables you to move to the front in the race of life. Once you get a little ahead, you can then maintain and increase this gap by continuous self-improvement. You can continue to get better and better with learning and practice. With this strategy, you will soon emerge in the top 10% or even the top 5% of your field. Key result areas. The reason they are called key result areas is because they are the essential skills necessary for you to do your job completely and well. A weakness in any one of them can hold you back from excellent performance in your overall job. You are successful because of your strength in certain key result areas, but your weakest key result areas determines the degree of effectiveness with which you will be able to use all the others. Your weakest key skill area largely determines your income. Identify your key skills. Each job or desired result can be defined in terms of the key skills necessary to achieve it. For example, there are 7 key result areas in selling. A weakness in any of them can hold you back from selling as much as you can. They are 1. Prospecting. 2. Establishing trust and rapport. 3. Identifying the customer's problem or need. 4. Presenting your product or service as the ideal solution to the problem. 5. Answering objections and concerns. 6. Getting perform agreement to proceed. And 7. Obtaining resales and referrals. If you perform well in all 7 of these areas, you will soon be at the top of your field. If you are poor in any area, your performance in that area will determine your income. In management, there are also 7 key result areas. They are planning, organizing, selecting the right people, delegating, supervising, measuring, reporting. Both upward and downward. If you are excellent at every key skill except for one, that one weakness alone will hold you back in your career as a manager. There are critical success factors in almost every area of life. For example, there are 4 critical success factors that determine your physical health. They are 1. Proper diet, 2. Proper weight, 3. Proper exercise, and 4. Proper rest. Almost all of your health problems can be traced back to a problem or deficiency in one of these 4 areas. The starting point of personal excellence is for you to identify the key result areas of your life, define them clearly and write them down. Make a list of the tasks in order that you must perform to get the results expected of you in your job. Evaluate your current performance in each of these key result areas. Where are you strong? Where are you weak? Be honest. Set standards of performance. If you want to lose weight, the first thing you do is weigh yourself. If you want to improve in any area, you first measure how well you are doing in that area today and then use what is as a baseline for improvement. Once you have determined the results that you absolutely, positively have to get to perform at your best in particular aspect of your life or work, you then give yourself a score of 1 to 10 in each key result area, within 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. You must be at least 7 level or above in each area to do your overall job in an excellent fashion. Whenever you are scoring 7 or below, you must set a goal to improve that in area. Always start your program of personal improvement where you can get the greatest result the fastest. This will invariably be in the key result area where you are the weakest. Identify your lowest scoring KRA and then make a plan to improve in this skill area as quickly as possible. Simultaneously, you develop a plan to gradually improve in each other area where you are weak. Every step you take toward improving yourself in one of your key result areas will improve your result in your job. The better you get at your job, the more you will like and respect yourself. The more you will like and respect yourself, the better you will feel and the more energy and enthusiasm you will have. You will soon become unstoppable. Personal strategic planning. In the business world of 20th century, it was generally agreed that corporations should conduct strategic planning on a regular basis. Individuals, though, were encouraged to set personal goals. In 21st century, however, the situation is different. Today, each individual, just like a company, must engage in regular process of personal strategic planning. In personal strategic planning, you view yourself as a business organization. With this perspective, you make more detailed, long-range plans for your goals and activities in every part of your life. Today, you must spend far more time thinking about your future than ever before. You must invest more energy and effort analyzing and planning the steps you need to take to translate your future dreams into present realities. You must manage yourself better than ever before. You have to take complete control over everything that happens to you. Audience participation. Sometimes I ask my audience, how many people here are self-employed? Usually about 10 to 15% of the audience will raise their hands. I then stop the seminar and ask them again, how many people here are really self-employed? And then I wait. It doesn't take them very long. People look at each other and then back at me and then at each other again. Soon one hand after another begins to go up. Eventually everyone has his or her hands raised. Everyone realizes that they are all self-employed. The biggest mistake that you can make is to think that you ever work for anyone else but yourself. The fact is that you are always self-employed from the time you take your first job until the time you retire. No matter who signs your paycheck, you are working for yourself. You are the president of an entrepreneurial personal services company with one employee, yourself. In the long run, as a result of the things that you do or fail to do, you determine how much you earn. If you want an increase in pay, you can go to the nearest mirror and negotiate with your boss. You determine your own income. People sometimes argue with me about this. They say that the pay structures in their business or industry are determined by factors over which they have no control. But then I point out to them it was they who decided to go to work in that business or industry. And it is they who decided to stay there. They are in charge. They are on their payroll. If you're not happy with any part of your work, it is up to you to change it. Benjamin Disraeli said, never complain and never explain. If there is a part of your work or personal life that you don't like, don't waste your time complaining about it. Instead, take action. As Shakespeare's Hamlet expresses it, take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing, end them. Seeing yourself as the president of your own personal services corporation requires that you accept total responsibility for everything you are and everything you have ever been. This is an enormous thought for many people. It is both scary and exhilarating. Just imagine, you are where you are and what you are because you have decided to be there. Everything you accomplish for the rest of your life will be largely determined by the actions that you take or fail to take. You are responsible. You are in charge. You are in control. You are your own boss. And there are no limits except the limits that you allow the outside world to place on yourself and your thinking. The aim of strategy. When you begin thinking of yourself as a personal service corporation, you separate yourself from all those people who think they are working for someone else. When you take charge of your career, you begin thinking in terms of personal strategic planning, just like a large business. You begin making plans for the long term. The parallels between corporate planning and personal planning are very similar. The purpose of strategic planning in a business is to achieve the highest return on equity, or ROEI, invested in the business. All strategic plans and tactics are aimed at reorganizing the resources and activities of the company in such a way that it achieves a higher rate of financial return on its resources than it was achieving before. In simplest terms, strategic planning is aimed at increasing the ratio of outputs to inputs. All of the management practices popular today, such as restructuring, reorganizing, re-engineering, reinventing, are aimed at improving the functioning of the organization so that it earns more money. They are aimed at increasing outputs and rates of return on equity. Increasing your return on equity energy. If return on financial capital is called return on equity, your personal ROE is your return on energy. Personal strategic planning is focused on organizing and reorganizing your life, restructuring, re-engineering your activities. To increase the quality and quantity of your rewards you get from the investment of the hours and days of your life in what you do. Let us say, for example, that you have decided that you want to double your income in the next 3 to 5 years. This is a reasonable goal that many people around you are already achieving. It is not that difficult to achieve. Simply put, to double your income, you merely have to double the value of your output relative to your input. You have to double the value of your contribution. Financial results come as a result of performing a function or producing valuable goods and services that someone is willing to pay for. If you want to increase the amount you get out, you have to make a plan to increase the amount you put in. Your area of excellence. What is the critical factor that determines the success or failure of any company? It is its competitive advantage or area of excellence. Every company comes into being and survive because it has a unique capacity to offer the market something that it is better in some way than any other being offered by its competitors. It stays in business as long as it continues to satisfy customers in a particular area better than anyone else. The competitive advantage or unique selling proposition of a company determines its rate of growth, its level of sales, its profitability, and its very survival. Companies without a competitive advantage soon disappear from the marketplace to be replaced by other companies with clear, unmistakable competitive advantages that customers can and will pay for. You're not a friend. As the president of a company of one, you too must develop and maintain meaningful competitive advantage. You must develop an area of uniqueness. You must be absolutely excellent in the work that you do so that you can rise to the top of your field. Your choices and decisions about what your competitive advantage is and will be are the critical determinants of your financial success in your life and career. Succeeding the hard way. Some years ago, a friend of mine went to work for a stock brokerage firm. The recruiting and training program was highly technical. The sales training was virtually non-existent. When he finally got his brokerage license, he was given the yellow pages and told to begin dialing for dollars, phoning anybody he could get on the other end of the line and pitching them on his products. He soon learned that this was one of the hardest ways in the world to crack the professional sales field and make a living. One day he had a sudden insight that changed his career and eventually made him one of the top financial advisors in the country. He realized that his entire career and everything that happened to him, his family lifestyle, his bank account, and his future would be determined by how good he was on the telephone. So he made a decision to become absolutely outstanding at using the telephone as a prospecting and selling tool. He read every book he could find on effective telephone techniques. He took every course and studied every piece of information on the subject. He became so good at using the telephone that he could recognize 19 different types of hesitancy in the voice of the person he was calling. He developed appropriate responses to each one so that he could reassure his prospects and clients that he was recommending was the right thing for them. Today, he earns more than $5 million per year buying and selling investments for his clients over the phone on straight commission. Fully 99% of business is done by telephone and now by computer, email, and fax. He seldom meets his clients personally, but on the phone he is a master communicator. He definitely and specifically identified and developed a competitive advantage that he used to move to the top of his field. What could it be for you? Become a to-do-it-yourself project. Here is an exercise. Complete this sentence. If I could blank really well, I could make all the money I wanted. Your job is to fill in the blank. What one skill, if you developed and did it constantly in an excellent fashion, would have the greatest positive impact on your income? If you could wave a magic wand and be absolutely outstanding in any one part of your work, in which part of your work would you choose? Whatever your answer, this is the key result area that you need to begin working on right away. All lasting success in your business or career will come as a result of you doing something extremely well, something that others value and are willing to pay for. Anything that anyone else can do in an excellent fashion, you can learn to do as well. Remember, everyone in the top 10% started in the bottom 10%. Everyone who is doing well today was once doing poorly. All of the people at the top of your field were at one time in other field altogether. The way to get to the front of the buffet line of life, where all the good things are to be found, is simple. First, get in line. Make a decision to join the top 10% no matter how long it takes. Second, stay in line. Once you start moving toward personal excellence, keep learning and practicing until you get there. Here is the good news. The buffet line of life is moving. It never closes. It is open 24 hours per day. Everyone who gets in line and stays in line eventually gets to the front. Nothing can stop you from getting into the top 10% except yourself. You are responsible. Clarify your competitive advantage. One of the first questions you ask of yourself is, what is my competitive advantage? What are you absolutely excellent at doing? What is it that you do better than almost anyone else in your business? What unique set of skills do you have that accounts for most of your success to date? Where are you really good? Your second question is, looking at the trends in my industry, what will my competitive advantage be in 3 to 5 years? If things continue on the way they are and you could project yourself 3 to 5 years into the future and look around, what will you need to be doing in an excellent fashion at that time? Many people have trouble answering both of these questions. They are not sure what their competitive advantage is today, and as a result, they have no idea what their competitive advantage will be in the future. If you are in this situation, you are in a great danger of underachieving and even failing your career. Your potential competitive advantage. Here is the next question. What should your competitive advantage be? If you could be absolutely outstanding in any one area, what should it be? If you're not sure, go and ask your boss or your coworker and ask them, if I was really, really good in one skill, what one skill would have the greatest positive impact on my results? You usually know the answer to this question as soon as you ask it. If you're in doubt about the one skill that could help you the most, ask for advice and input from others. The people around you, especially your boss, can usually tell you quite quickly the answer to this question. Once you have the answer, you set the development of that skill as your new goal or target to aim at. You change your thinking in a very positive way in that area, and you begin to imagine that you have the ability to be absolutely outstanding in that one area. You write it down, set a deadline, make a plan, go to work on improving yourself in that area. In no time at all, you will begin to develop the winning edge in your job that will enable you to move ahead of the crowd. First, the staff. Some companies today are taking their people through an exercise that can be quite traumatic to their employees. They call everyone together and then they fire the entire staff. They announce that they are going to be hiring someone for each job, and that each person can reapply for their job as they were outside contractors presenting a proposal. This proposal for their jobs would include a description of what they intend to do, how they intend to do, how much they would charge for their work, and how much the company would gain or save by paying them the salaries they are requesting for what they are proposing to do. As you imagine, many employees are completely baffled when they are confronted with this exercise. The very idea of thinking through these current jobs and describing them in the form of a business proposal along with a justification for why they should be paid the amount they are asking is an overwhelming task. Most people have never thought about their jobs in this way before. Finally, the boss adds one more detail. He tells them that they will each be competing against other people who will also be submitting proposals for the same jobs. Whoever offers the company the best deal or price will get the position. Determine exactly what you do. If you were put into this position and you had to write out a proposal for your job, starting at the most important and valuable things that you do for your company, and you would explain yourself, how would you sell yourself to your current employer? How would you make a case for that kind of money you want to earn? What are your core competencies? What talents, what special talents and abilities do you have that make you valuable and set you apart from others? What should your core competencies be, or what could they be in the future? What is it that you do in an excellent fashion that you are worth the kind of money that you want to earn? Your answers to these questions are essential to your success in your career. How good are you? There is a simple way to determine how good you are at what you do. Are you in great demand? If you are very good, people are continually trying to hire you away from your current employment. You receive regular job offers. If you are self-employed, you have more business than you can handle. You get a steady flow of recommendations and referrals from satisfied customers. When you are in demand, you have complete job security. You know that if something happened to your current job, you could walk across the street and get another job tomorrow. You never worry about ups or downs in the economy because you always have far more opportunities than you can handle in a 24-hour day. When you reach this point, you will know that you are one of the very best in your field. You will feel terrific about yourself. You will have complete control over your future. Do what you love to do. You may be wondering how you go about determining your area of excellence. If you don't really have one, if you're already very good at what you do, you should know that with change taking place so rapidly in your field, within a few years you will probably find yourself in another job, doing something different with a different area of excellence. Whatever got you to where you are today is not enough to keep you there. Here is one of the most important parts of changing your thinking. Successful people do what they love to do. They do their jobs for the art and joy of it. They do what they're doing even if they weren't paid for it. Ask yourself this question: what would I choose to work as if I was financially independent and could do anything I wanted? How would you change your life if you won $1 million? The great majority of people, if they won $1 million, would immediately quit their current jobs. If you would quit your current job if you won $1 million, this is a danger signal. It means that you are in great danger of wasting your career and wasting your life. Determine what you enjoy doing. Self-made millionaires almost invariably say that their secret of success was that they found out what they enjoyed doing, and they did it with their whole heart. Most successful people feel that they don't really work at all. Some of them say, I haven't worked in a day in my life. Their work and their play are intermingled. They don't know where one begins and the other ends. When they are not at work, they think about it and talk about it. When they are at work, they lose themselves in it. There are more than 22,000 official job categories in the United States alone. Among these 22,000 categories, there are subcategories that bring the number to easily 100,000 different jobs that could be doing. And most of the jobs that will be doing in the 21st century have not even been invented yet. Of the many thousands of jobs that exist, there are numerous jobs at which you could work and earn an excellent living. Your goal must be to select the ideal job for you, the one that gives you the greatest joy, satisfaction, and rewards, and then channel all of your energies into becoming absolutely excellent in that one area. Success leaves tracks. The starting point of identifying your special talents and unique abilities is for you to think back into your past. What sorts of activities have given you your greatest results and rewards? When you were in school, what subjects interested you the most? What subjects did you get the best grades in? You will always be best at doing something that fascinates you, that holds your attention, that captures your interest, that you are naturally attracted toward. One of the tests for whether something is right for you is your desire to learn more about it. You will enjoy reading about it, talking about it, learning about it. Not only that, you will naturally admire the people who are the most successful in the field for which you are really suited. Go back to your childhood. One way to determine your future is to examine your past. Look back to what you most enjoyed doing when you were between the ages of 7 and 14 years old. At that time, you were completely free to pursue any subject that attracted you. What did you most enjoy doing? If you don't remember, go back and ask one of your parents. They will usually remember how you spent your time when you were younger. A participant in one of my seminars told me that this principle applied to him exactly. When he was between the ages of 7 and 14, he loved to build model airplanes. He spent many hours, long into the night, building more and more complex models. Soon, he was building model planes with small engines and entering them into contests. As he grew older, he built larger planes, remote-controlled, and flew them in competitions around the country. When he finished high school, he attended university and earned a degree in aeronautical engineering. He now owns 3 companies. In one company, he designs small aircraft. In a second company, he leases and charters aircraft. And he owns a third company that does aircraft maintenance. He told me that he was worth several $1 million and he felt that he had never done a day's work in his life. He was still doing what most enjoyed working. He was a young man, and he was only 35 years old. Your feeling of importance. Dale Carnegie once wrote, "Tell me what gives a person his greatest feeling of importance, and I will tell you his entire philosophy of life." What gives you a greatest feeling of importance gives you a heightened sense of self-esteem when you do it successfully. What do you most enjoy doing so much that you draw back to it continuously? Napoleon Hill once said that one of the greatest secrets of success is to decide what it is that you most enjoy doing and then find a way to earn a good living at it. Most people get it backward. They do what they feel they have to do so that they can finally acquire the time and money necessary to do what they really want to do. Your goal should be to reverse this order. You should do what you really enjoy doing from the very beginning. In this way, you will get better and better doing more and more of the things that give you your greatest feeling of importance. Face the facts. One of the most important parts of changing your thinking is the development of the quality of courage. I will discuss this subject in greater detail in Chapter 12. For the moment, in terms of doing what you love to do, you need courage to face the fact that right now you might not be the right job, place, or relationship for you. Maybe on the wrong path. Most people back into their jobs and their careers, even their relationship, like backing up their car, hitting something, and then getting out to see what it was. They do not have clear goals, so they accept whatever happens to them. They take the job that is offered to them at the time they are starting working or making the transition from one job to another. They do the work that is assigned to them. They allow their boss to determine their career path. Their entire lives soon become organized around the expectations of the people who design their paychecks. If they are not careful, years will go by and they will completely lose sight of the child in term who started off in life with hopes and dreams, entering a world of untapped possibilities and potentialities. Be true to yourself. Joseph Campbell, the late professor of mythology, told the story on the Bill Moyers special television show some years ago. It took place in a small local restaurant that he patronized with his wife. One day, another couple, along with the young son, came in and sat down for dinner at a nearby table. Halfway through the meal, the boy spoke up and said that he didn't like his dinner and he wasn't going to eat it. The father became extremely angry and insisted that he eat it whether he liked it or not. The boy refused and said to his father, "But I don't want to eat it." At this, the father blew up and shouted, "You don't want to? What does that have to do with anything? I never did anything I wanted to do in my whole life." Campbell went on to point out that many people are in that same situation. Many people feel that they have lived their whole lives doing things that the other people wanted them to do because they had never the courage to do just what they wanted. Campbell then said that the key to success and happiness in life was to follow your bliss. It was to do what you most love to do. It was to look over the landscape of your life and determine those activities that you enjoy doing more than anything else. The things that you would do if you had no limitations, and then to build your life around those activities. Be prepared to walk away. Many of the happiest men and women in our society today are those who at a certain point got up and walked away from a situation that they finally realized was not making them happy or filled. They had the courage to decide that they were going to do what they loved to do, rather than what they felt they had to do. They looked deep within themselves and honestly assessed their own natural talents and abilities. This often changed their whole lives. Listen to others. Some years ago, I began thinking in earnest about what it was that I really wanted to do. My current job was coming to an end, and the prospects for the future because of the economy was not very encouraging. Meanwhile, although I had a very good idea of what I wanted to do, I wasn't sure. At this point, I suddenly asked a friend of mine what he thought I would be good at doing. He replied, "Without a moment's hesitation, you'd be excellent at teaching and giving seminars." That turned out to be exactly what I had been thinking, but I wasn't nervous about directing my whole career into a completely unknown field. My friend's comment made me realize that often the people around you can see clearly what you should be doing, even if you can't see it yourself. If you're all at all unsure about your natural talent and ability, ask someone who knows you very well what he or she thinks your ideal line of work would be. The people who know you and care about you will often give you ideas and insights that change your whole life. Often these insights will reveal to you your heart's desire. Your heart's desire. Your heart's desire is that one special thing that you were put on this earth to do. No one else can do it in the same way that you can. It is something that may have been calling to you for many years, like the sound of distant music. It is something that has interested you and attracted you since you were young. Perhaps you have never told anyone about it. Perhaps deep in your heart you are afraid of the enormous changes you would have to make to pursue your heart's desire. But the fact is that you would never be truly happy or satisfied until you let yourself go and throw your whole heart into whatever it is. Eric Butterworth wrote in his book, Discover Power Within, "You are not what you are what you can be." Imagine you are not what you are, but rather you are what you can be when you discover and develop your natural talents and abilities to the full. Be honest with yourself. One of the marks of personal leadership is that you see yourself as you really are. You are completely honest. You recognize and accept that you are completely responsible, the president of your own personal services corporation. You accept that excellent rewards come only from excellent performance in your chosen field. You view yourself strategically as if you were looking at someone else. You plan every part of your life, knowing that no one is going to do it for you. Especially, you establish your own program for personal and professional improvement to assure that you become one of the very best people in your field. Think and plan strategically. There are several concepts in personal strategic planning that can improve your results and change your life. As in everything, see these are ways of thinking that lead to ways of acting more effectively. Draw a line. The first concept is what I call zero-based thinking. Call a timeout in your life and work. Draw a line under all your current activities. Now imagine that you are starting over. Ask yourself, is there anything in my life that, knowing what I know, I would not get into or start up again today if I had to do it over? This is one of the most important questions you will ever ask and answer. You can apply it on a go-forward basis to each part of your life. Often the biggest problems in personal strategic planning is you are attempting to make something work that you wouldn't even get into in the first place if you had to do it over again. Often when I consult with companies, they ask me for advice on how to increase the sales of a particular product or service. I always ask them, knowing what you know, would you introduce this product or service again today if you had to do it over? They often tell me that knowing what they know, they would never have brought it out in the first place. My advice to them is always the same: kill it. One of the smartest things a company can do with the part of the business that is not working and which has no future is to discontinue it as quickly as possible. This applies to products, services, processes, methods of sales and advertising, investments, or any other area of activity that consumes time, money, and emotional energy. Hold your own feet to the fire. If there is anything in your life or work that you wouldn't even get into today, knowing what you know, it is an excellent candidate for creative abandonment, for being discontinued altogether. Is there any relationship in your life, personal or business, that knowing what you know, you wouldn't get into today if you had to do it over? If there is, your next question is, how do I get out of this relationship and how fast? Think about your business and your career. Is there anything in your work life that you wouldn't get into again today, knowing what you know? Is there any business process, procedure, activity, or expense you know? Is there any business process, procedure, activity, or expense that you wouldn't start again today if you had to do it over? Finally, think about your investments, not only of money, but also of time or emotion. Is there any part of your life that is dragging you down, causing you tension or stress that you wouldn't get into again today if you were starting over? Sometimes the fastest way to change your thinking in your life is to simply question everything you're doing today that is making you unhappy. If it is not working, abandon it and do something else. Your most valuable asset is your time. It is also your scarcest resource. You have a limited amount of time, and once it is gone forever. Time is essential to accomplishment. Time is perishable. You cannot get more of it, no matter what you do. It can be said that the quality of your life is determined by the way you spend this precious resource. Results and rewards, however you define them for yourself, are everything. Your ability to achieve the health, happiness, and prosperity you desire is the measure of your effectiveness as a human being. Your job is to use minutes and hours more effectively to assure that you are achieving the greatest quantity and quality of the things you want to do in exchange for the time you invest. Trading your time. Everything in life is a trade of some kind. Overall, you trade your time for the results and rewards you want. You can tell what kind of a trader you are by looking around you and evaluating your current situation. Are you satisfied with the results of your trades in life so far? Some people trade their time for $25,000 per year. Some people trade the same amount of time for $250,000 per year. Even though they may be of similar age and intelligence and have similar educations, backgrounds, but one of them earns 10 times than the other earns. Why is this? In the simplest of terms, the one earning more thinks and acts differently from the one earning less. One person is a better trader than the other. One person has better information, continually upgrades his skills, starts earlier, works harder, stays later. A good trader quickly develops the winning edge and begins to pull ahead of the pack. Soon he is working and earning at a far level than the people he started out with. This must be your goal as well. Your time is limited. You cannot save time if you can only spend it differently. Every part of your life today shows the results of how you have spent your time in the past. If you want to have a different future, you have to spend your time differently in the present. You have to change your thinking about yourself and how you use your time to get the things you want in life. Time, in a way, always is like money. It can be either spent or invested. If you spend time or money, it is gone forever. You can never get it back. But if you invest your time or money wisely, you will get a greater return in the future. Personal strategic planning and thinking give you the tools to ensure that you achieve the highest return on time invested, or ROTI. Put another way, it enables you to get the highest return on life. Everything you do that requires your time represents a choice. The choice is to use your time wisely or not. However you choose, the time will be gone forever. If you spend your time on one activity, you will no longer have the same activity of time available to spend or invest in another activity. Your choices about how you use your time largely determine the quality of your life, both today and in the future. You must be extremely jealous of your time. You must be adamant about not spending your time on activities of low value. You must downsize, outsource, and eliminate all activities that no longer represent the highest and best of your time if you want to get the highest return on energy in your life and career. Zero-based thinking will help you to make better choices. It is a key thinking tool that can change your life. The Pareto principle. Another important strategic planning concept is the 20 or 80 rule. The Pareto principle, which Italian economist Walfredo Pareto wrote about it in 1895. In Switzerland. This rules that 80% of your results will come from 20% of your activities. If you make a list of 10 tasks that you have to do in the coming day, 2 of these tasks will be worth more than the other 8 items put together. But the 20% of activities that account for most of the value in your work are invariably the most difficult and challenging tasks. The third 80% of activities that account for only 20% of your results are usually fun and easy. Being human, you have a natural tendency to do the easy things, even though they are not particularly valuable or important. To get the most done and the greatest results from every minute invested, you must resist the temptation to clear up small things first. You must discipline yourself to keep your energies focused on the 1 or 2 things that you can do that are more important and valuable than anything else. Marketing yourself strategically. As the president of your own personal services corporation, you must consider the 4 strategic variables in marketing yourself and your services. Your effectiveness in each of these 4 areas will determine your income and your future. They are specialization, differentiation, segmentation, concentration. These 4 activities are central to every business and to the success of every product or service offered by any business anywhere. All business growth and profitability are the result of performing well in each of these areas. Problems with sales and profitability are the result of a weakness in one or more of these areas. Each of them applies to you in your career as well. Specialize in your field. Specialization means that you decide exactly what it is that you are going to do and do it well in your field. Successful people in every field specialize rather than generalize. They focus their time and talents rather than trying to do so many things. They work to develop a reputation for being very, very good in a specific area. They don't try to be all things to do all people or jack of all trades. A successful business may specialize in one particular type of customer or in a specific market. It may specialize in a particular product or service for the type of customer. A successful person or salesperson will specialize in selling a particular product or service to a particular type of customer. A successful business person in any field will spend more and more time doing fewer and fewer things that are of higher and higher value in a specific area. What is your area of specialization today? What will it be in the future? What should it be if you want to move to the top of your field? What could it be if you were to stand back and imagine that you have no limitations and that you could be excellent at any skill or in any market that you desired? Set yourself apart. The second strategic variable in business or career is differentiation. This is the key factor that determines the success of most sales, marketing, and business growth. This is the primary determinant of success in your career. Differentiation is defined as the way that you separate yourself from everyone else in your field who is offering something similar. Your area of differentiation, in reality, your area of excellence. Your area of uniqueness, your unique selling proposition. It is what gives you a competitive advantage over others in your industry. The key question. Imagine if a very important prospective customer were to ask you, what is it about your product or service that is different, better, and superior to any other similar product or service offered by any other company in today's market? How would you answer? If you had to explain how and why your product or service is superior to that of your competitors, and what would you say? Many salespeople and even business owners are not sure about the answer to this question. But you must be absolutely clear about your competitive advantage if you want to make more sales in an increasingly competitive market. As an individual doing personal strategic planning for your own career, you must ask this question of yourself. What unique skills do you have that make you superior to anyone else offering to do the same job that you are doing? What skills would it be useful for you to have? If you're not currently excellent in your field, what steps do you need to take, beginning immediately, to get yourself to the point where you stand out from everyone else? Identify your ideal customers. The third strategic area in business is that of segmentation. This requires that you divide your markets and customers into segments. You do this by identifying those customers who can most benefit from your area of specialization and your competitive advantage within that area. In segmentation, you identify your ideal customers. Who are they? Where are they? What do they have in common? What are their ages? Incomes, education levels, backgrounds, positions, experiences, and so on. Today, more and more, marketing is focused on niches and micro-niches. Sales and marketing are increasingly personal and individual, aimed at highly defined groups of prospective customers with special qualities and characteristics. Who are your ideal customers? Concentrate your energies. The fourth strategic variable, perhaps the most important of all in sales and marketing, is this principle of concentration. This is your ability to focus all of your energies and resources on those specific customers or markets where you have the greatest chance of success in the shortest period of time. Your ability to concentrate single-mindedly on your highest value opportunities will do more to increase your return on energy than any other factor. Concentration is a key success principle in every field. Success versus failure. Dun and Bradstreet has been tracking the results of successful and unsuccessful businesses for more than 50 years. Not long ago, it put all of its research on failed businesses into a computer. The data showed that businesses fail because of low sales. Businesses succeed because of high sales. Everything else is commentary. As the president of your own company, engaged in personal strategic planning for your career, your job is to ensure the highest levels of sales of your personal services that you can possibly achieve. This requires that you specialize, differentiate, segment, and concentrate. As the president of your own life and career, you must become absolutely excellent at doing one or more things that the market will pay the most for. You must then become continually better in those one or two areas. You are extraordinary. The fact is that you are extraordinary. You are born with unique talents and abilities that make you completely different from all other human beings who have ever existed. The odds of being two people just like you are more than 50 billion to 1. In fact, it will never happen. There is no one who has the unique and remarkable combination of experiences, ideas, thoughts, feelings, education, imagination that you do. You have within you right now the ability to be, have, or do virtually anything you can imagine. You are very much like a Michelangelo's clock of marble, just laying there. You are like an incredible masterpiece just waiting to emerge. Great success and happiness come when you identify your natural abilities and then concentrate on developing along the lines of your inborn talents. It is almost as though you are engineered for your success in a specific way, and if you can find the area for which you were specifically designed, you will achieve more in a few years than most people achieve in a lifetime. Leave nothing to change. You leave nothing to change. You don't hope for the miracles or wish for a lucky break. You recognize that if it's to be, it's up to you. Since you know you are going to spend the rest of your life working at something, you decide in advance that you will do whatever you love to do. You will become everything you are capable of by developing your unique talents and abilities wherever they lead. You will work only at something you enjoy, the people you enjoy with, and doing work that makes a difference in the world. You set high standards for yourself. You think positively and constructively about yourself and your career, your future. You recognize that anything that anyone else has done, you can do as well. Once you have decided what is it you want to do, and you throw your whole heart into doing it in excellent fashion, and as a result, you become unstoppable. Action exercises. 1. What is it that you really love to do? What activity gives you a greatest feeling of importance? 2. If you could be absolutely excellent at any one task or skill, what would it be? Set it as a goal and begin work on that skill immediately. 3. What are the key result areas of your job? On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you in each area? 4. What one skill, if you developed and utilized it in an excellent fashion, would have the greatest positive impact on your life? 5. What is your area of excellence, your unique selling proposition, and the very best thing you do in your work? 6. If you could do only one thing all day long, what one task or activity would contribute the greatest value to your company and to your work? 7. Identify your heart's desire, the one thing that you were put on this earth to do. If you could accomplish one great thing in your lifetime, what would it be? Donate your time. When you attend meetings of the committee, develop the habit of raising your hand. Volunteer for assignments. Volunteer to write things. Volunteer to do work that needs to be done. The rule is this: in every organization, fewer than 10% of the people do most of the work. On any committee, fewer than 20% of the people do more than 80% of the work on that committee. Your goal is to be among the top 10 to 20%. The most important committees attract the best and most important people in the association. These are the kids of people that you want as part of your reference group. These are the kinds of people that you want to form relationships with. These are the kinds of people whose names you want for your Rolodex and who you want to be part of your professional network. Performing for your peers. One of the great advantages of serving voluntarily on a committee for your association is that you get an opportunity to perform in front of your peers, but without even attempting to impress them or to get them to give you anything or do anything for you. Every time you accept responsibility and fulfill it completely, they make a silent note of it. They may not say anything aside from the occasional thanks for or congratulations, but they're making mental notes which will serve you in good state later on. Learn to speak on your feet. If you have any fears about public speaking, you should make a plan right now to get over them. Your ability to make a presentation to a small group or stand up and give a talk or chair a meeting for a larger group can do more to bring you the attention of people who can help you than almost any other thing you can do. Fortunately, public speaking is a skill you can learn with practice. I have urged people over the years to take a Dale Carnegie course or to join Toastmasters International. They're both open to everyone and available everywhere. When you sign up or join one of these fine organizations, leaders will train you thoroughly in how to speak on your feet. They will teach you how to design a talk with a beginning, a middle, and an end. They will show you how to speak in a variety of different situations. And the better you get at speaking by the law of attraction, the more you will attract people and opportunities into your life to speak to more and larger groups. Look for ways to put in. Here is something very important that I learned. The great majority of people, being selfish, are always thinking of how they can personally and immediately gain from any interaction that they have with other people. But this is not for you. Instead, your job is to look for ways to put in. Your goal must be to look for ways to contribute. This seems to be the strategy used by many of the top people. Over the years, I have worked with many wealthy men and women. I will never forget a billionaire turning to me at the end of a meeting and privately asking me, "Is there anything that I could do for you?" Later, another man worth more than $500 million asked me the same question, "Is there anything that I can help you?" When I went to work for a man worth over $100 million in our second or third meeting, he asked me if there was anything that he could do in his position to help him in personal life. By that simple gesture, even though I could think of nothing, he earned my long life loyalty. Over the years, I have observed that many of the most powerful men and women at every level of society got there by continually looking for ways to help other people. Living the law. Here is one of the greatest discoveries of the ages. The more you give of yourself without expectation of return, the more that will come to you from the most unexpected sources. Most people think that if they do something good or helpful for a person or a group, their reward should come back directly from that person or group. But this is not the way the universe works. When you do something nice for someone else, you activate the law of attraction. Because it is a law, you never have to worry about your reward. As long as you continue to sow goodness, the universe will take care of the reaping. Your good will usually come to you from a completely unexpected resource at a completely unexpected time. All you have to do is be sure that you are continually putting in. The getting out will take care of itself. The best people. As a professional speaker, I work with groups and associations all over the country. Without fail, the best and most talented people in every association are the ones who attend almost every meeting. The top people are the ones who always take the time and make the sacrifice to be there. They are the ones who always sit on the committees and volunteer to help in any way possible. And I have noticed an interesting phenomenon. Each year, one member of the association will be elected to be the national president. As a president, he or she will have to spend as much as half of his or her time traveling around the country voluntarily without pay on association business. You would think that this would really cut into the person's ability to make a living, but it seems that exactly the opposite happens. All the association presidents I have spoken to found that they have made more money, did better in their careers, and made more progress in their field in the year that they took off to work for the association than any other year of their work lives. The more you put in without expectation of reward, the more you get from the most unexpected resources. And you are in completely control of what you put in. The universe will take care of the rest. Keep a record. Harvey Mackey, in his audio program How to Build a Network of Power Relationships, says that the most important word not in the dictionary as that time is the word Rolodex. He claims that if your Rolodex is big enough, you are never more than 2 phone calls away from anyone in the country. Harvey Mackey has a Rolodex with more than 4,000 names that has gathered over the years. He has found that at least one of those people in his Rolodex has direct access to virtually any other person in the country with whom he wants to communicate, including the President of the United States. Your Mastermind Alliance. Napoleon Hill, after decades of studying the richest men in America, concluded that the formation of a mastermind network was an important step to create wealth. It was the creation or joining of a mastermind group that enabled countless men and women to go from poverty and obscurity to success and affluence. The core of your personal network of contacts, even before you begin to go outside to join groups and organizations, should therefore be your mastermind network. This is a small group of 4 or 5 people with whom you meet and talk on a regular basis, getting together regularly at once per week or even more often with other people who think like you is the key to the success of a mastermind group. Don't worry about being self-serving in these relationships. Include your mastermind only people who can help and who can help you. Take the initiative. You begin the formation of a mastermind group by approaching 1 or 2 people like and admire and whom to have the same positive attitude you do. They may be in your field or in another field. They may be younger or older than you, one of the same gender or not. It doesn't really matter as long as you have the good chemistry. The most important qualifications are that they have positive mental attitudes and are generally optimistic about themselves and their lives. They should have goals of their own that they are working on each day. They should be open-minded and curious. They should believe in personal development and already read books, listen to audio programs, and attend courses and seminars. Loose or structured. When you get together with members of your mastermind group, you can have an agenda or no agenda. Your meetings can be structured or unstructured. You can talk about general subjects or specific topics. You may talk about your own business or about theirs. It doesn't matter. The very activity of spending time around other positive people energizes you, makes you more creative, and makes you more feel enthusiastic toward whatever you're doing. An important element of your mastermind group is the amount of laughter that you experience together. This is the key measure of the quality of any of your relationships. People who laugh a lot together like each other more. They are usually more helpful and supportive of each other. The more you enjoy the most in life will always be the people with whom you laugh and joke the most. Two people together. The most important mastermind group that you ever form is with your spouse or partner. A husband and wife together or a couple can be the most powerful mastermind of all. When two people are completely attuned to each other and completely supportive of each other's hopes and dreams, they form a powerful combination that enables each of them to accomplish far more either could achieve alone. People who are in an excellent relationship with a person they describe as their best friend are some of the happiest, most successful, and most fulfilled people in our society. Two people together can create wonderful things for both of them. Multiple masterminds. You can have more than one mastermind network. Some people will have a mastermind network in their families. Others will have mastermind alliances with people who participate in the same hobbies or sports. You should definitely have a mastermind network bias You should definitely have a mastermind network that is specifically focused on work or career. You can even have interlocking mastermind groups with people who are involved with you or in more than one area. The more you interact with the positive people, the more positive and productive you will be. Constantly talking with and sharpening your ideas and experiences with others will give you a steady flow of ideas and insights from their experiences and will help you keep a healthy perspective on what you are doing. Guard your time. Your most valuable asset is your time, and relationships with the people are enormously time consuming. The number of high quality relationships you can form and maintain is limited. There are simply not enough hours in the day or enough days in the month. You must be selective about the people with whom you associate. You must choose them carefully. Baron de Rothschild in his Maxims for Success said, "Make no useless acquaintances." This may sound a bit cold, but remember, your life is precious and your life is made of the minutes and hours of each day. You cannot afford to squander on relationships with people whom you cannot help and who cannot help you. To live and enjoy a better life, you must guard your time carefully. As Benjamin Franklin wrote, Those who love life, they do not squander time, for that's the stuff life is made of. Be selective in your choices. Many highly successful people are often described as loners. However, this does not mean loners. They are not isolated, antisocial individuals. They are loners in that they are highly selective about who they spend time with. They do not drink coffee with who you are sitting there or go out for lunch with whoever happens to be walking out the door at the same time. They carefully build and maintain high-quality relationships, and they fastidiously avoid negative people who might hold them back. If associating with positive people is a key to success, then the flip side is for you to get away and keep away from negative or toxic people. Negative people are the primary source of most unhappiness. Problems with such people are most likely your major source of stress and frustration. Negative people do more to diminish your joy in life than any other single factor. It's much easier to bounce back from financial loss or reverses in your career than it is to deal with negative people in your work or personal life. One major negative relationship can be enough to cut off all your chances of achieving your full potential in your career. Choose your relationships with care. Seek out a mentor. Most successful people have mentors at different stages of their lives. A person whom you know and who knows you and helps you on a regular basis often determines your success in life. The right mentor at the right time can save you from countless mistakes and years of hard work. At each stage of your life, you can benefit from the advice and experience of someone who is further along the path than you. The men who have been there to give me guidance and advice as I have grown up and gone into business at various levels have affected my life dramatically. This type of relationship can have a major impact on your success as well. Many people are a little bit fuzzy about exactly how mentoring relationships work. A mentor is like an uncle. He or she is an older friend, someone wiser or more experienced than you, who will give you guidance and advice from the time to time. A mentor can help you avoid pitfalls that might sidetrack your career or hold you back. Develop a strategy. As it happens, the most potential mentors are successful people who are already very busy. Approaching one of them requires strategy and planning. Here's what you do. When you decide that you would like a particular person to be your mentor in a particular area, you should contact that person with a specific question or need. Most successful people are open to helping other people who want to be successful as well, but they are busy. They don't have a lot of time. You should not ask for more than 10 minutes. The best way to approach a prospective mentor for the first time is with a short list of key questions from which you need answers to help you to make current decisions in your life and your career. Do not approach a mentor asking personal questions about his or her life and experiences. Busy people are not interested in sharpening their innermost experiences and feelings with someone they have never met before. Looking for compatibility. In your first meeting, by asking a few specific questions, you are testing the waters. What you are looking for is a certain form of chemistry. You're looking for a person you like and respect and feel comfortable with, and who likes you and be willing to help you in the future. For this reason, you must grow slowly at first. You must ask for only a few minutes and then you must get on with your business. You must ask for specific advice about a specific situation. Be respectful, friendly, and businesslike. Here is the key to developing the mentor or mentee relationship. When you're given advice, follow it. Don't ask for specific advice and do nothing with it, and then attempt to come back for even more advice. This just demonstrates the prospective mentor that you are wasting his or her time. Instead, if the person suggests that you take a particular action, do it immediately. If the person suggests that you read a book, get in and listen to it. If the person suggests that you listen to an audio program, get in and listen to it. If the person suggests that you take a particular course, sign up for it and attend. Be respectful of their time. Many people contact me and ask me to be a mentor to them, not only from throughout the United States and Canada, but from foreign countries as well. Aside from the fact that I am extremely busy, I respectfully decline all invitations because of the particular approach that they usually take. They call up or write and want me to take complete charge of their lives. They want me to spend many hours of my time guiding, counseling, and directing them, and helping them in their jobs or careers. The fact is that a prospective mentor is usually very busy and cannot even consider the possibility of spending large blocks of time with a complete stranger. However, if you go slowly and follow the advice given to you by a mentor, the individual may conclude that investing time in you is worthwhile. He or she will be willing to spend even more time with you to help you even further. Eventually, a very good relationship can develop. You may have more than one mentor at the same time. You may have sequential mentors. This means that as one mentor serves his or her purpose in guiding you, you evolve and grow your career. It will often be time to move on to another mentor who is even further along than your first mentor. Resist relationship entropy. The natural tendency in all relationships is toward entropy. Relationship entropy means that relationships run out of energy unless they are continually renewed. People stop doing the things that they had done earlier to establish the relationship in the first place. They work very hard to create the relationship and then they take it for granted. They forget to communicate with the other person. They just assume that everything is going along fine and that no extra efforts are necessary to maintain the relationship. As it happens, men more are likely than women to let this happen. But all relationships are a function of the time invested in them. You can only increase the value of a relationship by investing more time in it. This applies to a relationship with your spouse, relationships with your children, relationships with your staff members, and especially relationships with your friends and associates on a personal and professional level. There is no alternative to personal time invested in building and maintaining a relationship. You must be alert to the danger of relationship entropy and be constantly working to counter it. Customers for life. It is quite common in business for someone to work very hard to win a customer for the first time and to build the initial relationship. However, once the relationship is established, the business person begins to make the customer for granted and go off to work on new relationships that are not yet well established. Then 6 months later, the business person is astonished to find that the customer has gone to a competitor. As a business person, your customer relationships are some of the most important assets that you develop and maintain over the course of your career. Once you have invested the time and energy required to develop a customer relationship, it is essential that you develop a plan for relationship maintenance. You make sure that you are doing whatever is necessary to keep that relationship alive and growing. The law of indirect effort. There are several principles that apply to building and maintaining relationships of all kinds. Perhaps the most important is the law of indirect effort. This law says that you achieve things with people more indirectly than directly. Here is an example of this principle. If you want to have a friend, the direct way is by trying to get people to like you. This seldom works. The indirect way is to be a friend, to treat other people in a friendly way without expecting anything in return. If you want to impress other people, the direct way is to tell them about your accomplishments and show them how clever you are. The indirect way, which is faster and more effective, is to be impressed by them. The more you show that you are impressed by someone, the more they will find you to be an impressive person. The indirect way of getting people to like you is for you to like them first. The way to get people to admire and respect you is for you to admire and respect them in advance. The law of compensation. The law of compensation seems to apply directly to relationships. This law says that you get what you put in, and the more you put in, the more you get out. The more things you do for the other people, the more things other people will want to do for you. When you offer to help or serve others, they will want to help or serve you. What goes around comes around. Whatever you sow, you will reap eventually. We have entered into the era of the go-giver rather than just the go-getter. Each person has a deep desire to reciprocate in his or her relations with others. We want to even things go up when anything nice has been done for us. We want to pay people back for any kindness or favors. We don't want to feel that we are obligated to another. Nowhere this principle is more important than in relationships. There are many people who think that the key to success is to get around other successful people and then to exploit this relationship. This strategy seldom works. It is much better for you to become the kind of person that other people want to be around. When you go to work on yourself and become a better person, better people will want to associate with you. This is the direct way. Marry rich. Sometimes people say that they want to marry a rich person. If you want to marry a rich person by the law of indirect effort, you had better get busy working on yourself to become the kind of man or woman that a rich person would want to marry. You should become very good at what you do. Develop the manners of an excellent person. Improvement of your life and prospects on the outside begins with getting better on the inside. There have been many studies of social climbers, people who have joined clubs, organizations in an attempt to associate with successful people. Invariably, they fail. Why? Because like attracts like. People are naturally attracted to people who are at the same level that they are. If you have not developed yourself to achieve a certain level of accomplishment in your field, you cannot take a shortcut and begin associating with people at that new level. They will not be interested in you, and you will only end up looking for and feeling foolish.
Relationships are everything. Keep it foremost in your mind that relationships are everything. Your job is to become a relationship creating individual. You should look for every way possible in your personal or friends groups, in your mastermind networks, in your clubs and associations, and with mentors to form and maintain high quality relationships. Most successful men and women owe their success to the fact that at an earlier time they made the effort to establish and maintain a particular relationship that eventually paid off for them. Doors were opened and opportunities created that saved them years of hard work, and this can happen to you as well if you use creative networking at every single stage of your career. When you know that your Rolodex contains hundreds of variable names that you can call upon and because you have already built a bridge with these people, it gives you a tremendous feeling of personal power and self-confidence. You feel to begin unstoppable. Action exercises. Make a list of 10 people whom it would be helpful for you to know. Write each of them a letter congratulating them on something they have just done. Select 3 people with whom you can form a business, career type of mastermind group. Invite them to meet with you weekly for breakfast or lunch. Join at least one association that holds regular meetings in your community and begin attending every one. Volunteer to serve on one of the committees and get involved. 4. Examine each of the people with whom you regularly associate, in business or socially. Are these the right people for you to have as members of your reference group? 5. Develop a personal development plan to prepare yourself to become the kind of person that you would like to meet and spend time with. Take control of your future. 6. Take a Dale Carnegie course in public speaking or join a chapter of Toastmasters International. Learn to speak on your feet. 7. Resist relationship entropy. Keep in regular touch with most important people in your personal and business life. Call or visit somebody today. Chapter 8. Think like a genius. Many make every thought, every fact that comes into your mind pay you a profit. Make it work and produce for you. Think of the things not as they are, but as they might be. Don't merely dream, but create. By Maxwell Waltz. You are a potential genius. Your amazing brain has more than 18 billion cells, in each of whom which is connected to and interlinked with as many as 2,000 others. This means that the total number of possible thoughts you can think is greater than all the molecules in the known universe. You have the capacity to learn at incredible rates and to retain more information than you can ever imagine. It is said that when an educated person dies, it is as if a library burned down. This potential library is contained between ears. The origins of wealth. Throughout human history, value have been contained in land, labor, capital, furniture, fixture, machinery, and other hard assets. Wars and revolutions have been fought over their control. The primary creators of value were those people who could combine these various resources together to produce products and services for the marketplace. In the 20th century, however, we have seen change take place at a speed that is virtually unimaginable. In 1900, 50% of the American population lived on farms raising food for the other 50% who lived in towns and cities. Today, less than 3% of the population lives on farms, and they produce not only enough food for all Americans, but huge surpluses as well that are exported or even given away to the entire world. We have moved from the agriculture age to the industrial age to the service age to the information age, and we are now entering the communications age. The primary source of value today is not land, labor, or other hard assets, but knowledge, information, and ideas. The greatest wealth you could possibly possess is between your ears. You can create an individual, unlimited future for yourself by tapping into your brain power and challenging it, like a powerful current to energize your life and get you anything you really want. True wealth today. The richest American today, and perhaps the richest person in the world, is Bill Gates. The net worth of his company Microsoft is greater than the net worth of IBM, which has been in business many years longer. Microsoft is entirely based on brain power. It creates wealth by making it easier to process information digitally within computers and from computer to computer by telephone lines, wireless systems, and satellites. If you own a company, your chief assets walk out the door every night at quitting time. Your building could burn to the ground, but as long as your people got out safely, you could walk across the street and start your own business again. The chief assets of any organization and of any individual are contained in the ability to think and to apply that thinking to getting results that other people pay for. The ability to create wealth is determined by mental strength rather than physical strength. Starting capital. In generations past, it may have taken many years for a person to accumulate enough capital to start and build a successful business in manufacturing or services today. Today, such a large investment in physical assets can actually be a liability. A change in technology on the other side of the world can render a $100 million manufacturing plant obsolete in a few months. But what you have between your ears can be invaluable. It is capable of countless applications and uses. It is completely portable. It is versatile. It is flexible, and it can be increased almost within limits if you learn how. An immigrant could drive at a U.S. airport with the ability to create a $1 billion industry in his head. He could walk up to customs, open his hands, and say, "Nothing to declare," and walk on through. His assets are all in his knowledge and skill. Many of the most successful and respected entrepreneurs and business people in America arrived this way. Knowledge is the great resource. The primary source of value today is knowledge. Since there is no limit to the amount of knowledge you can acquire, there is no limit to the amount of value that you can create. You can start from wherever you are, no matter what your background, and begin to increase your mental assets. You can start work today on improving your ability to perform and get results for which others will pay. The wonderful thing about knowledge is that it can be reproduced hundreds of thousands, even millions of times without losing its value. It is the one commodity that can actually be infinite in its application. If you or someone else comes up with a new idea to something faster or better, that idea can be spread around the world in no time at all, and be in the hands of millions of other people who can also use it to improve their lives and work. And you have lost nothing. The idea still has its original value to you. This is absolutely incredible. Hard assets versus brain power. Today, our banking and financial industries are struggling to make the shift to knowledge as an asset. Banks, for example, will lend money today only against hard assets, things that can be seized as collateral and sold to repay the loan. However, the real assets of a company are not the tangible items at all. They're the thinking ability of the people who work there. They are contained in the combined brain power of teams of experts working together to solve problems, create innovations, and produce goods and services for the competitive marketplace. Your ability to utilize your brain power and unlock your creative abilities is absolutely essential to your success. Today, we know more about how you can become smarter than we ever have before. Small differences lead to big results. Often, small improvements in the way you think and perform can lead to significant improvements in your performance. It is not necessary for you to attend core university and get years of education to bring your knowledge up to the level where it can pay off for you. Sometimes very small changes in what you are doing right now, where you are, can bring about amazing results. Here is an example. If a horse runs in a horse race and wins by nose, it earns 10 times the prize money of a horse that comes in second. Does this mean that the horse that comes in first is 10 times faster? It is twice as fast. 10% faster? No, the horse that wins is only a nose faster. By the same token, your possession of one small piece of information at the right time and in the right place can enable you to make an extraordinary difference in a particular situation. Often a single idea or insight can change your whole life or career. Avoid the intelligence trap. The most successful people today are those who are continually investing in learning and expanding their intellectual asset base. They are wide open to new ideas and new approaches. A major mistake made by many people, especially those who have graduated from universities, is that they conclude that everything they know at the moment is all there to know about a particular subject. Sometimes they think that what they know is all they need to know about a subject as well. This is called the intelligence trap of the poor performance, the unconscious incompetent. This is a person who does not know and does not know that he does not know. This person cannot be helped because he is close to new information. This is why the beginning of all his wisdom is often the awareness of how ignorant you really are, of how little you really know. Don't be impressed. I have traveled in many countries and met countless highly intelligent and successful people. I have spoken with many millionaires, multi-millionaires, and even billionaires. I have worked at the highest level of the government with some of the smartest men and women who have ever lived. And the one thing that these people seem to have in common is that they never become impressed by their own intelligence. In fact, the smarter they get, the humbler they become, and the less they look upon themselves as experts in any way. Over 700 years ago, Roger Bacon of England was considered to be the last universal man. He was thought to be current with all the knowledge and science of the day. He, in his day, knew almost everything there was to know about everything that he was taught academically. Of course, at that time, the amount of available knowledge was limited. There were very few books. There were fewer scientists, philosophers, and researchers writing and teaching. Knowledge grows exponentially. Today, however, it is impossible for one person to know everything about even one small subject. Just look at modern medicine. There are greater minds who spend their entire life studying the workings of the inner ear or the trachea or one of their other organs of body, and even though these highly intelligent and dedicated professionals spend their whole career specializing in a particular part of the body, and they never learn everything that is known about even one organ. Sometimes I ask the audiences, is there anyone here who is a know-it-all? Of course, no one raises his or her hand. Then I go on to explain, what do I mean by a know-it-all? A know-it-all is a person who feels that he knows everything that he needs to know about a subject. How can you tell if you become a know-it-all? It is easy. You have stopped learning and growing your area of specialization. You have stopped reading, listening to the audio programs, and taking additional courses. The very fact that you fail to regularly seek out new knowledge in your field means that you have unconsciously, accidentally slipped into the intelligence trap of the low performer. You have unwittingly become a know-it-all by the very act of not continuing to learn and grow. The answers are changing. After giving an advanced test to a graduate class of physics students at Princeton University, Albert Einstein was on the way back to his office when one of his graduate assistants asked the famous professor, Dr. Einstein, wasn't there the same exam that you gave to this physics class last year? Dr. Einstein nodded and said, yes, it was the same exam as last year. The graduate assistant summed up his courage to ask the great Nobel Prize winning physicist, but Dr. Einstein, how could you give the same test 2 years in a row? Because Einstein replied, in the last year the answers have changed. In the same way, your answers are changing today at a more rapid rate than even before. The answers in your field are changing as you sit there. What was true a year ago may not be true today, and what is true today may not be true from a year now. The only way that you can be assured of staying on top of your field is by continually taking in new ideas and knowledge to compare with what you know today. The sources of innovation. Peter Drucker, in his book Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Harper Business 1985, writes that the greatest business breakthroughs take place as the result of either the unexpected success or the unexpected failure. He explains that when something unusual or unexpected happens in any field, the average person dismisses it as a random event or as an accident. The superior person, however, studies each unexpected result as if it were a sign of an underlying trend or an indication of a fundamental change in the nature of things. When our experiment in growing bacteria failed because a mold had blown across the laboratory and landed on the petri dish, killing the bacteria, the lab assistants were able to throw it out. However, a bacteriologist, Alexander Fleming, became curious about a mold that was so powerful that it could kill such strong bacteria. His research led to the discovery the development of penicillin, which saved millions of lives in World War II and won him both a knighthood and the Nobel Prize. Keep your mind open. In 1975, IBM commissioned consultants to study the market potential of the personal computer. They came back with the conclusion that the market for personal computers was only a few hundreds in the entire world, at best. Based on this information, IBM decided to concentrate its efforts on mainframes, where it was already the world leader, and ignore the personal computer market, leaving it to a little upstart company in Cupertino, California, called Apple Computer. When the Apple computers hit the market and began to sell by the hundreds and thousands, IBM got smart fast. IBM did an about-face and decided to plunge into the small computer business. And the company did. IBM came out with a PC within 4 years and captured more than 50% of the world market for smaller computers. Watch for the trends. But IBM failed to notice that a major trend to smaller computers had taken place. Ignoring its initial success in PCs, IBM continued to concentrate on the development and sales of mainframes. While IBM's attention was focused on mainframes, more and more competitors rushed into the personal computer field. And eventually, IBM was displaced as the world leader. IBM failed to see that its success in capturing 50% of the personal computer market was indicative of a sweeping trend in computers that could change the entire world. Today, IBM is crumbling up to catch up, competing with companies like Dell Computer, Hewlett-Packard, Compaq, Toshiba, and others. Because IBM missed the trend, it is unlikely that it will never recover its position in the personal computer market. Think about the future. Keep your eyes open. There are more changes taking place all around you today than ever before. Any of these changes may be indicative of a trend that could lead on to fortune and success for you. You must be open, awake, and alert to these changes. Nothing remains the same for very long. All your best opportunities will come from applying your knowledge and brainpower to new products and new services in the future. All you need to start is a fortune and is an idea that 10% is new. All you need is a product or service innovation that is a little better, faster, and cheaper than anything else. And you can quickly move to the front of the line. Many of the great fortunes being made today in the United States and throughout the world are being created by people who started with nothing. One day they came up with a breakthrough idea and revolutionized or transformed the industry. What could it be for you? Two factors that hold you back. There are two major factors that stand in the way of using more of your natural intelligence. They are psycholosis and homeostasis. Psycholosis is another name for hardening of the attitudes. This is experienced by a particular type of person who is rigid, inflexible, and unchanging. This is a kind of person who develops fixed attitudes on a certain person or subject, then resists any attempt to change his mind. This is often called the mechanical way of thinking. You probably know people who suffer from it. The opposite way of thinking is more open and flexible. This is called the adaptive worldview. Adaptive people keep their minds open to new information. They are curious and interested in new ideas and developments. They are more concerned with what's right than who is right. They are willing to abandon an old idea if someone come along and show them that a new idea has more merit. They are more concerned that the new idea works to solve a problem or achieve a goal than they are with being right tremendous. 3 qualities of genius. Geniuses have studied extensively over the years. Geniuses have been studied extensively over the years. One of the most remarkable conclusions the experts have arrived at that is geniuses are not necessarily people with extraordinary high IQs. They are often ordinary people who use their intelligence in a superior way compared to the average or even smarter people. What this means is that you can form at genius levels if you learn to think the way the geniuses do. Geniuses seem to have 3 characteristics in common, each of which you can develop and make into a regular part of your thinking. First, geniuses seem to have open minds. They are curious, questioning, flexible, and willing to consider a wide range of possibilities in dealing with a question or problem. This adaptive mindset is like an open door that allows ideas to blow through from any direction or source. This is the mindset of genius, and you can learn it by practicing it. Second, geniuses seem to approach problems and decisions systematically. They don't know themselves at a problem like a dog chasing a passing car. Instead, they approach very difficult situation by asking structured questions in a logical way, like solving a problem in math. Third, geniuses approach problems with a series of questions. Questioning opens your mind. Geniuses first ask, what exactly is the problem and why is this problem in the first place? Then they ask, what would it be an ideal solution to this problem? And what holds us back from achieving such a solution? They ask, why does this situation exist? How did it happen? What caused it? Where and when did it first occur? Who is involved in it? What are the different ways that we could solve the problem? Of course, the different ways which we can solve, solution seems to be the most acceptable of all things is considered. The very act of questioning opens your mind and expands your options. It increases your creativity and stimulates your imagination. Questioning enables you to think more effectively about the problem and ultimately reach a better decision.
Jumping to conclusions. People with mechanical mindsets tend to jump to conclusions. They see a problem and they immediately decide on a solution. When 2 events happen close together, they assume that one event is the reason for the second event. They confuse correlation with causation.
Once they have made a decision, they look for evidence to confirm what they have already decided. Their egos quickly become involved and they become reluctant to change their minds. There seems to be a direct relationship between the quantity of ideas and approaches you develop to solve a problem and your likelihood of coming up with the best idea that will solve the problem in the very best way. For this reason, you must discipline yourself to resist the temptation to jump to conclusions or to rush to judgment. You must proceed more slowly, like a genius, and keep asking questions. You must ask your mind open. Creativity is your birthright. If the truth were known, you are an idea-generating organism. Creativity is your birthright. You are a highly intelligent individual. You are a highly intelligent individual with the continuous flow of good ideas that you can use to accomplish goals and improve your life. In fact, if you have not used your creativity for a long time, most people have not. You can stir it up, like a sugar that has sunk to the bottom of a cup of coffee, by stimulating your mind with methods that we will talk about in the next chapter. There is a law of probabilities that applies to creative thinking and tapping into the powers of your mind. This law says that the more ideas that you are exposed to, the more likely it is that you will be exposed to the right idea exactly when you need it. The most successful people today are those who are constantly exposing themselves to new ideas from a variety of sources. Unsuccessful people, in contrast, are those who continue to circulate the same tired old ideas with little imagination or creativity. Look for ideas everywhere. When you attend a seminar or a lecture given by an expert who is sharing some of the most current ideas in his or her field, you will often receive a bombardment of new insights that you can use to improve parts of your life. Many people's lives have been completely changed as a result of attending a single lecture given by a single intelligent person who gave them a single insight that was the key to their future. Imagine what would happen if you attended courses, seminars, and lectures on a regular basis. You would be continually bombarding your mind with new ideas that would keep your mind alert and aware and keep your creative juices flowing. Creative people are constantly reading, not only in their fields but in other fields as well. They read primarily notifications. They read primarily nonfiction. They subscribe to a variety of magazines and newspapers. They're continually scanning through the tables of contents and through the critical articles. Always read with a pen or a highlighter in your mind. Even better, learn how to speed read so that you can scan the material at 1,000 words a minute. Or faster. Speed reading is a skill, like riding a bicycle, that anyone can learn with a few hours of application. Forever after, you will be able to process more information than perhaps you have ever imagined possible. Get around the right people. Effective people make a habit of associating with other positive, creative people. They are constantly sharing their ideas and experiences, learning from each other. They cut clippings out of magazines and newspapers and pass them on to their friends. They recommend books they have read and audio programs they have listened to. Their friends do the same for them. Sometimes one idea that you get from someone else can change the direction of your life. A foolish consistency. The second major factor that holds people back is homotosis. This is defined as a striving for consistency. This is defined as a striving for constancy. It is a deep desire to remain consistent with what you have done and said in the past. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote in his essay, "Self-reliance, a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds." He was referring to the natural tendency of individuals to try to remain consistent with previous opinions and behaviors. This form of rigidity blocks off almost all possibilities for growth in the future. To resist the tendency toward homostasis, you should be willing to abandon your old ideas when someone can prove that there are newer, better ideas available. One way to escape the mental trap of homostasis is for you to be willing to admit that you are wrong. The mark of the superior person in a time of rapid change is to always remain open to the possibility that one's most cherished ideas are incorrect. This takes tremendous courage and maturity, but it stimulates more ideas and insights. Wrong decisions. According to the American Management Association, at least 70% of your decisions will turn out to be wrong in the fullness of time. This 70% figure is an average. Some people will be wrong even more often, but you can assume, as a rule of thumb, that 7 out of 10 decisions that you take regarding your life and work will turn out to be wrong in the long run. Here is a question for you. If 70% of the decisions that managers and executives make turn to be wrong, how can the world continue to function? The answer is simple. Superior people, those who rise to the top of any organization, are those who are willing to cut their losses. They're willing to admit quickly that they have made a mistake and rectify the situation rather than the persisting until it gets worse. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people fall in love with your past decisions, and once having made them, they're reluctant to give them up. Even if all the evidence is against them, don't let this happen to you. Instead, resolve to be the very first to recognize that decision that you have made or conclusion that you have come to has been invalidated or disproven by new information. Be prepared to drop the old decision and embrace a new solution or a new way of doing things. Flexibility gives you strength. According to the Menninger Institute, the most important quality that you will need to be successful in the 21st century is the quality of flexibility, especially in the way you think. Flexibility reflects to your willingness to change and try new things. It especially means that you have the ability to continually abandon old, outdated, outmoded habits and ideas in your favor of new, more effective ideas. Many people spend much of their time arguing, rationalizing, and justifying their behaviors. They are determined to continue doing things the same old way even when it is perfectly clear that the old way no longer works. The way to avoid this tendency is to remain flexible, especially when you are most convinced that you are right. The miracle of personal development. One of the great turning points in my life came when, as a young man in my early 20s, I discovered the miracle of personal development. My life has never been the same. I learned through personal development that indeed pull yourself by your own bootstraps. I learned that by learning what you need to learn to achieve the goals you have set for yourself, there are virtually no limits on what you can do, have, or be. The truth is that the future belongs to the competent. You could lose all of your money tomorrow, but as long as you still had your ability to think and reason, you could make it all back and more besides. The future belongs to those who are better informed. The future belongs not to those who have more versus those who have less, but to those who know more versus those who know less. Rapid obsolescence. Knowledge and information in your field are doubling every 2 or 3 years. Whatever information base you have is rapidly becoming obsolete. You must be in the process of continually taking new information and ideas just to stay even. Fortunately, there is a simple 3-part program that you can use to keep yourself ahead of the pack. I have used it and taught it to many thousands of people, and I have files full of letters from people whose entire lives have been changed as a result. The 3 keys to continuous personal and professional development are continuous reading, continuous listening to audio, learning programs, and continuous training. Read every day. In order to stay on top of your job, you should read in your field at least 1 hour per day, underlining and taking good notes. Anything less than 1 hour per day will put you in a danger of being passed by your competitors. My friend Jim Rohn advises, work at least as hard as on yourself as you do on your job. At the very least, you should get up every morning and read 30 to 60 minutes in something educational. Take careful notes, review your notes on a regular basis, reflect on what you have learned, and think about how you could apply the new ideas in your daily life. Use your powers of visualization to imagine yourself using the new information in some way. This will dramatically increase the speed at which you learn and retain the new ideas, and increase the likelihood that you will use them at first opportunity. If you read just 1 hour per day, that will amount to about 1 book per week. 1 book per week will amount to about 50 books per year. 50 books per year will total about 500 books over the next 10 years. At the very least, you will need a bigger house just to hold your books, and you will probably be able to afford it as well. Give yourself the edge. According to the American Bestsellers Association, fully 70% of American adults have not visited a bookstore in the last 5 years. The average American reads less than 1 book per year. 58% of adult Americans had never read another book from cover to cover after they have leaves high school. Meanwhile, in the information age, if you are not reading continuously, you are in a serious danger of being made obsolete by the passage of time. However, if you read 1 hour per day, 1 book per week, you will be getting the equivalent of a PhD in your field every year. You will become one of the smartest, best informed, and most productive people in your business. Beating the drum. Some years ago, I had a good friend who read very little. He was not convinced that reading would make any difference to his life or income. He had gotten out of the habit of reading after he left school. He argued with me that reading wasn't that important. Meanwhile, he struggled to make a living. He was continually frustrated. He was continually losing business to his better informed competitors. For almost 3 years, I kept at him, encouraging him to begin daily reading. Finally, he gave in and began to read each morning, just for a few minutes. He was amazed at how helpful the reading was and how much more knowledgeable he was when he spoke to his clients. He soon began reading. As I had recommended, an hour per day, 1 hour per week. Within a year, his income had doubled. After 2 years, his income doubled again. Today, he is one of the highest paid people in his field. And he is proud to tell me every time I see him that he is very seldom meets a client who is well informed as he is about in their business. And the more he reads, the more competent and confident he becomes. To earn more, you must learn more. The rule is that to earn more, you must learn more. You cannot move ahead in your field further or faster than you are doing today, except to the degree to which you learn and practice something new. The second part of your personal and professional development program consists of audio learning programs. If you travel in your work, you spend between 500 and 1,000 hours per year in your car. If you turn this driving time into learning time, you will get the equivalent of 3 to 6 months of 40-hour weeks of additional education, just driving from one place to another. I have met countless people who have doubled, tripled, and quadrupled their incomes by the simple act of listening to audio learning programs as they drive around. Take all the training you can get. The third key to continuous learning and to unlocking your mental potential is for you to take all the training you get. If a training program is offered in the public arena, it has already been proven to be highly effective. The person presenting the program has probably acquired many years of experience and may have spent hundreds of hours assembling the program that you can take in half or a full day. You can sometimes save yourself weeks, months, and even years of hard work by attending a seminar given by an expert who explains to you state-of-the-art ways to get your job done faster and easier. When you combine these three, regular reading, regular listening to audio learning programs, and regular and continuous training, you have a dynamic combination that can propel you forward at a greater speed than you ever could without them. Knowledge is power. As mentioned earlier, Francis Bacon said that knowledge is power. This is only partially true. In fact, only knowledge that can be applied to practical purposes for someone else is actually power. The libraries are full of knowledge that does no one any good. To change your thinking in a positive way, constructive way, you must continually feed your mind with new ideas. You must stay current with your field. You must regularly associate with other leading people in your area of specialization. You must be continually looking for ways to do your work better, faster, cheaper, and easier. You must be continually seeking ways to serve your clients and customers better. You must stay on the cutting edge of your field so that you are and you continue to be one of the most valuable people in your business. No limit thinking. In the information age, knowledge is everything, and the amount of knowledge that you can gather and apply to your life is limited only by your own personal ambition. There are really no limits on what you can accomplish except for the limits you set for yourself. The more you learn, the more you earn. The more knowledgeable you become about your field, the more courage and confidence you will have to implement your skills in your work. The more courage and confidence you will develop, the higher will be your self-esteem and your sense of personal power. You will become virtually unstoppable in everything you do. Action exercises. 1. Begin today to create your own personal library of books in your field. Read 30 to 60 minutes each day. Underline, take careful notes. 2. Examine your recent unexpected successes and failures in your business. Could they be an indicative of a trend that you can take advantage of? 3. Approach each problem in your field systematically. Imagine that the solution is exactly the opposite of what you are currently doing. 4. Continually expose your mind to new ideas and viewpoints. Ask lots of questions. Consider the possibility that you could be wrong. 5. Listen to educational audio programs in your car. Turn your car into a mobile classroom, a university on wheels. 6. Select an area where expertise can help you to move ahead in your career. Develop a plan to study and learn everything you possibly can in that area.
Chapter 9. Unleash your mental powers. The potential of the average person is like a huge ocean unsailed, a new continent unexplored, a world of possibilities waiting to be released and channeled towards some great good, by Tracy. Every change in your life will come about as a result of your mind colliding with a new idea. Ideas are the keys to the future. Ideas contain the answers to all of your problems and ways to achieve all of your goals. Your need is to become an idea generator, so that you are continually coming up with new and better ideas to deal with the continuous changes and opportunities taking place around you. Fortunately, you're mentally creative. It is an innate quality. You are born with it. But creativity to the subject of law use, which says if you don't use it, you lose it, at least temporarily. The good news is that you can reignite your creativity by practicing the specific methods and techniques discussed in this book. Project forward and think backward. Changing your thinking requires that you expand your ideas and imagination about the person you could be, the things you could do, and the things that you could have. Every person who accomplishes anything worthwhile in life begins with a big dream or vision of what is possible for him or her. They rise above their current surroundings, their existing limitations and problems. Instead, they imagine themselves sometime in the future, living the kind of life they would like to live. You need to practice this way of thinking as well. Earlier, we talked about your ideal future vision. You create this by projecting forward 5 years and imagining that all of your dreams have come true. What would your life look like if it were ideal in every way? What would you be? Who would you be there with you? And what would you be doing? How much would you be earning? And so on. You then return to the present day and your current situation. You think of specific steps you could take to capitalize on your opportunities and to overcome your limitations and obstacles. This is the primary use of creative thinking. It is to solve your problems and trigger mental breakthroughs that you can use to move faster toward achieving the goals that are most important to you. 3 minds in 1. You think and operate your life with 3 different minds. The first is your conscious mind. Your conscious mind to take in new information, compare it with your current knowledge, analyze it in terms of its value or relevance to you, and then decide to act or not to act. This is the mind with which you direct your life. This is often referred to as the objective mind. The second mind you use is your subconscious. Your subconscious mind is a huge data bank that records every thought, every idea, every emotion, or every experience that you ever have thought and had in your life up to now. This is called the subjective mind. Its rule is to keep all of your words and actions consistent with your self-concept and with your current attitudes, beliefs, fears, and prejudices. Your subconscious mind does not reason, it only obeys your commands. Your subconscious mind is also responsible for the operation of all of your bodily functions. It controls your automatic nervous system and your heart rate, breathing, digestion, basic memory, and so on. It is like a huge computer, so powerful and precise that it can process 100 million commands per second. It maintains a precise balance of hundreds of chemicals in each one of your billions of cells 24 hours a day. Your third mind is your superconscious mind. This mind is your direct connection with indefinite intelligence. It contains all knowledge and can bring you all the ideas and answers you will ever need to achieve any goal that you can set for yourself. This mind is the source of all inspiration, imagination, intuition, and hunches. It operates 24 hours a day and will bring you exactly the right answer to your problem or question exactly when you're ready for it. It is stimulated by your clear goals, vivid mental pictures, and clear positive commands in the forms of affirmations. When you use all three minds in harmony with each mind performing the functions for which it was designed, you will accomplish more of your goals faster than you have ever imagined. The proper utilization of your three goal minds is central to your changing your thinking and changing your life. 3 triggers to creativity. There are 3 main factors that trigger creativity. You can use each of them regularly in everything you do. They're just: first, intensely desired goals; second, pressing problems; and third, focused questions. When you use them all, you begin to generate ideas at a rate that will amaze you. By using these 3 methods of mental stimulations, goals, problems, and questions, you activate all 3 of your minds simultaneously and you begin to function at much higher levels than the average person. Intensely desired goals. The first factor is a clearly defined, intensely desired goal. You must know exactly what you want. Set a deadline, make it measurable, and develop a plan for its achievement that you work on every day. There is a direct relationship between how clear you are about your desired goal and how many ideas you will come up with to achieve it. One of the most powerful ways to harmonize the activities of your 3 minds and to activate your creative powers is for you to rewrite your goals in the present tense each morning. Get a spiral notebook. Each morning after your daily reading, take a few minutes and rewrite your major goals in the present tense, exactly as if they already existed. Take a few seconds after rewriting each goal to visualize that it was already accomplished. See each goal in your mind as if it already existed. Then smile, relax, and let it go. This method of rewriting your goals each morning, visualizing them as if they had already been achieved, and then letting them go with complete confidence is a vital part of creating the mental equivalent of the things you want. This method of rewriting your goals each morning, visualizing them as if they had already been achieved, and then letting them go with complete confidence is a vital part of creating the mental equivalent of the things you want. By using this method, you will help your goals to materialize exactly when you're ready for them. By writing and rewriting your goals, you burn them deeper and deeper into your subconscious mind. At a certain point, you activate your superconscious mind. At that point, you begin attracting into your life people and circumstances that can help you achieve them. Get the feeling. Emotion is the key. The more intensely you desire a goal, the more rapidly it materializes. Combining your idea of your goal with the intense emotion of desire or excitement is like stepping on the accelerator of your mental potential. Your mind will speed up and generate ideas for your goal accomplishment. The more positive, excited, and enthusiastic you are about achieving anything, the more rapidly your mind goes to work to bring it into your life. Think about how would you feel if you had achieved your goal. Would you feel proud, happy, relieved, joyous, or exhilarated? Whatever the emotion would be, you should confidently and happily imagine yourself enjoying the exact feeling that you would have if your goal were already a part of your life. If you want to earn more money and achieve a higher standard of living, imagine that you are already there, living the life you desire. Imagine how you would feel. Close your eyes and get the feeling of happiness, joy, and inner satisfaction. When you can combine a clear mental picture of your goal with the same emotion that you would have if it were achieved, you activate your higher powers of mind. You trigger your creativity, you get insights and ideas that will help you to achieve your goal far faster. Problems as opportunities. The second factor that triggers your creativity and activates your positive mind is pressing problems. It is only when you are experiencing the pressure of problems and obstacles that you are motivated to perform at your mental best. Facing and solving the inevitable problems and difficulties of life make you stronger and smarter and bring out the very best in you. Most people do not understand the nature of problems. Problems are a normal and necessary part of life. They are inevitable and unavoidable. Problems come in spite of your best efforts to avoid them. Problems, therefore, come unbidden. The only part of a problem over which you have any control is your response to your problems. Effective people respond positively and constructively to problems. In this way, they demonstrate that they have developed high levels of responsibility. They have developed the ability to respond effectively when unexpected or undesired difficulties occur. Problems of all kinds bring out your very best qualities. They make you strong and resourceful. The more pressing your problems and the more emotion you invest in solving those problems, the more creative you will become. Each time you solve a problem constructively, you become smarter and more effective. As a result, you prepare yourself for even bigger and more important problems to solve. Think on paper. One way to improve your ability to solve problems and to trigger your creativity is for you to think on paper.
Take a few moments to ask, what exactly is the problem? Then write the answer down in such a format that describes the problem exactly. You can then ask, what else is the problem? You should be aware of any problem for which there is only one definition. The worst thing you can do is to solve the wrong problem. The more different ways that you can state a problem, the more amenable it becomes to a solution. Whatever difficulties, obstacles, and challenges or factors that are hindering you or holding you back in any way, define them clearly in writing. As they say in medicine, accurate diagnosis is half the cure. Sometimes when you begin to define a problem, you will find that it actually is a cluster problem. That is, it is a single large problem surrounded by several smaller problems. Most problems you deal with will be composed of several smaller problems. Often in a difficult situation, there is one large problem that must be solved before any of the smaller problems can be solved. The best approach to this type of situation is for you to determine the main problem and then define the individual parts of the problem separately. You identify the core problem that first must be solved and then deal with the smaller problems in order. Sometimes solving one part of the problem leads to the resolution of the entire situation. Goals are just problems. A goal that you have not yet achieved is merely a problem that you have not yet solved. This is why success has been defined as the ability to solve problems. If you're not earning the kind of money that you would like, that is an unsolved problem. If you're not enjoying the life of the health or the levels of health and fitness that you desire, this is just a problem that you must solve. An obstacle that stands between you and your goal is merely a problem waiting for a solution. Any limitation that is holding you back is just another problem waiting for you to solve. In every case, your job is not to let the problem get on top of you, but rather for you to get on top of them. Your job description. If I asked you what you did for a living, you would tell me the name of your current position or job description. But whatever your title, your real job is problem solver. This is what you do all day long. It is the ability to make you valuable. You are a professional problem solver. Your success in career is determined by how effectively you solve the problems and achieve the goals of your position. Never complain about your problems at work. You should be grateful for them. If you had no problems at work, you would have no job. When people become unavailable to solve the problems that arise in their works, they are quickly replaced by people who can. When you become an excellent problem solver, you are quickly promoted to solving even bigger and more important problems. From now on, see yourself as a problem solver. The only question is, how good are you at your good job? Your goal is to become absolutely excellent at solving any problem that the world can throw at you. Ask focused questions. The third way to activate your creativity is by asking focused questions. Well-worded, focused, provocative, challenging questions activate your mind and stimulate your thinking. The very best consultants often describe themselves as consultants. They don't give answers. They instead force their clients to ask and answer tough questions. To trigger your own creativity, you have to ask yourself some tough questions as well, and then question your answers. Remember, zero-based thinking. Keep asking yourself, if I were not doing this, what would I start it over again today, knowing what I know? You will be amazed at how creative you become when you examine every aspect of your life as though you could choose to start it again, if you wanted to do based on your present knowledge and experience. Often, the answer to your biggest dilemma is simply to discontinue an activity altogether. If it's not working out, sometimes the smartest thing you can do is to simply abandon a particular course of action. Always ask, what is the simplest and most direct solution to this problem? Clarity is everything. There are additional questions that you can ask to trigger your creativity. For example, what am I trying to do? Be absolutely clear about what your answer to this question. Whenever you experience any frustration or resistance in achieving a goal or getting a result, ask yourself, how am I trying to do it? And could there be a better way? Don't fall in love with your current methods. What are your assumptions? What are your obvious assumptions and what are your unconscious assumptions? What are you assuming to be true that if it were not true, your thinking would change altogether? Alex McKenzie wrote, "Errant assumptions lie at the root of every failure." The real problem. I often work with companies that are trying to market a new product or service and they're having difficulties in the marketplace. When we seek the reasons for their business problems, they usually give me a long list of difficulties with advertising, promotion, people, sales, distribution, delivery, and service. However, the core problem is always that their sales are not high enough. I ask them 3 questions. They are questions that you can ask when considering any potential product or service for any market. The first question is there a market? Are there people who can and will buy this product or service in competition with other products and services currently being offered? Many people start businesses without realizing how hard it is to attract a customer away from another supplier if the customer is currently happy with the other vendor. If the company's answer is yes, there is definitely a market for what we sell. There are people who want it and are willing to buy it from us. My next question is then, is the market large enough? Many, a product or service is good, valuable, and worthwhile, but there is not a large market enough to justify investing all the time and energy necessary to bring it to the market. There are better and more profitable uses for the money. Why companies fail? Many people go broke, especially in entrepreneurial ventures, because the market is simply not large enough for them to sell enough to justify the trouble and expense of producing the product or service in their first place. Every investment must be compared with other possible investments that are available at the same time. There may be better places to put your time and money. This principle applies to you personally as well. Your job is to invest yourself so that you are getting the highest return on energy. There are 1,000 different ways that you can spend your time and your life. You yourself are your most valuable resource, and you must always invest this resource when you can get the highest return. The third question I ask my clients is, if there is a market and the market is large enough, is the market concentrated enough so that you can advertise and sell it to in a cost-effective way? This final question is what often sinks a new product idea. Yes, there is a market. And yes, the market is large enough. But the market is spread over such a wide geographical area that it is virtually impossible to sell it effectively. Consider the constraints. A good way to trigger creative solutions to your problem is to apply the theory of constraints. This theory says that in every process or series of activities, there is a limiting factor. There are constraints or bottlenecks that determine the speed at which you get from where you are to where you want to go. The very act of identifying the critical constraints in your environment often triggers ideas and insights that help you to achieve and alleviate them. For example, let us say that your goal is to double your income over the next 3 years to 5 years. You begin identifying the constraints on achieving this goal by asking, why isn't my income twice as high already? Be honest. Ask yourself the brutal questions. Why aren't you already earning twice as much as you're earning today? What is holding you back? Of all the things that are holding you back, what is the major limiting factor that will determine how fast you achieve your goal? The 80-20 rule seems to apply to constraints, but in a special way. In this context, this rule says that 80% of the constraints that are holding you back from achieving your goal are inside yourself. They are contained within you, but rather in your environment. Only 20% of the factors that are holding you back are in the outside world. This discovery is a shock to most people. The vast majority of people think that their major problems are created or caused by situations and people around them. But this is usually untrue. Most of the reasons why you are not moving ahead have to do with your own lack of skills, ability, or good personal qualities. Double your income. Let us say that you are in sales. You want to double your income in the next 3 to 5 years, if not sooner. The first critical constraint you will identify is the amount of your product or service that you have to sell. If you could resolve this problem, you would achieve your goal. Once you have identified this main constraint, you then ask, what is the constraint behind that? Your next constraint could be the number of prospects that you have to find. If you could speak to enough prospects, you could probably double your sales and double your income. You then look behind that constraint and ask, what is the constraint that is causing this limitation? This actual constraint may be your ability to prospect, something that is inside of you rather than in the marketplace. Look around you. One good way for you to determine whether the constraint is internal or external is to look around you and see if anyone else is accomplishing the same goals that you want to accomplish. Is anyone else already earning twice as much as you're earning selling the same product or service in the same market? If someone is already doing it, then the constraint is internal, not external. It is something inside you. It is a lack of a particular ability or attribute that you need to overcome. It has been said, when a man's fight begins himself, he is really worth something. The superior person always asks the question, What is it in me that is holding me back? Superior people always look to themselves first. It may very well be that there is something in your outside world that is acting as the brake on your potential, but the place to start looking is inside. The odds are you'll find it there. Pull the triggers. When you pull these triggers regularly, you will be stimulating your creative ability and switching on your mental lights, like turning up the lights in a dark room with a dimmer switch. When you set clear goals that you have a burning desire to achieve, you activate your creative mind. You combine your goals with pressing problems, clearly defined. You generate more ideas. When you continually ask focused questions that provoke your thinking, you see more and better possibilities in every situation. And when you identify your key constraint to achieving any goal or solving any problem, you begin to perform like a genius. You put yourself onto the high road of success and great achievement. You use all your intelligence. You have at least 10 different forms of intelligence, according to the research of Howard Gardner at Harvard and the work of Charles Handy in England. Throughout your schooling, you were tested only on the basis of your verbal and mathematical intelligences. But research in the past few years indicates that you have a variety of intelligences, in any one of which you could be genius. In combination, they enable you to accomplish extraordinary things. Your first job is to identify your predominant intelligence or intelligences. You then apply yourself using more of that intelligence in whatever it is you are trying to achieve. Verbal intelligence. Your first intelligence is verbal. This is your ability to speak, your command of language. The ability to understand and to use language well is closely associated with success in any field that involves communication with others. In every society, there is a direct relationship between your level of fluency in your language and your income. You can actually increase your prospects in your rate of promotion just by learning and using more words. Each word is actually a tool for the expression of thought. The more words you know and understand, the more complex the thoughts and ideas you can form. The better your vocabulary, the more respected and listened to by others you will be. This is why language skills are considered a measure of intelligence. Mathematical intelligence. The second intelligence used to measure IQ is mathematical. This is your ability to use numbers skillfully, to add, subtract, divide, and multiply. In business, this is your ability to read financial statements and develop financial projections. The more knowledgeable you are about prices, costs, expenses, and financial ratios, the better decisions you can make and the more valuable you become. Many people feel that they have no ability for others. They therefore avoid any area or activity where financial fluency is necessary for success. This can be fatal if one of your goals is to achieve financial independence. Fortunately, you can learn to understand the critical numbers in your business with a little study and application. As a result, you will be far more competent and capable of making good decisions for the rest of your business life. Physical intelligence. Your third area of potential genius is physical intelligence. This is the kind of intelligence enjoyed by top athletes who have extraordinary abilities of timing and coordination in the movement and use of their bodies. A person could fail in school on verbal and mathematical tests and still be an extraordinary success athletically, even though it would never show up on a report card. Many people sell themselves short by believing that they are not particularly capable at sports or certain physical activities. The good news is that with proper instruction and practice, you can perform quite well in a variety of sports such as swimming, skating, or skiing. It is really only a question of desire on your part. You have far more physical ability than you have ever used before. Musical intelligence. Your fourth form of intelligence can be musical. A Mozart or Beethoven could have been poor at sports and poor in school, and yet capable of composing some of the most beautiful classical music of all time. Many of the top musicians and popular singers today die poorly in school but returned out to have an exceptional ability to create and express music. They were able to perform at outstanding levels musically. Visual spatial intelligence. Your fifth area of potential is visual spatial intelligence. This is the ability to see and create shapes, forms, and patterns. architect, an engineer, a painter, or a person who has developed the capacity to visualize very clearly would have this intelligence. An architect, for example, might be able to develop first in his or her mind and then on paper beautiful buildings. Then people with mathematical intelligence would be able to convert into blueprints and exact dimensions for constructions. This is also the intelligence you use for visualizing and seeing your goals in your mind's eye before they emerge in your reality. This is an intelligence and an ability that you can develop with practice. Interpersonal intelligence. Your sixth form of intelligence is interpersonal. This is the highest paid form of intelligence in the United States. It is the ability to communicate, negotiate, influence, and persuade other people. It is characterized by a high degree of sensitivity to the thoughts, feelings, motivations, and desires of others. A person with high interpersonal intelligence has the ability to interact with people effectively to get things done. Successful managers, team leaders, and even military officers usually have interpersonal intelligence developed to a very high degree. As a result, people want to work and cooperate with them in the accomplishment of groups' goals. The highest paid salespeople are those who are excellent at persuading others to purchase their products or services. The most effective business people, consultants, and professionals demonstrate this intelligence constantly. It is the most important single ability of the successful politician. This may be your particular area of genius as well. Intrapersonal intelligence. Your seventh form of intelligence is intrapersonal. This is the ability to be aware of yourself, who you are and who you are not. With this intelligence, you know exactly what you want and what you don't want. You are capable of setting goals for yourself and making plans for their accomplishment. People with high levels of interpersonal intelligence are good at introspection. They reflect on how they are thinking and feeling. As a result of understanding themselves better, they are more effective in dealing with others. The greater your level of self-awareness gained through thought and introspection, the greater your level of self-understanding. The better you understand yourself and why you think and feel the way you do, the greater you will be of your self-acceptance. The more you accept yourself as a valuable and worthwhile person, the more you like and respect yourself. The more you like yourself, the more you like others, and the more they like you. Intrapersonal intelligence is very important to a happy and successful life, and you can develop it with practice. Entrepreneurial intelligence. Your eighth form of intelligence is entrepreneurial. This is the ability to see market opportunities and then to bring the various resources together to produce products and services that can be sold at a profit. Entrepreneurial intelligence is one of the highest paid forms of intelligence in our society today, and this is the foundation of all successful, fast-growing businesses. Most self-made millionaires and many self-made billionaires started with nothing and made their money by applying their entrepreneurial intelligence to market opportunities that appeared before them. Bill Gates dropped out of Harvard to start Microsoft with an idea to develop software for the emerging market in personal computers. Michael Dell began assembling personal computers in his dorm room at college. They had high levels of entrepreneurial intelligence. You probably do as well. Jump to conclusions. People with mechanical mindsets tend to jump to conclusions. They see a problem and they immediately decide on a solution. When two events happen close together, they assume that one event is the reason for the second event. They confuse correlation with causation. Once they have made a decision, they look for evidence to confirm what they have already decided. Their egos quickly become involved and they can then become reluctant to change their minds. There seems to be a direct relationship between the quantity of ideas and approaches you develop to solve a problem, and your likelihood of coming up with the best idea that will solve the problem in the very best way. For this reason, you must discipline yourself to resist the temptation to jump to conclusions or to rush to judgment. You must proceed more slowly, like a genius, and keep asking questions. You must ask your mind open. Creativity is your birthright. If the truth were known, you are an idea-generating organism. Creativity is your birthright. You're a highly intelligent individual with a continuous flow of good ideas that you can use to accomplish goals and improve your life. In fact, even if you have not used your creativity for a long time, and most people have not, You can stir it up like sugar that has sunk to the bottom of a cup of coffee. By stimulating your mind with methods that we'll talk and walk about in the next chapter. There is a law of probabilities that applies to creative thinking and tapping into the powers of your mind. This law says that the more ideas that you are exposed to, the more likely it is that you will be exposed to the right idea exactly when you need it. The most successful people today are those who are constantly exposing themselves to new ideas from a variety of sources. Unsuccessful people, in contrast, are those who continue to recirculate the same tired old ideas with little imagination or creativity. Look for ideas everywhere. When you attend a seminar or a lecture given by an expert who is sharing some of the most current ideas in his or her field, you will often receive a bombardment of new insights that you can use to improve parts of your life. Many people's lives have been completely changed as the result of attending a single lecture given by a single intelligent person who gave them a single insight that was the key to their future. Imagine what would happen if you attended courses, seminars, and lectures on a regular basis. You would be continually bombarding your mind with new ideas that would keep your mind alert and aware and keep your creative juices flowing. Creative people are constantly reading, not only in their own fields but in other fields as well. They read primarily non-fiction. They subscribe to a variety of magazines and newspapers. They are continually scanning through the tables of contents and through the critical articles. Always read with a pen or a highlighter in your hand. Even better, learn how to speed read so that you can scan material at 1,000 words a minute, or even faster. Speed reading is a skill like riding a bicycle that anyone can learn with a few hours of application. Forever after, you will be able to process more information than perhaps you ever imagined possible. Get around the right people. Effective people make a habit of associating with other positive, creative people. They are constantly sharing ideas and experiences, learning from each other. They cut clippings out of magazines and newsletters and pass them on to their friends. They recommend books that they have read and audio programs that they have listened to. Their friends do the same for them. Sometimes one good idea that you can get from someone else can change the direction of your life. A foolish consistency. The single major factor that holds people back is homeostasis. This is defined as a striving for consistency. It is a deep desire to remain consistent with what you have done and said in the past. Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote in his essay, Self-reliance, a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds. He was referring to the natural tendency of individuals to try to remain consistent with previous opinions and behaviors. This form of rigidity blocks off almost all possibilities for growth in the future. To resist the tendency toward the homeostasis, you should be willing to abandon your old ideas when someone can prove that there are newer, better ideas available. One way to escape the mental trap of homeostasis is for you to be willing to admit that you are wrong. The mark of the superior person in a time of rapid change is to always remain open to the possibility that one's most cherished ideas are incorrect. This takes tremendous courage and maturity, but it stimulates more ideas and insights. Wrong decisions. According to the American Management Association, at least 70% of your decisions will turn out to be wrong in the fullness of time. This 7% figure is an average. Some people will be wrong even more often. But you can assume, as a rule of thumb, that 7 out of 10 decisions that you make regarding your life and work will turn out to be wrong in the long run. Here's a question for you. If 70% of the decisions that you or managers and executives make turn out to be wrong, how can the world continue to function? The answer is simple. Superior people are those who rise to the top of any organization, are those who are willing to cut their losses. They are willing to admit quickly that they have made a mistake and rectify the situation rather than persisting until it gets worse. Unfortunately, the vast majority of people fall in love with their past decisions, and once having made them, they're reluctant to give them up, even if all the evidence is against them. Don't let this happen to you. Instead, resolve to be the very first to recognize that a decision that you have made or conclusion that you have come to has been invalidated or disproven by new information. Be prepared to drop the old decision and embrace a new solution or a new way of doing things. Flexibility gives you strength. According to the Menninger Institute, the most important quality that you will need to be successful in the 21st century is the quality of flexibility, especially in the way you think. Flexibility refers to your willingness to change and try new things. It especially means that you have the ability to continually abandon old, outdated ideas in favor of new, more effective ideas. Many people spend much of their time arguing, rationalizing, and justifying their behaviors. They are determined to continue doing things the same old way even when it's perfectly clear that the old way no longer works. The way to avoid this tendency is to remain flexible, especially when you are most convinced that you are right. The miracle of personal development. One of the great turning points in my life came when, as a young man in my early 20s, I discovered the miracle of personal development. My life has never been the same. I learned through personal development, you can indeed pull yourself up by your own bootstraps. I learned that by learning what you need to learn to achieve the goals you have set for yourself, there are virtually no limits on what you can do, have, or be. The truth is that the future belongs to the competent. You could lose all of your money tomorrow, but as long as you still had your ability to think and reason, you could make it all back and more besides. The future belongs to those who are better informed. The future belongs not to those who have more versus those who have less, but to those who know more versus those who know less. Rapid obsolescence. Knowledge and information in your field are doubling every 2 or 3 years. Whatever information base you have is rapidly becoming obsolete. You must be in the process of continually taking in new information and ideas just to stay even. Fortunately, there is a simple 3-part program that you can use to keep yourself ahead of the pack. I have used it and taught it to many thousands of people, and I have files full of letters from people whose entire lives have been changed as a result. The 3 keys to continuous personal and professional development are continuous reading, continuous listening to audio learning programs, and continuous training. Read every day. In order to stay on top of your job, you should read in your field at least 1 hour per day, underlining and taking good notes. Anything less than 1 hour per day will put you in danger of being passed by your competitors. My friend Jim Rohn advises, work at least as hard on yourself as you do on your job. At the very least, you should get up every morning, read 30 to 60 minutes in something educational. Take careful notes, review your notes on a regular basis, reflect on what you have learned, and think about how you could apply the new ideas in your daily life. Use your powers of visualization to imagine yourself using the new information in some way. This will dramatically increase the speed at which you learn and retain the new ideas, and increase the likelihood that you will use them at the first opportunity. If you read just 1 hour per day, that will amount to about 1 book per week. 1 book per week will amount to about 50 books per year. 50 books per year will total amount to about 500 books over the next 10 years. At the very least, you will need a bigger house just to hold your books, and you will probably be able to afford it as well. Give yourself the edge. According to the American Booksellers Association, fully 70% of American adults have not visited a bookstore in the last 5 years. The American reads less than 1 book per year. 58% of adult Americans never read another book from cover to cover after they leave high school. Meanwhile, in the information age, if you're not reading continuously, you are in serious danger of being made obsolete by the passage of time. However, if you read 1 hour per day, 1 book per week, and you will be getting the equivalent of a PhD in your field every year, you will be one of the smartest, best informed, and most productive people in your business. Beating the drum. Some years ago, I had a good friend who read very little. He was not convinced that reading would make any difference to his life or income. He had gotten out of the habit of reading after he left school. He argued with me that reading wasn't that important. Meanwhile, he struggled to make a living. He was continually frustrated. He was continually losing business to his better informed competitors. For almost 3 years, I kept at him, encouraging him to begin daily reading. Finally, he gave in and began to read each morning. Just for a few minutes, he was amazed at how helpful the reading was, and how much more knowledgeable he was when he spoke to his clients. He soon began reading. As I recommended, an hour per day, one book per week. Within a year, his income had doubled. After 2 years, his income doubled again. Today, he is one of the highest paid people in his field. And he is proud to tell me every time I see him that he is very seldom meeting a client who is as well informed as he is about his business. And the more he reads, the more competent and confident he becomes. To earn more, you must learn more. The rule is that to earn more, you must learn more. You cannot move ahead in your field further or faster you are doing today except to the degree which you learn and practice something new. The second part of your personal and professional development program consists of audio learning programs. If you travel in your work, you spend between 500 and 1,000 hours per year in your car. If you turn this driving time into learning time, you will get the equivalent of 3 to 6 months of 40-hour work weeks of additional education, just driving from place to place. I have met countless people who have doubled, tripled, quadrupled their incomes by the simple act of listening to audio learning programs as they drive around. Take all the training you can get. The third key to continuous learning and to unlocking your mental potential is for you to take all the training you can get. If a training program is offered in the public arena, it has already been proven to be highly effective. The person presenting the program has probably acquired many years of experience and may have spent hundreds of hours assembling the program that you can take in half or full day. You can sometimes save yourself weeks, months, even years of hard work by attending a seminar given by an expert who explains to you state-of-the-art ways to get your job done faster and easier. When you combine these three, regular reading, regular listening to audio learning programs, and regular and continuous training, you have a dynamic combination that can propel you forward at a greater speed than you can ever could without them. Knowledge is power. As mentioned earlier, Francis Bacon said that knowledge is power. This is only partially true. In fact, only knowledge that can be applied to practical purposes for someone else is actually power. The libraries are full of knowledge that does no one any good. To change your thinking in a positive and constructive way, you must continually feed your mind with new insights and ideas. You must stay current with your field. You must regularly associate with other leading people in your area of specialization. You must be continually looking for ways to do your work better, faster, and cheaper and easier. You must be continually seeking ways to serve your clients and customers better. You must stay on the cutting edge of your field so that you are and you continue to be one of the most valuable people in your business. No limit thinking. In the information age, knowledge is power. And the amount of knowledge that you can gather and apply to your life is limited only by your own personal ambition. There are really no limits on what you can accomplish except for the limits you set for yourself. The more you learn, the more you earn. The more knowledgeable you become about your field, the more courage and confidence you will have to complement your skills in your work. The more courage and confidence you develop, the higher will be your self-esteem and your sense of personal power. You will become virtually unstoppable in everything you do. Action exercises. 1. Begin today to create your own personal library of books in your field. Read 30 to 60 minutes each day. Underline and take careful notes. Examine your recent unexpected success and failures in your business. Could they be indicative of a trend that you can take advantage of? 3. Approach each problem in your life systematically. Imagine that the solution is exactly the opposite of what you are really currently doing. Continually expose your mind to new ideas and viewpoints. Ask lots of questions. Consider the possibility that you could be wrong. 5. Listen to educational audio programs in your car. Turn your car into a mobile classroom, a university on wheels. 6. Select an area where expertise can help you to move ahead in your career. Develop a plan to study and learn everything you possibly can in that area. Be the best at what you do. 7. Associate only with positive, optimistic, and creative, happy people who are going somewhere with their lives. Get around winners if you want to be one. Chapter 12. Live a great life. The only true measure of success is the ratio between what we might have done and what we might have been on the one hand, and the things we have done and the things we have made of ourselves on the other. The law of correspondence is perhaps the most important of all laws in determining your success or failure in life. As we have discussed in previous chapters, this law says that your outer world is a reflection of your inner world. It says that whatever you are on the inside, you will soon see the results of it on the outside. When you change your thinking, you change your life. This law applies to everything you do. Your inner world of knowledge and preparation will determine your outer world of income and career success. Your inner world of personality development will determine your outer world of friendships and relationships. Your inner attitudes towards health and fitness will determine the condition of your physical body. Your inner beliefs and expectations will determine your outer attitudes and your behavior towards other people. Your outer world will always reflect your inner world. What you do under pressure. Situational values are demonstrated when people say they believe in one thing but they do another. They say that they believe in telling the truth, but they lie when it is convenient or excuse the lies of another. An individual is defined by what he or she does, not what he or she says. Some people are confused by their emotions. They believe that if their intentions are sincere, their actions don't matter. They feel that if they wish or hope something, it is the same as actually doing it. But it is only what you actually do when you are forced to choose, especially under pressure, that tells you who you really are inside. It is vital to your success and happiness that you are impeccably honest with everyone you know and deal with, both in your personal life and in your career. There is nothing that will earn you the super support of people faster than for you to develop the reputation of being a person of character and integrity. At the same time, there is nothing that will damage your reputation and sabotage your career faster than for you to get the reputation of being the kind of person that others cannot trust or rely on. The real payoff. When you set high standards for yourself, your self-esteem, self-respect increase. When you decide that you're going to live consistently with your highest values and your deepest convictions, you feel wonderful about yourself. When you become completely honest, you stop compromising yourself in your relationships with other people. You speak sincerely to everyone with whom you live and work. You practice absolute truthfulness with yourself and others. The more honest you are with yourself, the greater courage and self-confidence you'll have. You'll become more positive and enthusiastic about yourself. You'll develop a tremendous feeling of inner power and personal strength. The more you live consistently with the very highest values you know, the finer your character will become. Eventually, you will reach the point where you are absolutely unstoppable. Action exercises. Determine your 3 most important values in your personal and family life. What do you believe in and care about the most? Resolve to live in truth with yourself and others, without compromise. In what area of your life are you not perfectly being honest with another person? 3. To thine own self be true. Examine the areas of your life where you experience stress, dissatisfaction, or unhappiness, and determine if you are compromising one of your values. 4. What kind of a company would your company be if everyone in it was just like you? What could you change immediately to make your company a better place? 5. What would you do and how would you spend your time if you learned today that you had only 6 months left to live? Your answers to this question will reveal your true values. 6. People don't change. Since this is one of the laws of life, what changes should you make in your life and relationships, at home, at work, to accommodate this fact? 7. Practice truthfulness in all things. In what areas do you need to accept the world as it is, rather than the way you would like it to be? Be honest with yourself. Summary and conclusions. The world is like a great mirror. It reflects back to you what you are. If you are loving, if you are friendly, if you are helpful, the world will prove loving, friendly, and helpful to you. The World is What You Are by Thomas Dreyer. The most important principle of human life is that you become what you think about most of the time. This insight is the foundation of self-religion, philosophy, metaphysics, psychology, and all success. Your outer world is very much a reflection of your inner world. If you change your thinking, you can change your life. Your biggest challenge and your greatest responsibility are to create within yourself the mental equivalent of what you want to experience on the outside. By doing this, you activate all your mental powers and put the forces of the universe to work on your behalf. You take full control over your life. Many thousands of people have been asked what they think about most of the time. Over and over, the most successful men and women report the same things. They think about what they want and how to get it most of the time. Unsuccessful, unhappy people and talk about their problems and worries and about the people in their lives that they don't like. But this is not for you. Women, when you think and talk continuously about what you want and how to get it, this way of thinking soon becomes a habit. When you think and talk about what you want, you become more positive, purposeful, and creative. When you stay focused on where you are going, you become a more productive and effective person. Learned optimism. Perhaps the most important quality you can develop to achieve greater success and happiness is the quality of optimism. You can learn the habit of optimism by thinking the way that optimists do most of the time. According to an interview with thousands of the happiest and most successful people in every field, optimists seem to have two special ways of dealing with life. These are attitudes of mind that you can develop with practice. First, optimists look for the good in every situation, especially when they experience reversals and setbacks. They keep themselves positive by looking for the bright side, the silver lining, to every problem, and they always find something. Second, optimists seek the valuable lesson in every problem or difficulty. They believe that each temporary failure or obstacle has been sent to teach them something. They continually ask, "What am I meant to learn from this situation?" And they always find something. Your mind is structured in such a way that you cannot look for the good and seek the valuable lesson without taking full control over your conscious mind. When you do, you feel more positive and optimistic about yourself and your situation. You feel in complete control of your life. You perform at your best. 7 steps to high performance living. In addition to looking for the good and seeking the valuable lesson, optimists have 7 orientations or generalized ways of thinking about themselves and their lives. These are the 7 subjects that they think about most of the time. They think about the future. First, positive, happy people are future-oriented. They think and talk about the future much of the time. They think and talk about where they're going rather than about what has happened in the past. They create a clear, exciting future vision of what is possible for them. By the law of attraction, they find themselves attracted toward their future hopes and dreams, and their future hopes and dreams are attracted toward them. Think about your goals. Second, they are goals-oriented. They think and talk about their goals much of the time. Once they have dreamed and fantasized about their ideal future visions, they boil them down into a clear, written goals and plans that they work on every day. They focus on their attention and concentrate on their energies. They use their goals to take control over their futures. Think about excellence. Third, they are excellence-oriented. They commit to becoming excellent at what they do, to joining the top 10% of the people in their field, whatever it is. They identify their key result areas and set standards of excellent performance for themselves in each one. They work on themselves each day and never stop improving. Think about the solution. Fourth, they are solution-oriented. They think about the solution rather than the problem. They think about what needs to be done rather than who is to blame. They use creative thinking methods to unlock their creativity and that of the people around them. They view their goals as problems to be solved, and they believe that there is a logical solution to every difficulty just waiting to be found. Think about results. Fifth, successful, happy people are intensely results-oriented. They carefully plan each day in advance. They set clear priorities on their activities. They then work on those tasks that represent the most valuable use of their time. They plow through enormous amounts of work and become known as highly productive people. Because they are so effective and efficient, they get more done. They move ahead faster and they make a greater contribution to their work and to their worlds. Think about growth. Sixth, high performers are growth oriented. They are continually reading, listening to audio programs, attending additional courses and seminars. They are determined to stay at the cutting courses and seminars. They are determined to stay at the cutting edges of their fields. They know that the future belongs to the competent, to those few who know more than their competitors. They know that there is a race on and that they are in it. They are determined to win. Think about action. Seventh, and perhaps most important than any of the others, the most successful people are intensely action-oriented. They think about what they can do right now to move faster toward their goals. They are in consistent and constant motion. They work in real time. They have a sense of urgency. They cover more ground and get a lot more done than the average person. The more they get done, the better they get. The more valuable they become, the more they earn. Your possibilities are unlimited. We are living in the golden age of mankind. There have never been more opportunities and possibilities for you to become all you are capable of becoming. To achieve more of your goals than there are today, you can use this book as a guide to greater success and happiness for the rest of your life. Here are again the 12 core ideas. Change your thinking. The way you think about yourself, your abilities, and your potential, your self-concept determines your thinking and everything you are today and everything you will be. Fortunately, your self-concept is learned. By taking complete control over the words, pictures, and ideas you let into your mind, you take complete control of your future. 2. Change your life. You come into the world as a pure potential with unlimited abilities in countless areas. As a result of destructive criticism in childhood, you can inadvertently develop fears of failure, loss, rejection, and criticism. You can develop self-limiting beliefs that hold you back. By getting rid of these negative emotions, you liberate your potential and change your life. 3. Dream big dreams. The true starting point of living with the kind of life that is possible for you is to create an exciting future vision of what you want in your life to be in every area if you had no limitations at all. Imagine that you could be, have, or do anything that at all in your family, finances, and personal life. Then set clear written goals backed by detailed plans to make your dreams come true. Decide to become rich. Resolve today to take complete control over your financial future. Begin to do the things that others have done to become financially independent, starting from where you are today. Determine exactly how much you want to earn, keep, and acquire. Set these amounts as goals and then think about them all the time. Whatever others have done, you can do as well. 5. Take charge of your life. You are the primary creative force in your own life. Everything you are or ever will be the result of what you do or fail to do. Resolve today to accept 100% responsibility with no blaming and no excuses for control of your thoughts, words, and actions. Become the master of your own destiny. 6. Commit to excellence. The biggest rewards and the greatest satisfactions go to those who are very good at what they do. Resolve today to join the top 10% of people in your field. Determine the key skills you will have to excel at what you do. Set superior performance as your goal. Make a plan and then work on getting better every day. 7. Put people first. The quality and quantity of your relationships will have more of an impact on your success and happiness than any other factors. Organize your life around building and maintaining high quality, high trust relationships with the most important people in your field. Network regularly to expand your range of contacts. Mastermind with other positive, success-oriented people. 8. Think like a genius. You are actually a mind with a body to carry it around. You are not what you want, you are not what you think you are, but what you think you are. You have the ability to think better and more efficiently than you ever have before. When you begin to think the same way that the smartest and most successful people think, you will soon get the same results they do. 9. Unleash your mental powers. Ideas are the primary sources of wealth today. The more ideas are developed to achieve your goals by the law of probabilities, the more likely it is that you will come up with exactly the right ideas for you at exactly the right time. Your ability to generate new ideas is unlimited. Therefore, your future is unlimited as well. Supercharge your thinking. 12. Supercharge your thinking. There are several key thinking strategies and techniques practiced by top people everywhere. In any one of these methods of analyzing and assessing your situation can give you vital insights and ideas that can change your perspective and even change your life. The more thinking tools you have, the more wonderful the life you can build for yourself. 11. Create your own future. The ability to look into the future and then to take the steps today that will assure the future the most successful people in history. The most effective people plan their lives carefully and make every effort to anticipate what might go wrong well in advance. As a result, they think better and make better decisions than the people around them. 12. Live a great life. The world around you is largely determined by the world within you. The happiest, most highly paid and respected people in every area are those who are known for the quality of their character. When you organize your life around the twin qualities of integrity and courage, every door will open for you and you will be a genuinely happy person. You will change your thinking and change your life. Just do it. Mental fitness is very much like physical fitness. It takes a long time and a lot of hard work to achieve it and maintain it. But it is worth every bit of effort you put in. The payoff can be extraordinary. When you begin the process of working on yourself to create the inside a clear picture of what you want to enjoy on the outside, the progress may be slow at first, but when you persist, you keep doing and saying the things in the right way. You will before too long get results out of all the proportion to the efforts you put in. There are no limits to what you can be, do, and have, except for the limits you place on yourself. You are a thoroughly good and extremely talented person, and there is very little that you cannot achieve if you want it intensely enough and work toward it long enough and hard enough. The key is to begin today and then never give up. The end. Thank you so much for listening this audiobook. For more audiobooks, please follow our Din Lakanwal on YouTube, on Instagram, and on Facebook. Thank you.